Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. You are watching live pictures of this area of southern France, just adjacent to the Mediterranean. Yes, the world-famous Côte d'Azur. And right there in the middle, our first view of this venue, which is in Roquebrune-Saint-Argent, which is not too far away from famed locales such as Monte Carlo, just down the road from here, and Saint-Tropez. And the event that we've got is the Monaco Waterski Cup. Glad to have you on board. My name is Tony Lyford, and getting ready to throw down with some women's slalom. We have two series of women's slalom 2 and 1. Then we'll go into the men's event, followed on by women's tricks. And the conditions here are absolutely pristine, hardly a breath of a wind in the air, although that's that aspect of our condition setup during the last few days has kind of changed a little bit. The wind has been blowing across the venue, especially yesterday, but hopefully the wind will take a break for today and leave us with some of the best conditions you'll find anywhere in this part of the world. All right, so looking down at our venue, the venue for a world championship all the way back to 1995, and let's have a look at the schedule for today. Women's slalom round 1. Then we'll have a men's slalom round 1, and then we'll go into the preliminary round of women's tricks. Best score of 2 rounds. The top 8 women advance, and the top 8 men advance through to the final. And a wonderful drone shot captured by Connor Pesek, doing a fine job there as you see our venue getting closer and closer. So glad to have you on board. The start time for the women's slalom series 2 is at 9 a.m., which is about less than a quarter of an hour away from now. And there it is, our venue, the home of the Federation Monégasque Ski Nautique, the Monaco Waterski Federation. And hardly a ripple on the water. Hasn't always been the case over the last couple of days, but hopefully the conditions stay the same now. And with that in mind, let's check in with our man with the plan, that is Zane Nicholson.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Alexei Kisselglue, kind of one of the organizers of the event. So super stoked to be here for the 4th edition of the Monaco Cup. Looks like you guys have done a great job with organizing. Kind of tell everybody at home, about the process.
Yeah, it's been an intense week. We've had a lot of winds these past days, but these 2 days are looking quite good, and the conditions are going to be perfect, hopefully. And yeah, everything's ready. The skiers are here. We have a lot of skiers this year, so we're glad to welcome everyone here for the past 3 editions.
Yeah, and I mean, you said that there's a lot of skiers here. I mean, we have 18 women competing here this morning, and we got 19 men. So super stacked field, both men and women. We got women's trick coming up after that. So I'm really looking forward to it. I know we had 3 male winners in the last 3 tournaments, and we've had 2 women. So maybe we'll get a 4th one in the male and a 3rd one in the women.
Yeah, I would be stoked to see that. I mean, 3 different winners in 3 editions is pretty cool to see. Let's see who wins this year, and also it's really cool to see to have almost as many women as men on a Pro Tour field. I don't know if that's happened before or not, but that's really exciting for women skiing too. So we're happy to have as many skiers, and may the best skier win tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm super excited for the girls to be here. It's awesome that we got a big stacked field, and I've seen some huge scores already in practice this week, so I'm expecting something big out of everybody.
Yeah, I've been pulling a couple of sets too, along with the tournament drivers, and the skiing's been pretty incredible. I think that the level is just going up every year, so hopefully we get some big scores and some good entertainment on TWBC.
Well, perfect. Well, thank you for everything, man. We'll let you go get your day started, and right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, there, and taking a look a little bit down the coast for the surrounding areas of the Monaco Waterski Cup, and you see right there is the village of San Rafael, just a little ways down along the coast from Roquebrune-Saint-Argent, and a little further away from Fréjus. All well-known areas on this part of the Côte d'Azur. As we get ready for our competition, the Series 2 Women's Slalom. We have 8 skiers on the list, and then we've got 10 skiers in Women's Series 1. So make sure you grab your favorite beverage, grab your favorite chair, and get ready to rock. We've got the Monaco Waterski Cup, and it's coming to you right after this.
Morning, Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock. Morning, Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to each and every one of you tuning in to this live webcast of the Monaco Waterski Cup right here at the Monegasque Federation's home site in Roquebrune-Saint-Argent, which is just a hop, skip, and a jump away from the world-famous Côte d'Azur. We've got our first list of female competitors. We've got 8 of them on the list, starting off with Hungary's Dora Varga, followed by Jessie Shute from Great Britain, then Janina Meckler from Germany, Alana Bischoff-Berger from France, Katerina Vrabkova from the Czech Republic, Beatricia Yanni from Italy, and we'll have 2 skiers from Chile to round off the list in the Series 2, Daniela Kretzmer and Trinidad Espinal. Nicholas Deleng is our boat driver. Hopefully I'll get his last name correct before the end. Yep, Nicholas Delage, our driver. And it looks like everything is set. The wind has decided to take a vacation, or at least so far as this early running of the day's events is concerned. This part of the world are famous for its mistrals, the very, very sudden gusts of wind that come up on occasion, especially during the course of the midsummer here in the Côte d'Azur. But now the boat has made its way back to the dock, and pristine conditions on offer for our first 8 competitors. We'll see if that continues on as we get ready for our first competitor, Dora Varga from Hungary. Good to have you on board. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and we're just a few moments away from starting the event. 8 skiers on the list. And bright sunshine here. And plenty of live slalom in action on offer in the next few moments. All right, there's Dora on the starting dock. Just getting set into her hard shell binding. And I believe the minimum starting line length is 14.25 meters for our women. I'm sure that it's shorter for the men with a 13-meter start. We'll get to see those individuals a little later on. All right then, so let's get ready to rock. We have our first skier in the water. It's Dora Varga from Hungary. So Dora Varga, a skier that we've seen on at least a couple of occasions on our previous broadcasts on TWBC, European Championships and San Gervasio Pro-Ams. Couple of the events that I've known her from. 14.25 meters. Getting a little bit broken over into number 3 there and number 4. She's going to have to clean that up a little bit if she stands any chance of running through 13 meters and beyond. But so far as her effort goes to get her out on the water, it's a 6 buoy count on 14. And 13 meters is the next pass. 6 buoy à 14 mètres 25. And let's go to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with one of my favorite skiers on the tour, and I'm back for the first tournament of the year, Patrizia Yanni. So good to have you here.
Thank you, Zane. I'm so happy to be here. Last year I missed this tournament, so I'm so excited to ski here again, and very excited for the first tournament of the year. I just want to ski.
Yeah, and I mean, I know you've been working hard, doing a lot of yoga, and I've seen a lot of skiing kind of on social media. So, tell everybody at home kind of how it's been going at the beginning of the season.
Well, yeah, I've been skiing a lot back home, so it's kind of I'm kind of a bit nervous to see how I'll just go in the water. But yeah, I worked pretty hard, so I hope it will be good.
Well, I know how you ski. You should be nervous. You should be ready for it. You'll be looking good. So we'll see you out there in just a little bit.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, so Dora Varga getting set up for pass number 2, 13 meters. Nicholas at the helm of that Nautique towboat. Getting set up for pass number 2. This is 13 meters. Good hit off number 1. Now she's getting into a little bit better shape. There's 3. Little down course off 4, but still managing to make a play on 5. And number 6, so 13 meters, 2 passes under a belt, and 12 meters should be coming up next. That is Dora Varga. Dora Varga from Hungary. 6 buoy à 13 mètres l'accord. So 6 buoys on 13 meters, 12 meters comes up next. Things are going to start to amp up here for Dora Varga. Getting a first look at our next skier, Jessie Shute, who comes to us from Great Britain. Our sole athlete from that country in the women's competition. So just getting ready for the line to tighten up as Jessie makes some last-moment adjustments to her glove and getting ready to go next. How soon she'll be leaving the dock is going to be answered by the next effort here from Dora Varga, a 12-meter approach. There's 8 skiers in this Series 2. There's 10 in Series 1. So let's see if Dora can set a good pace for the remaining skiers, at least in her series, before we move on into Series 1. There's 1. There's number 2, getting a little down course on 12 meters, but can still make up some lost ground. And unfortunately, that only extended as far as 3 buoys on 12 meters. 3 buoys on 12 meters for Dora Varga. Le score final pour Dora Varga, 3 buoys à 12 mètres l'accord. So 3 buoys on 12 meters. So that sets an early pace for this morning, and judging by the conditions out in the water, I would very much doubt that that score is going to hold as the lead for any significant amount of time. But she got a good start on number 1, and then looking pretty spicy round number 2 as she extends around number 3, but just gotten twisted over a little bit after number 3 and just couldn't really make a play on number 4. So 3 buoys on 12 meters for Dora Varga of Hungary. Next skier up is going to be Jessie Shute from Great Britain. But a good start to the morning's proceedings, halfway down 12 meters. just gotten a little bit crushed over a ski in towards number 4. So 3 buoys is all that is going to go her way on 12 meters. So our first skier up on the leaderboard, Dora Varga of Hungary, 3 on 12, as we see some sights and sounds of the area around the starting dock. And one of the next skiers to come is going to be Janina Meckler, and she should be coming up within the next few minutes after we've seen the performance from Jessie Shute, who is our next skier in the water. I would imagine she'll be going in on 14.25 meters. We'll get that confirmation in just a moment. Looks like she's, well, sounds like she's selected Bravo 2. Our chief judge, Virginie Sorti. And actually the setting for Jessie Shute is Alpha 2 instead of Bravo 2. Certainly a setting that's favored by a large majority of the skiers that ski behind this particular brand and model of boat, the Ski Nautique by Correctcraft. 14.25 meter start. A little untidy round number 5, but she has enough in hand to get the ski round number 6 and to make an effective play on the opening pass. So it's a 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters, and with that, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Miss Dora Varga, first skier on the water. 3 at 12. We were talking a little off camera. I know that you wanted a little bit more, but that's a good score to kind of get the ball rolling this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good score to start up the season because that's my first tournament of the season. But I'm definitely looking for some more because I'm looking to run 12 and do some decent scores on 11. I wasn't able to do it this morning, but tomorrow there is another round, so...
Well, and the wind's supposed to hold off and be nice for the rest of the weekend. But I thought you had a really good start there at your 12. Just kind of getting hung up there at 3. But it looked like, with that start, you're going to be able to get through that 12 pass next round.
Yeah, I thought so too. I didn't have very good gates on the first 2 passes, but I end up figuring out by 12. So now I know what to do. I just have to make it a reality.
Well, perfect. Well, we look forward to seeing you in the second round, and we'll let you get dried off and enjoy your day. We'll see you back tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, right now we'll send it back to you, Tony. Thank you.
All right, here we go. Coming in, Jessie Shute, second pass, 13 meters. Just trying to keep a good tight line through the entrance gates into number 1, and a little bit backwards there on number 2, but it's good to go for number 3. Just trying to maintain some decent rhythm and in her effort to make the second pass come together. Indeed, it is a 6 buoy count on 13 meters, 6 buoys on the 13 meters as she now gets set up for an opportunity to strike for the lead with a 12-meter run coming her way. That is Jessie Shute from Great Britain. So she gets ready for the next pass and getting ready on the starting dock. We got Janina Meckler and her husband there, Dane Meckler, and their young son there, Lucas. I'm sure there are other members of the family that are watching this webcast and taking in the views there as the rest of the Meckler family gets ready to send Janina off with her effort in the slalom event. She'll be our next skier to go, but let's see what Jessie Shute has in store for us on 12 meters. Now the boat's starting to roar in towards the slalom course. "12 meters for Jessie Shute. Nice stout start there off a number 1 into number 2. She's round number 3 and unfortunately unable to get much of anything going on around that particular turn. So after 2 competitors, Jessie Shute finds herself in second place right now behind Dora Varga. Dora Varga with 3 on 12, Jessie Shute with 2.5. We'll get to see this via the instant replay in just a moment as we have a look at the leaderboard. Jessie Shute with a 2.5 buoy total on 12 meters, and we'll take a look and see what happened here as she drives her way through towards buoy number 1, keeping a good tight line. Then number 2 got a little bit spicy for her as she got round that turn, and unfortunately she had way too much slack and didn't maintain full contact with the boat around buoy number 2, and that sent her late down course and was just unable to make up effectively for lost time with the mistake or 2 that she made around this buoy, which is buoy number 2. Brought the handle up a little high and just continued to ski, but unfortunately getting a little bit down course around buoy number 3. So all right there. So our next skier to go is going to be Janina Mekler from Germany. 14-meter start.
Thank you.
Not too sure what a 0 offsetting is going to be. Probably Alpha 2. But lowers herself into the water and gets ready to go. Our 3rd skier on this list, Janina Mekler. So our current leader is 3 on 12 meters. Dora Varga about ready to attack the course on the opening pass, 14.25 meters, the yellow loop. This is Janina Mekler. Very aggressive, very well executed that opening pass. Not only a tremendously talented slalomer, but also a highly capable overall competitor. That is Janina Mekler. And she's got a full slate of tournaments coming up as we send it on over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Miss Daniela Kretschmer. Been skiing pretty good this season. We missed you last weekend, but happy to have you here, this weekend here for the Monaco Waterski Cup.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be here. It's a very nice place. I love getting to ski pro. It's really fun, and I'm expecting to have a really good set. I want to run 38, so that's the plan.
And so I've been here practicing a little bit earlier this week. I know it's been a little windy, but skiing, been going good, huh?
Yeah, I've been skiing since Sunday, and it's been pretty nice. So yeah, a little bit windy, but conditions are great, so happy to be here.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting you out on the water. We'll let you get stretched and ready to go, but we'll see you in a little bit. And right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony. Thanks.
Thank you very much. As we continue to roll along, we're almost halfway down this list. We're on skier 3 out of 8. As we continue to rock our way through this slalom event. Janina Mekler on the water, pass number 2. Pass number 2 being 13 meters, the green loop. Entrance number 1, keeping the handle nicely positioned over the tip of her ski as she makes her turns, her onside turns on that side of the course. A good solid effort there for Janina Meckler. So looking in very good rhythm this morning as she gets ready to rock the 12-meter run. And as she continues on, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Jessie Shute. Just saw you get off the water, 2.5 at 12. So how did it feel out there at first round?
It felt good. I didn't ski great, but it felt good, and it's really cool to be here. It's my first pro event, so it's an experience, and another round tomorrow. So.
Yeah, and I mean, I know you were new to the Pro Tour. It's great to have you on the tour. You know, we have this huge stacked field, and you know, just as you ski a couple more rounds, you'll start getting more comfortable. So I thought you looked pretty good out there. I know you probably wanted a few more buoys, but you look great.
Thank you so much. No, it was good. It's good fun. It's so cool to be here. So thank you to everyone.
Well, perfect. Well, we'll let you go get dried off. Enjoy your afternoon, and right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. So Jessie Shute, we just heard from her there, and looks like we'll continue to see some progression here from Janina Meckler as she gets ready for the 12-meter line. So Janina Meckler, who we'll also see a little later on in the women's trick competition in the pro section of this event. There's number 1. There's number 2. Good aggressive skiing here from Janina Meckler. Getting a little deep off number 4, and as she gets around number 5 and around number 6, the first time we've seen a 12-meter pass perfectly executed so far in the women's slalom competition. 6 buoys on 12. And now getting ready for the ever tricky pass of 11.25 meters. Pass number 3 there for Janina Meckler, successfully run 12 meters, and she takes the lead as a result. So looking at the instant replay, we see a gorgeous number 1 here, and able to get deep into that turn off number 3, and still able to use her body, and still able to fully rotate around that number 4, keeping a good position off number 4 into number 5, and it's all rhythm, it's all timing from here. A pass that she's run on so many occasions before, and no exception here for Janina Meckler. We are on skier number 3 of 8 in this series 2 section of the event. We still got another series of 10 more skiers after we get done with this one, as we find out who will be the top 8 going through to the final round. There's number 1 at 11.25 meters. There's number 2. She's still there. She's still rocking this. She got round number 2 and managed to get a lot of the distance that she got a down course back underneath her in time for number 2. But unfortunately unable to make the necessary corrections round number 2 to still be in good shape for number 3. So it looks like it's going to be 2.5 at 11.25 meters. But it is a pretty solid lead, a 5.5 buoy lead on top of Dora Varga, who scored a 3 on 12. But let's have a look at this one more time. Good extension round number 1. Gone a little loose off number 1 and was kind of struggling right from the get-go, but got as far as number 3 and might have had a decent shot at number 4 and the remaining buoys of the course had she have not taken such a late approach into number 3. But it is what it is, and the score is 2.5 on 11.25 meters. Our new lead skier from Germany, Janina Meckler. Next skier to take to the water will be Ilana Bischoff-Berger from France. She is skier number 4, halfway down the list on Pro Women's Series 2. So there we see the remaining skiers on the running order for Series 2. As we see Ilana Bischoff-Berger getting ready to go, our 4th skier. And looks like she'll be coming into the course on 14.25 meters. All right, here we go. Ilana Bischoff-Berger, 14.25 meters. Working from one side to the next. Shouldn't have any troubles running this opening pass, and as she does, let's send it on over to Zane.
All right, I'm here with Miss Sadie Ferguson, off the river, back to France, and you know, how was skiing this week?
Yeah, look, it was definitely nice to get back onto a man-made lake and back to some really calm water. But yeah, no, I'm excited to be here in Monaco, and it's my first time, so it's looking good out there. Girls are skiing well.
Yeah, and I mean, and I thought you had a really good tournament last weekend. You know, looking strong and very consistent. You know, for conditions, and you know, I'm really excited to get you at a really nice lake with really good conditions and see, you know, what you got for us.
Yeah, I'm excited to get out there and see what we can do. It'll be fun.
Well, perfect. Well, we'll let you go get ready and get ready for your set, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
Thanks, Zane.
All right. Right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, and good to hear from Sadie. She's going to be halfway down the list in the Women's Series 1 when that takes to the water in the within about the next few minutes, I would say. The remaining skiers that we have to go in the Women's Series 2 feature Katerina Vrabkova, then Beatrice Yanni, then Daniela Kretzma, and Trinidad Espinal. But on the water right now on 13 meters, French skier on this list. We have Elena Bischoff-Berger. Not moving around too much on the turns. And still able to maintain some good solid rhythm, as she makes very light work of 13 meters, and 12 meters will come up next. 6 buoys for Elena Bischoff-Berger from France. Everything appearing to be running smoothly at this stage of the game. Nicholas there at the helm of the towboat. I'm not too sure what the wait time is on each end. It shouldn't be too long. It's around about a minute on each end, to allow the water to dissipate from the slalom course and give the skiers the best opportunity to throw down a decent scorer going forwards. Elena Bischoff-Berger getting ready for her next pass, which is going to be 12 meters. Every single one of our skiers has at least run through 13 and has at least gotten this far onto the 12-meter line. So here we go. This is now 12 meters. Current lead score is 2.5 on 11, which is the pass to come afterwards. Elena Bischoff-Berger getting ready to rock her way halfway down the course on 12 meters. Our sole French athlete on this list, but looking good. Elena Bischoff-Berger getting through 12 meters, making that pass look extraordinarily easy. And getting ready for 11.25 meters. That's coming right up. So looking in good rhythm and able to slice and dice her way down the pass of 12 meters. So no worries there for her. Bischoff-Berger. So let's see what she does on 11.25 meters. The opportunity has presented itself where she could quite possibly take the lead. And if she can continue her fine form that she's able to illustrate to us with the opening 2 or 3 passes, then we could see a joker in the pack here from Elena Bischoff-Berger from France. Let's see what kind of start she executes into number 1. Decent extension around buoy number 1, still maintaining a balance around buoy number 2. She's still there for number 3. A little bit of a slide down course. She's good to go around number 4. She's still there as she makes a play on number 5. She gets to the wake and loses ski in position as she gets around the backside of the boat's wake. So it looks like the score is going to be under review. So at the very least, from what I can see, it's a 4-buoy count, maybe as high as 4.5. But what we are trying to determine whether she has maintained skiing position long enough after buoy number 5 to warrant her getting the full count of a 5, or whether she would have to make do with a 4.5. We'll see with the instant replay coming up soon. But Elena Bischoff-Berger, no matter how it pales out, she's taken the lead at this point of the competition in Series 2 in the women's slalom pro division. Getting a decent start here and maintaining a good backarm pressure into going into buoy number 2. She's held on to that handle for quite a long time and allows the skier to maintain cross-course angle. And looks like the score is going to be 4 here. Looks like she didn't make enough of a play or a play full stop on buoy number 5. So it looks like we've got a score of 4 at 11.25 meters. So was inside buoy number 5 as a consequence of that score. So 4 at 11.25 meters. That puts her 1.5 buoys ahead of Janina Meckler. Those are your top 2 skiers ahead of Dora Varga in third with 3 at 12 meters. And fourth place after 4 skiers so far with 2.5 on 12 is Jessie Shute. Pretty hard and vicious fall there for Elena Bischoff-Berger. But she does have the lead with 4 and 11.25 minutes. Now, skier on the water, the current European Women's Slalom champion from 2025. This is Katarina Vrabkova, coming to us from the Czech Republic. And some good skiing there on the opening pass of 14.25 minutes. And let's check in with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Aleko Kiseoglu. How awesome is it to have this stacked 18 women in this women's series right here?
It's fantastic. I mean, it's a great event. I have to thank my son Alexis and Grégoire for putting it together. Hopefully we have a great day weather-wise, and it's just fantastic to have this crowd of skiers here.
Yeah, I mean, right now the conditions are perfect, and we've already seen some good skiing. I think we just had a 4 at 11. That's kind of the top score right now, and I was expecting the cut to be higher than that, like somewhere around that 2 at 10.75. I think that's it's going to be a pretty big cut this weekend.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're going to see some very big scores, and from the ladies and from the men. And I kind of agree with you. I think the cut will be there 2.5 at 10.75 for the ladies.
What do you think? We're going to have a fourth winner for the men, or are we going to have another repeat winner?
I think it's going to be a repeat winner. One of these guys that won it last time made it best win.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you so much for everything you've done for the tournament, and we'll look forward to some great skiing this weekend.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, here we go. Our skier on the water on pass number 2. This is Katerina Vrabkova. Katerina Vrabkova, I don't know whether she has been watching too much of the FIFA World Cup from yesterday, but will probably be a little bit disappointed that that Czechia, where she's from, came up short against South Korea to the tune of 2-1 last night, as that tournament gets underway in North America. But here we are with this tournament, the Waterski Cup here in Monaco. And Katerina Vrabkova, 2 passes to the good, 14.25 meters and 13 meters under a belt. So we got Katerina Vrabkova on the water as it stands, and we've got Bertritiani and from Italy, and Daniela Kretzmer and Trinidad Espinal, both of those competitors from Chile. And those last few competitors, they're pretty well decorated so far as titles between them. Bertritiani, who has gotten on the podium at least once or twice in the European Women's Slalom Championship, and Daniela Kretzmer and Trinidad Espinal have excelled in the junior and under 21 ranks in recent seasons, as they try to break out of those divisions and establish some credentials for themselves in the pro ranks here at the Monégasque Waterski Federation's home site in Roquebrune-Serre-Argent. Here we go, Katerina Vrabkova. As I mentioned, the current European Women's Slalom Champion, took that title last season in Steireglitz. Little bit of a long point into number 5, but she becomes the second skier the third skier to get through 12 meters, as she sets up for 11.25 meters. The current lead score is 4 at 11.25 meters from Elena Bischoff-Berger, our previous skier. Good, solid leverage off buoy number 1 as she guides that ski round on number 2. Keeping good width and a good line tension as she executes a near flawless turn on number 4 and is able to continue running her game. Round 5 and number 6 there on 12 meters. Now let's see if she is up to the task of maybe running this next pass at 11.25 meters. As we see a couple of the remaining skiers to go, the 2 Chilean competitors. Bertritiani, our next skier to go, followed by Daniela Kretzmer and Trinidad Espinal. Here we go, folks, coming on in. Katerina Vrabkova, 11.25 meters, barrels into buoy number 1, gets the start. Here's the next buoy, that's number 2. Here she comes, round number 3. She's still on top of her game here. She's round number 4. And that's going to be close there between a 3.5 and 4. We'll have to take a look and to determine whether she kept contact with the handle of number 3 on her approach towards number 5. That was that score of at least 3.5 on 11.25 meters. Could be as high as 4, but that is going to be a judge's decision as we look at the instant replay here for Katarina Vrabkova from Czechia. Getting a little bit crushed over into buoy number 2, but able to execute a good turn. Looks like we have a decision on the buoy count. It is a 4 buoys, so we have a 2-way tie for the lead between Elena Bischoff-Berger and Katarina Vrabkova. She had enough contact with the handle coming off number 4 and through the wakes before she let it go. And as such, she scores 4 total buoys on 11.25 meters. And that is the current tie for the lead between Elena Bischoff-Berger and the skier that you're watching on the screen with the instant replay, Katarina Vrabkova. Looks good up until about the halfway point in the course and just started pushing on the ski and doing way too much in the turn and losing angle as a result. So there we go. That is Katarina Vrabkova. Now, a skier that's been able to get through 11.25 meters on many previous occasions is on the water right now. Beatrice Ianni, who comes to us from the nation's capital of Roma in her native Italy. So looking good through the exit gates, 14.25 meters, and we'll send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Elena Bischoff-Berger. You're in the lead right now, 4-11. Look pretty good?
Yes, pretty good. I think it's just my warm-up of the weekend. It's okay, very nice ski, very good conditions. I'm very happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you back. I know we kind of missed you on the last end of the Pro Tour last year. I know you hurt your shoulder, but, you know, great first set back. There's one thing about you, they do not teach scrap. So that's one thing you kind of get into some holes where some skiers would stop and you'll keep skiing, and that's something that, you know, people at home could learn from.
Yes, nothing else, just it's very hard to come back here after my shoulders. 1 year without ski, so just so I didn't do Morocco because of that. I was a bit afraid, and I'm come back here.
Well, you look super strong. I was super happy to see you ski well and back on the tour, and I'm looking forward to seeing you ski tomorrow.
Yes, thank you. See you tomorrow.
All right, and right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, and Elena Bischoff-Berger currently in a 2-way tie with Katarina Vrabkova, both of them on 4 and 11.25 meters. And now as we see Nicholas steer that boat towards the course, about 30 meters directly behind her and off to the side now. This is Beatrice Ianni from Italy. Looking good here. Not bad. Not a bad effort there for Beatrice. She rocks her way through the opening 2 passes of 14 and 13, just getting into a good semblance of rhythm and keeping things nicely lined up for her going forwards. 12 meters coming up for Beatrice Ianni. Our penultimate skier in Pro Women's Series 2 is Daniela Kretsma, and is there on dockside getting ready to go. Daniela Kretsma there along with her brother Gustavo, who will be our first skier off the dock when we go into Series 2 in the men's competition. But we're still a long ways off from that. Still got one skier to go after Daniela Kretsma in the Pro Women's Series 2 competition. And for those of you that are just joining us from wherever you happen to be around the world, you are most certainly welcome. Of course, kudos to you if you're watching us live, but if you want to get a little bit of shut-eye and catch up on the action later, you can do that as we archive everything that we present live up on screen. And certainly many of our pro skiers take full advantage of that because they look back at their performances in retrospect with the instant replay giving us a forensic view of what's happening on the water as Beatrice Yanni becomes what is that now, the fourth person to get through 12 meters at least, and now sets herself up for a score potentially on 11.25 meters. Beatrice Yanni of Italy. So Beatrice Yanni, who is a designer by trade, and actually helps us at TWBC with our social media presence. So doing some work there, and a reminder that you can follow Waterski Broadcasting by going to that handle on Instagram. So fantastic skiing there for Beatrice. So Bear doing a good job there. So far, so good. 11.25 meters. It's a pass that she's run on a number of previous occasions, and would ideally need to do something along that range at least to put herself in contention for one of those final 8 spots for the last round final. Beatrice Yanni, there's buoy number 1, a little bit tail heavy on that turn, and on number 2 as well, and she's struggling here. And unfortunately, the line tightening up way too late for her to make her play to get a solid 3 buoy count. So looks like at the very most she's going to score 2.5 on 11.25 meters, which will tie her with Janina Meckler for a two-way tie of 3rd. That is the score for Beatrice Yanni. So not a bad effort there for Beatrice Yanni, but not off to the best of starts around number 1 or 2 at this early juncture. In the first round of slaloming for her, as the yellow boys go whizzing behind her. She got as far as getting the ski round number 3, but not enough to get the full buoy count. So 2.5 at 11.25 meters, the score for Beatrice Yanni. Now we come down to our final 2 competitors in Series 2. We're going to see Trinidad Espinal from Chile take to the water in a few minutes, but preceding her, also from Chile, is going to be Daniela Kretzmer. So here we go now. Daniela Kretzmer, 14.25 meters. So here we go. So Daniela Kretzmer doing a fine job with the opening pass of 14.25 meters. And with that, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Bea. We just saw you get off the water. 2.5 at 11. How did it feel out there?
Well, it felt great. It felt great, but I mean, of course, I'm not very happy about it. But I think I wasn't very confident on the water. I don't know why, because it feels really good. I just had to go for it. Probably I was more worrying where I was on the ski instead of just pool, actually. So yeah, it felt great. I hope tomorrow I'm gonna ski better.
Well, quit thinking so much, Bea. I think you get out there, you ski great, but hopefully we'll see a bigger score out of you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, so been joined here in the announcing point by Rob Hazelwood.
Vince is telling me off already. I've sat at this booth for 3 seconds, Tony, and I've already been told off, been baked in the sun.
And also sitting here in the announcing point is Nate Smith. So how you doing?
I'm all right. Starting to get used to the seat a little bit these few weeks, I guess.
Well, we hopefully get to see you back out on the water within about the next few weeks. We certainly appreciate you having you here as we continue right along. We got Daniela Kretsma. It's a 13-meter run.
Skied quite a bit with Danny in the past down there in Chile. A very, very, very strong skier, and also going to see her figuring some stuff out this year. I would love to see her poke a little score down there. She's more than capable of getting her way down this. Well, obviously the 32, but she's more than capable of making it way down the 38 off pass and seeing if she can get a couple. I mean, that would be something. Series 2, what are we, midway through? We near the end of Series 2, Tony?
Yeah, she is our penultimate skier in Series 2, so 7th skier out of 8.
Get a little couple at 39 to start the day on Series 2. That'll be a fun little start to the weekend. And yeah, she's more than capable, as is this woman here, Trini. She is also incredibly strong skier. These two have competed together since day one. They both trained down at Miranda's ski school down in Chile with Todi and Pipe, and yeah, they're very, very, very strong skiers. And I mean, Trini, I think, is a year younger than Danny, maybe a year or two younger, and she's been knocking on the door and they've been back-to-back pretty much every single tournament down there and the Moomba and all that sort of stuff. So these next two are some names that maybe you don't know yet, but you should probably get to know.
All right, you are. As we continue right along, we've got Daniela good to go with the first couple of passes, 14 and 13 meters, 12 meters. Nate, this is where things start getting a little bit more intense.
Yeah, I mean, it's the third pass of the set, right? So you have your first couple of passes to go, feel out the site, feel out the conditions. I know a lot of people have been here practicing this week, and there's been some up and down conditions, but unlike last week, look over our shoulder, and it is absolutely perfect out there today.
I was going to say, you find a complaint out here, then you didn't go to Morocco.
All right, there. Here we go. This is Daniela Kretsma, and this is 12 meters.
It's awesome to see her skiing so confidently. See that hook up out of 2. She's swinging this really, really early. And I think this 35 really sets the scene for the 38. How confident is she with those rotations? How confident is she with that swing? And in a little down course.
But nothing she couldn't make up.
No, and I think that's just a confidence builder. And she hasn't done a lot of pro tournaments. I mean, she had, I believe it was Moomba 2 years ago. She sort of, in some way, accidentally found herself top seed going into the finals. And that was a real entry into the pro scene, I think. And that's about her only experience with a pro final, I believe. So it'd be awesome to see how she does here.
But she is a former world champion in U17.
She is, but it's as also one of those yourself, Tony. It's pretty different when you get here. It's a different ball game when you're against the pros, and it's something different when you're top dog in a small world. But once you start entering those open tournaments, and you start seeing Jamie and Wade and Regina running deep down midway through 41, it's all of a sudden like, oof, I've got some work to do. So I'm excited for her. I hope she can get through this next 38 and we can really spice up the waters this weekend.
All right, then. So our best score, it's a two-way tie for the lead between Elena Bischoff-Berger and Katerina Vravkova. Let's see if that score is gonna see any major threats, courtesy of our two Chilean skiers. We're gonna see Trinidad in a few moments, but let's see if Daniela Kretsma can take some pop shots here. Daniela Kretsma from Santiago de Chile.
All right, let's see what she can get out of this one. A good start to this one. That's the sort of swing that we need. Gets inside out of 2, but looking early to get through this. Come on, Danny, keep it moving. She won't stop at this 4.
There's
I know
number
it. Come
4.
on.
I don't know whether she got that ski on the outside. So if it's 4, it's a 3-way tie for the lead. If it's a piece of that 5, then she establishes a new lead.
She was in a very solid spot there through that start, and she's always had a little bit of troubles on that onside comparatively. She's got a very, very strong offside. And she's been looking better this year and getting the shoulder drop, but the ski moving through really well. And then I think got a little scared, a little bit of movement in front of that 3 and just couldn't quite commit. What do you think there, Nate?
Yeah, I mean, just like what you said, going into 2, kind of had that shoulder drop at 2, but in a way it somewhat saved her. It made that ski bite hard, get a big turn out of it, probably surprised herself just a little bit. Got a little heavy and hard going to 3, lost a little space there coming into it, and just wasn't able to get the turn that she was looking for. But I'm sure a little bit in the back of her head she knows what that lead is, so you start getting a little bit safe there at that 3 ball. But yeah, this is that 2 ball you were kind of mentioning, kind of shoulder fell in heavy, but it, I think it worked out in her favor a little bit.
No, definitely, and it's a move that she's always kind of had, and almost we were in the same spot last weekend talking about Tigas, how he gets that inside shoulder a little bit low when he's looking for that sort of safety 2-4, and she has a very similar move, and she made an equipment change, I think at the start of the year, and she's always had quite a lopsided style, you would say, very strong on her offside, and that onside really saved her. And a bit of a similar situation here for Trini, but she seems to be doing a little bit better with it this year. And I think it's tough when you make big changes. You come in, and even when things are going better, those old habits can kind of haunt you in these big pressure situations. And I think that's maybe what we saw here. But
all right, here we go.
Trinidad Espinal, Trini, as she's known, going out of 14. I think it's going to be a lovely, smooth pass. Look at that offside. And again, something
nicely
here with
done.
Trini, offside is phenomenal. And we saw her at the LCQ this year. She obviously made the Masters, which is awesome. I mean, she 18 years old. I mean,
yeah, she podiumed last season in the U21 Worlds over in Calgary in Alberta, Canada.
I don't know if she's... I've known these two since they were like 12, so it's hard to track sort of what ages they're at. But I think she's 17, 18, 19 years old, and made LCQ in a dominant way in a run-off with Paige, and just got an awful start. A shocking 1-2, absolutely dug deep at 3, pulled all the way to 4, and made it look gritty and strong. And sort of the way that she does it, she does not quit, she does not fight. And it's very sort of Charlie Ross-esque once we get to the short lines. Her onside can trip her up, and her offside is just automatic. So excited to see that and see if she can pull one out for us today.
All right, there. So we were looking at that pass once again, and it looks like the opening pass wasn't 14.25 meters; it was 13. So, but then again, for a skier of Trinidad's level and 8, you would have expected to go in with that pass anyway. So.
Yeah, so it sounds like it was more of a mistake than us just not knowing the correct pass. It looks like they were sitting down there for a little bit. Maybe she did want that 14 pass, and they gave her the 13 instead. But, again, the conditions are so perfect out here. I don't see it really being too big of an issue for her.
All right, there. With that, let's see what she can do on 12 meters. Gets a glorious start on buoy number 1. Here she comes back on 12 meters. The first time that we've seen 12 meters attempted with pass number 2 so far, as our women's field is concerned, and there you go. She's butter on that pass. A 6 buoy count through the exit gates, and now gets ready for 11.25 meters there, Rob.
I mean, I think it shows that confidence that she's going to be taking into this year. I'm just trying to find the age, but yeah, 19 years of age, 2007. So she has a lot less experience than the majority of this entry list, and to go out at 32, it may seem simple for kind of us sat at home, but it's a big move when everyone's been going out at 28. There's been big scores. We're seeing a couple at 48. Sorry, my words not coming out this morning. A couple at 38 going down. It's a big score for her to aim and to be like, hey, I don't care about that. I'm going to go do my own thing, and I'm going to go smash a 32 off the dock. It's exciting. Shows confidence.
I mean, at that age for me, I can promise you I was not starting a line length shorter than what I was used to. And if they did that to me in a tournament, it would really confuse me, and I wouldn't know what to do in that situation at 17 years old.
No, definitely. And there's not really a reason. I think the wind maybe is a scotch of a head on this coming up pass, but very, very, very minimal. I don't think you could call it much of a benefit. So this must just be a bit of a personal call and been like, hey, I want to do this. I've been doing this in training. I've been committed to this from the start. I want to see what I can get. But let's see. This is going to be the first 11 meters, 38 off from this end. Let's see.
All right, here we go. This is Trinidad Espinal, 11.25 meters. Anything more than 4, that will give her the lead. There's a 3-way tie for that lead currently in existence on 4. Let's have a look and see what she does around number 3 and number 4. If she can get a piece of 5, she has the outright lead, and if she can run the pass, then it sets up a brilliant score going forwards as we continue to roll away towards Series 1. Our final skier in Series 2, Trinidad Espinal, has taken the lead with a 6-buoy count at 11.25 meters and continues to ski, Nate.
Yeah, Rob, I think, you mentioned that this might be a personal call, but I think they made an error. I think she started at 13, and they had the rope on 32 on the first pass. I think it was a mistake.
It was actually a judge's error. Okay.
Yeah, so it's very interesting to see this because it probably threw her off a little bit, but in the end, it almost works out better for her because she's kind of thinking about that. She's taking her mind off of some of the nervousness maybe. And
you just got to go at this point,
So it'll be interesting to see the interview afterwards, what she has to say, but I think that's what happened.
Oh, interesting. Okay. That completely changes the scenario. And I mean, it doesn't change the ski. No, she skied that phenomenally.
No, it's fantastic.
And I think if you're on that dark and you're looking at your kind of, I was just thinking about getting a 2 at 39 today.
Yeah.
You've just seen the way that she's struck that 38. You know that's going to go around 90% of the rounds this Euro Tour, whatever events that she does. So she's kind of proven herself to be a big name and again, making masters. She skied Swiss. I believe she made the finals at Swiss. Or she might have pulled up short. But she's starting to get a name out there, and she's starting to be like, hey, I'm here.
All right, then, as
we
continue to go along and we can start to crunch some numbers at this point. 10 skiers to go after her, and with 8 going through.
She's going to want to get a midway through this to put some pressure on these ladies to follow. Come on, can she get all the way to 2?
Yeah.
She gets round number 2, and just in time for the wakes.
That's a big full boy there, and I think we have a lot of lefties obviously coming up. That 1.5 sort of score is a very scary number. And she's just tied her season's best there with that too. So, and again, she has an offside. She can get out of that 1 in a much better scenario. And I believe her personal best is 3. I think she's been just inside of 4, maybe got across the 4 once or twice. So.
And that was a near perfect S-turn, right?
Yeah, I don't think there was much S-ing. There was a lot of holding. We'll go with that. It showed that she's strong, and that she is. They train hard down there in Chile. They have an awesome kind of countrywide program where they get the gym, they grind. They have some great examples in Todi and Pipe, and it really matters when you do that. But all right, let's see who Zane has.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Miss Daniela Kritschma. Saw you get 4 at 11. Tell everybody about the 11 pass.
Yeah, well, happy with my skiing. I had the start I wanted. 1, 2, 3 was perfect. Just gotta keep going, and so I'll do better tomorrow, hopefully. I'm happy with it, but of course I wanted more.
Well, I thought you looked good out there. I think you'll get through it tomorrow, and we'll let you get dried off and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then, as we continue to go right along, our next skier, our first skier out in Women's Series 1, Violeta Mosiolski from Argentina. Rounding off our representation from Latin America so far as the women's slalomers are going. So, let's crunch the numbers a little bit because Trinidad Espinal is now in the lead. We have 10 skiers to go. So if Trinidad Espinal's score of 2 at 11.2, 2 at 10.75 meters goes unchallenged for at least 2 skiers between now and the end, then Trinidad Espinal can find herself possibly through to the next round of the competition, or at least the final round of the competition, being one of the top 8 scorers. But it's early doors yet as we see Violeta Mosiolski and looking good on the opening pass, and as she does so, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Miss Trinidad. We just saw you get off the water. Off to a good start of the season. We saw you at the Masters, was our last tournament we saw you at, and now here, big score here at 10-7 to open up your campaign of the Monaco Waterski Cup.
Yeah, the conditions out there are really good. It felt like really easy skiing there. So yeah, I was a bit nervous. So it felt really good out there.
Yeah, and I saw you practice. We've had a lot of wind in practice this weekend, so definitely a lot different feeling than what we've been feeling the last couple of days.
Yeah, I didn't went to Monaco, so I arrived last week. So yeah, I have been skiing here at least a week here. So, yeah, the days before, it was like the conditions were tough. There was like a lot of wind. So, yeah, now it feels really easy. So, good luck to the other skiers that the conditions now are really good.
Well, perfect. Well, great skiing. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, and there we see some words from Trini there, and I'm excited to see what she has to give this year, and I'd love to know what other tournaments she's doing. Obviously, they're a long way from home, and it's not easy to find places to train out here, so I'm not sure how many of these events that they're doing, but she's going to be a big name, and I hope she manages to make it out into the US in the fall, and we see a little bit of her through that kind of fall section, but yeah, good skiing there from Trini.
Violetta Mosiolski from Argentina on the water right now, skiing number 1 in Series 1.
Yeah, and I mean, if someone's going to feel the benefit of these conditions, it's Vio. You know, she had some of the toughest conditions out of anyone both rounds last weekend, so she's going to be enjoying this flat water. I know they've had a busy week. They flew back from Rabat on Monday. They managed to fly into Stansted. They had their car parked up at Gosfield down in England, and I mean, I think they got there, drove down to the tunnel, got the tunnel across, and have driven their, maybe 12, 13-hour drive that it is down to here, and I think arrived yesterday. So they've had a busy week, and I'm sure that sort of relaxations actually can be good. You know, it's easy to over-ski, especially if she didn't have the weekend that she wanted to last weekend. I think it can take your mind off him, like, right, we've got to get that camper van here, and now they're going to be set for the whole Euro Tour and be able to take that camper van all around, and yeah, they've got a nice little trip planned.
So 12, 13-hour trip there from the United Kingdom. It's probably one of the longest trips that I've heard anyone take to go to a ski tournament, at least in Europe. But the TWBC van took the best part of 16 hours to get from Morocco to here. That's pretty heavyweight too.
Yeah, I saw your pictures you were posting. That looked pretty cool. It was a ferry that you took across the Strait of Gibraltar there?
Yes, indeed.
Look at you with your geography there, Nate. I'm very impressed.
I saw it out the window. I got a picture of it out the window flying over, actually.
I saw my eyelids at that point, I think.
Well, here's the thing. If he struggles with geography, being a pilot, then...
it's all maps now, Nate.
It's just it's autopilot.
Presses a button. Yeah, you wouldn't land where you wanted to if I was driving that plane, we can say that.
Yeah.
Driving the plane, I like it. All right, there, here we go.
You got to drive it off the tarmac, Tony. You got to drive then to get flying.
All right, then, here we go. 12 meters, Violetta Mosiolski. She went in on 14 and run that, and 13. This is 12 meters coming up, and looking in good shape here, Nate. Aside from that turn.
Getting in some trouble, and can she get it out of the 5? She does. Needs a big turn. Can she make it outside of 6? Just inside. How much of that's experience there, do you think, Nate? When things are going really well and you make that little bit at 3 and... almost shocked.
I mean, you have to, she's kind of in safety mode there, the second half of that pass, just knowing that she needs to run it, but needs to not, mess it up all at the same time. But, I did like how she was being patient. She wasn't trying to over-ski it. She was doing just enough work to get there, but just could not make up a turn when she needed to. We'll see on this replay a little bit. I think it was about 3 ball where things went sideways.
Yeah, she went a little topsy-turvy here. But that
start was great.
That one, phenomenal. Maybe it's a couple days not skiing. She's got you end a lot of time sat in that seat. Gets what she needs, and then that rope pulls her out of 3.
Yeah.
And it's a problem that I had a lot last year and at 3 ball, and seem to having it at 1 ball this year, which is a lot less fun. But when you get that really good swing through the start, you almost shut down into 3. There's sometimes a little bit of movement, especially when it's glassy. You just see a little bit of the movement of the lake. You stare down and you almost shy back. And it's probably the worst thing you can do in that scenario, as she's now learned. And because you think you've almost turned. You're like, oh, I've got it. And the tail just gets caught up. You get skin that little bit of loose line, and you end up with that sort of headache. But
I think it kind of looks like in her mind she feels that she's fast, especially into that 2-4. I mean, this is a heavy 3 ball here, but you can kind of see her coming into 2-4, really coming off the handle early, not driving outbound and sitting on the back of the ski just a little bit. So I do remember in the past skiing here, the lake is not crazy shallow, but it is not a deep lake, and the ski tends to sit high on the water a little bit. So you have that sensation of the ski riding higher, maybe a little bit faster. So you come off the handle a little bit earlier, which, in the end makes you be narrow. So
no, definitely, and that's the biggest challenge. And at Vio, I think this is the second year Vio's done pretty much every stop of this Euro Tour, and you learn a lot. You know, you go from lake to lake, you do this, you do that, you figure out what. Well, for me, I mean, you've done it obviously quite a bit longer than me and more successfully, but I always find it's not necessarily figuring out how the lake skis. For me, it's figuring out what mental things the lake throws at you, what view, where the lily pads are. Is there something that's, like you said, hey, it's shallow, I'm going to be quick, I'm going to come off the handle fast.
Yeah.
It can be a really mental approach, and going lake to lake to lake to lake with very little practice, to me, that's what you're trying to figure out, not...
All right, then. So we've seen one Raging Cajun women's slalom skier out in the water. Now we see the second of 3 in a row. This is Anne-Marie Wroblewski.
This is, and I think she's done school now, no? Is she not?
She's still got another year.
Oh, she's got another year. Looking good here at 14, and had probably a disappointing weekend last weekend. I know she wanted quite a bit more out of that, and it's a shame to see her go down early twice, really, last weekend. So I know she's going to want to put a big score out there, more than capable of getting kind of midway through that 39, and I'm ready to see someone compete for Trini's top spot at the minute.
All right, and that score of 2 at 39.5 off 10.75 meters is putting Trini in good stead for possibly making it through to the 8-skier final. And with that in mind, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Allie Nicholson. Getting ready to see get out there and rip it up on the water. How you feeling this morning?
Yeah, feeling good. Excited to be, back at a normal lake this week, and skiing, it looks like it's going well, so I'm excited to get out there.
What was the pre-ski meal?
This morning I had pancakes, a croissant with Nutella, and a cappuccino.
Nice. That sounds pretty French there, except for instead of croissant, it's croissant. And but yeah, looking forward to getting you out on the water, and we're see you here in a few skiers.
Yeah. Yep. So coming up, I'm excited. Get today going.
Perfect. Well, shout out Mom and Dad. We know they're up early at home, and right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
So what do you have for breakfast there, Rob?
And a croissant. I didn't have a croissant, but I had a croissant or pain au chocolat. I try and speak French. I'm pretty bad at it. And as Zane, that was a pretty good. That was a pretty good French accent that you had, Rob.
All right then, and as Anne-Marie Wroblewski attempts 30 meters. Looking good here.
Yeah, looking strong, and maybe a little
handle coming up a little high, but she's able to counteract the ill effects of that. But able to get through 30 meters, not a problem as she gets ready for 12. And Nate, what was your poison this morning?
Kind of the same thing. I made some eggs, bacon, had a couple of pancakes.
America.
What?
America.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically had his American breakfast.
Pretty much, yeah.
I would have done British, but we didn't have beans. So.
But the place we're staying at, you can cook your eggs on the griddle right in front of you. So
I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I'm jealous. I got an Airbnb. I get woken up to Will in his PJs making his eggs. So
as long as he makes you some.
No, not this morning.
Well, I had Weetabix and raisins.
Oh, Tony, that is vile. Raisins. Woof. It says a lot, Tony. That says a lot. Come on. All right, back to the water. So we see Anne-Marie there, looking a little bit shy. Would you say, just from the gate onwards?
A little bit. I think you come out of last week. You kind of have to erase last week, I think, over at the river. I mean, everything that you thought was going to happen was completely different. But you get in this hesitation mentality, and I think here you just got to come out and attack from the first pass.
Yeah, and you almost, your legs sort of forget what they need to do. That's what I found with the movement, and it was a fantastic tournament, but skiing was definitely a challenge, right? So now we've got to kind of switch that mode off and see what you can do here. 35 off should be a fairly routine pass for her, but again,
here she comes. Blue loop. Down course off number 1. Now she's really going to have to hustle here behind the boat and try and get a little bit more resistance to keep her on track, which she's done. There you go.
You know what it's like?
Rough start on number 1, but manages to get
like
it.
Watching Nauvoo,
yeah.
Stephen.
Yeah.
Like out of that one there, it's like you think like, oh no, she's gonna, and then it gets the one. Oh, that wasn't very good. Oh, 2 getting caught up. I'm like, oh, she's gonna get calm to 3, calm to 4, and it's impressive to just stay incredibly calm in that situation when things are going wrong. And I think she's a very she's not a turny skier, you could say, in general. I think she does a lot of her work behind the boat. But yeah, staying incredibly calm after 2 not fantastic turns there.
Well, she's got the height and the reach at the buoy, like you mentioned with Steven as well. You know, you kind of think he's going to come up narrow, and he just reaches that arm out another couple feet, and next thing you know, he's back in it. But yeah, like that turn there at 4 ball, like this is 35. I mean, if she's one to get into 39, 35 should be a pass that, hey, let's attack. Let's be aggressive. Let's turn on the backside of these buoys and not 30 feet down course right now.
Yeah, and that's where that tricky balance seems to be. She hasn't seemed to have quite woken up those senses yet. You know, she's still just a little bit asleep maybe and nervous, and we want to see her. And sometimes it can be that big relief when you get to that pass that you know that you can that you need 100% to run.
Yeah.
You can sort of shake off that sleep and go, all right, now there's no need to be nervous here. We can commit, we can move, and if something goes wrong, hey, it's one of my hardest passes, but I'm glad I committed doing it. So
sure.
Let's see if she can kind of get some swing rock in here, and looking at a nice strong gate pull out, looking like she carries some good speed there. Maybe slowing down through the backside, but that's okay. Loose line out of 1. Are we going to see the 2 that she got in the pass before? Good start. She resets the swing well through that pass. Hooks up well out of 3. Big move through 4. Can she make it across to 5? Oh, and I think that's
just inside. Yeah.
That is a pretty much carbon copy of Danny Kutchmer there.
Yeah.
Looking good. Gets the 3 that she needed really to run it, and getting stood up at that 4, and I think that's a confirmed 4 we heard, and that puts officially Trini into the top 8. Right, it's not the final yet.
Yep.
We have a full another round to go tomorrow, but she's going to be enjoying her pain au chocolat tomorrow morning just a little more than the others.
Yeah, indeed.
But I mean, again, we talked about this quite a bit last year, Nate. When we see these. I mean, we're in Series 1 now, but when we see these sort of early runners, this all sets, to me, the rest of the tournament.
100%.
This sets the mind of the Ali Garcia, who's up next, of all these people that are kind of, they know they can get midway through the 39 and are looking to run it. All of a sudden, 4 at 38 becomes just like, ooh, hey, there's a bit of a build-up here. And hopefully we see these next couple ladies kind of smoke through it and get some scores on 39, but it'll be interesting to see how these next women take on that challenge. And
yeah, I mean, I think you're going for 2 at 39.
Yeah.
You're right. You want to get that full 2. Anything beyond that's bonus right now. But you know, just kind of thinking about, you have 2 rounds, 2 equal rounds to try and qualify for the finals. Mm-hmm. Do you attack now? Do you go for 2? Do you try and kill it? You know, with the chance of going down early. What do you think? You trying to kill it on the first round, or do you try and do just enough to get there?
It's tricky, and I think it changes as you go through the seedings. I think here we have Ali Garcia up next. I believe this should be a 32 start. Yes.
Yeah, it is indeed.
You start seeing varying levels of experience, right? Ali's been in more finals than you would say Trini's even tournaments she's competed in, right? She's a very competitive skier and used to making these finals. So you would hope she's not going to stop up at that 4 at 38 in the first round. You would hope she's going to kind of look at that 2 ball and be like, hey, I know I can do this again if I get here. I'm gonna turn. I'm gonna commit. But that 2 ball can be a scary place. So either way, let's see what Zane has to say, and see you in a second.
Indeed.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Miss Anne-Marie Rabowski, joining the log jam 4 at 11. How are conditions out there?
Oh, the conditions are beautiful. So much better than last week. Like perfectly calm, no wind, just everything's great.
So, kind of talk us through your 11. Looked like you got a pretty decent start. I thought you were going to get through it.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely making it happen. It was not the prettiest nor the most perfect. I was just telling myself, just get through it. You can do this.
Well, still a pretty big score. You know, that's a big tie for second right now. So we'll have to see how that shapes up going into tomorrow's second round and for the finals. But look forward to getting you out on the water tomorrow.
Yeah, perfect. Hopefully I can make it happen tomorrow.
Perfect. And right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then continuing right along as Ali Garcia gets through the opening pass of 30 meters, and you're going to see a big change up here going forwards, because whereas most of the skiers elected to go on 14, 30 meters is the preferable start.
Yeah, you're starting to really get into the experienced end of this list, and we see Ali here. This should be a fairly routine pass for her. She's had some injury troubles this past week or so it's good to see her looking committed and balanced and strong. And you see here, there's just that notch up in intensity in the right places, you know, really attacking that first wake and creating so much space that there's not really a world where things get behind or uncomfortable there, you know.
You know, I think Allie Nicholson said that Allie Garcia may have had a little bit of food poisoning yesterday, too. So she might be dealing a little bit with that. But, you know, sometimes it's not a terrible thing. I skied a Masters, won a Masters with food poisoning. Will Asher came out here, ran 5.5 at 41 and won, was it 2 years ago with food poisoning? You know, he was
but it's
just
not
barely making it to the dock.
But it's not something we recommend.
No, not at all. But sometimes it works out in your favor somehow, you know, because I think your mind is so many other places. Yeah.
And I think when the skiing's going well, obviously no one wants an injury, right? But when skiing's been going well and you know that you can go out there and do it, it can sometimes just stop you from overtraining, stop you from overthinking, and just essentially let your hard work show on the water. And hopefully that's what we're going to see here with Ali. And yeah, I think she ruptured her eardrum in Morocco. I know hurt her shoulder a little bit, but I don't think there's anything
that's something
damaged.
We just saw there. She made her way through the exit gates, reaching down for a binding. I don't know whether she.
No, everyone has different habits with the bindings. You know, some people leave them, I unclip them at the end, and it's not something we usually see. I don't know if that's showing a little bit of pain there or not, but let's see what she can put up here. 38 off. If she gets through this, she's going to be in a much better situation. Let's see what she can do. Gets good swing on that gate. Lovely speed.
Oh,
what
nice
a start there to that one. And this is the big turn out here at 2. Swinging incredibly early through this pass. Come on, Ali. Keep that intensity
number
up.
3. Little on the back of the ski on 4 and off 5 and gets around number 6. Nicely done there for Ali Garcia.
Phenomenal. And that 4
was 11.
You cut 4 out of it. That's the most beautiful 38 we've seen in the last couple of weeks, right? That was phenomenal skiing there.
But I think she came out attacking from the very, very first pass. I saw it from the first gate turn in. She's the first skier in a couple that I've seen get up, get wide, get free on that boat, and just turn in without loading the boat on the gate. And she's kept that up all the way through this 38 off pass. And really kind of the first skier to say, hey, I'm going to come out here, I'm going to attack and get after it right now. So the interesting thing coming up here at 39, she wants a full 2. It's an offside turn. However, her offside seems to be better than the onside most times. So
yeah, and this is where the mental kind of challenges come in, and I think that this really kind of shows that switch of experience that we've just seen. You know, Ali is a career skier. You know, she's obviously in law school, but she does pretty much every tournament that's on the calendar versus say Anne-Marie, who maybe has to miss a couple here and there and doesn't quite do them all. So we're starting to see the experience shine and know that, hey, I'm much better overdoing than underdoing here. If I create more swing, more space, more drive, trust that the moves are then going to fall into place, things start to line up a little bit better, and you really saw that there.
All right, so as we continue right along, Nicholas at the helm of that towboat, getting ready to bring in Ali Garcia for 10.75 meters. She can take the outright lead if she can get past number 2 and make a break on the third buoy on this pass. Let's see what she's got. Rolls the ski in. Good extension on number 1.
Good
nicely
start.
done.
Come on, Ali. Commit. Oh.
Round number 2. She skis for the wakes, and it's a 2-way tie for the lead between herself and Trinidad Espinal with 2 at 10.75 meters. 2 at 10.75 meters.
That's the first gate I saw her get just a little bit slow there at the top on that turn, and you could see just speed dying just a little bit, but I think she could have turned 2 ball.
Oh, definitely. You see that ripple of wind just coming up, and we feel it in our backs now. And I again, coming from me, this is pot kettle black coming here from me, but she could have turned that, and I think with a little bit of commitment, I basically think she decided on that too.
Yep,
you know,
I agree.
Unless she had an absolutely sublime one, I think that was a premeditated decision. And again, she's been through a lot in these past week or so, and I think she's like, hey, I get my 2, you know, I'm in the mix. I'm probably going to make the final with that. If not, need a backup score. I'm happy with that.
But it does mean that her destiny is hers to control going forwards.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this is technically it's everyone's destiny, right? What stops Anne-Marie going out next round and getting a 3, and now all of a sudden Ali's no longer in control, and that's the tricky bit with this 2-round stuff. I get it at 3, right? That's 3 at 41 for the men's side of things. It's like, hey, you get a 3 nowadays. Oh yeah, you can relax, but really it doesn't take that much for a couple more 3s to rock off, and all of a sudden you're no longer in control and in trouble. And I think that's maybe the next step for Ali. And again, I think I can say this because I think it's the same thing for me. The next step for Ali is starting to commit to a little bit more on those 2s and getting herself more down that pass in this first round so she can truly relax and truly sort of control that destiny.
All right.
Yep. No, you're good.
From one alley to another, this is 13 meters or 32 off the standard 75-foot line. This is Ali Nicholson.
Looking strong and had a disappointing weekend last week. Obviously, she won the first edition of the Monaco Cup, right? So she knows she could ski down there and just came away and essentially had 2 nightmarish rounds. And the third did okay, got a 2 at 38, but just didn't hold up at all with some fantastic skiing after her. And I think that really sort of rocked her confidence a little bit. So this is going to show her experience and show a little bit more of that confidence level, and hopefully she can really switch it on today and see what she can put down. But let's send it down to Zane and see who he's got.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Ali Garcia, 2 at 39. 11 looked really, really good. So how did it feel out there?
Yeah, I'm really happy with that. I had a bit of a rough week. I didn't actually ever run 11 that direction, so I was a little like, okay, I haven't seen it yet, but it's fine. Same 6 buoys as everywhere else, so I'm happy. I'm really happy with it, honestly. It's nice to get out and just do what I know how to do.
Yeah, and I mean, the wind's been tricky. It's been blowing from this end down there, so the 11 going that way has been kind of tough. But you stomped it, looked really good, so great job.
Thanks, yeah, it's nice to shake the nerves out. It feels so nice out there, so it's just fun to ski.
Well, perfect. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. I think maybe we'll even get an even better score. I got a little more confidence behind you, so we'll catch you tomorrow.
Yeah, I need to not S-turn too.
Well, perfect. Well, right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So as we're listening on Ali Garcia with that interview with Zane Nicholson, let's have a look and see what his sis is doing on the water. 12 meters return foot pass.
Looking strong here, looking dialed, and awesome to see her committing. You know, we're really seeing that kind of step up in experience here. Like I said, with Ali and
it's 6.
And just skiing that really well. And it's interesting, you really saw that when you go back to Trini. You know, she's very young, but she showed that similar sort of aggression, intensity on these early passes. And I think that really sort of plays justice into your hands when you can create that extra space and make these early passes free. You know, it's easy to ski these early passes straight at the buoy. And it's something that I was told a lot as a kid, and I think it came all the way back from Apple, really. It's you run your first pass like it's the last. You know, if you're running that first pass safe and to the buoy and easy, yes, you have maybe a smidge less chance of falling in some aspect, but you're taking kind of fate into the ski. Whereas when you ski these early passes, look at that commitment, whitewash to whitewash, you know, really creating that drive and that swing. And we see that attack here again out of 2. There's no easiness here. You know, this is max intensity, this is max swing, and yes, calm off the handle, calm in the rotations. But I see it a lot at the ski school. You see a lot of people thinking, oh, I need a turn, I need this, I need that. And you go watch this pass from Ali and be like, hey, the ski's doing sort of what it's meant to at the turn. It's not doing that much. It's doing a lot because it's on the path that it needed to be on. It's creating space. It's creating swing, which then wants that ski to rock back in. So,
all right.
How skiing is done is what I'm trying to say there with Ali Nicholson. So this is going to be a big pass for her. You know, she got a little mentally rocked last week. So let's see. She gets through this.
Here she
nice
comes.
And smooth. She's going to build some confidence. Needs good speed on this gate. Wind is up, and I think a little bit of a head breeze. So let's see if she can get that gate right. Seems to. Gets a good enough one. Good.
Looking good on number 2.
Wing out of 2.
For number 3, keeping her aggressiveness up here. Letting the ski roll round naturally on number 4 for 5, and number 6, and another skier that's run through 11.25 meters, and by default that should put her in a very, very good position in respect to making it to the 8 skier final round. But we'll see how she fares with 10.75 meters coming up next.
You got to think last year, Tony, we had probably half the skiers. Oh, get under review, not something we ever want to see there. But we had about probably half the skiers, I think. I think there was maybe 10, 11, 12 skiers last year. We've got 18 this year. And I believe 2 just made it in. I believe there was backups involved and all sorts of stuff. So even though we saw a couple trip-ups early from some of these Series 2 skiers, it was a lot of their first tournaments of the year. So I don't know if a 2's going to be safe tomorrow. And I think it's definitely going to take a backup. So I think... I'm hoping from Ali here we see her commit to this start, and I would love to see her get a ski outside of that 3-ball.
All right there, so an approved gate, so no worries there for Ali Nicholson as we see our first shot on dockside of Sadie Ferguson. Then that puts us about halfway down the list at skier number 5, and then we have Kennedy Hansen, Alicia Bagnoli, Elizabeth Montavon, Neely Ross, and our defending champion, Jamie Bull. So here we go. Rocking that Syndicate slalom ski. This now is Ali Nicholson. Good start on number 1. Good aggressive path round buoy number 2. And it's going to be 2. So there's a multiple way tie now for the lead at 2 at 10.75 meters. And that exists between the 2 Alis and Trinidad. Ali Nicholson, Ali Garcia, and Trinidad Espinal all on 2 at 10.75 meters, which should be enough to see them through to the final round of 8 skiers. But there's a lot of competitive action to come. A lot of water to go underneath the bridge from here on out. She gets round number 1 and just barely able to make that ski go round number 2 at the first third of the course. But 2 at 10.75 meters. It's a decent enough score, and we'll see what the rest of the field can do by way of a response. So not a bad effort there from Ali Nicholson. So now, our next competitor up, coming to us originally from Roma in Queensland, Australia. This is our next skier, Sadie Ferguson. A 13-meter start will be her choice. And you can win a ski of your choice by entering the Waterski Broadcasting.com audience prize. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to enter to win yourself a slalom ski courtesy of D3 and Syndicate. And there you go. Sadie Ferguson, aggressive start there at 32 off or 30 meters. You're going to probably find more often than not that 13 meters is the desired line length for our competitors going forward, as a few of our skiers continue to prepare themselves for the action ahead. With that, let's send it to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Nikki Adamson. I'm getting ready to see you go out there and rip it in the men's event here when the women finish up. But scores are looking pretty nice for the ladies here.
Yeah, no, the scores are looking great. The lake looks amazing. Like the last day's practice were a bit rough. It was a bit windy. Yesterday got a lot better in the morning, so I took advantage of that and skied a little better. The previous practice sets were not that great, so we'll see how it goes in tournament today. Yesterday was a good final practice, so we'll see.
Well, you've been skiing good the last couple seasons, and maybe we see an Austrian record go down today?
I don't know. Yeah, this place is special. Like, I've skied great the last years, so this is the place to do. Like, I was looking around the calendar, and I was like, okay, Monaco is the one. So I was really looking forward to this event, and I still am, and maybe today's the day. We'll see. Or tomorrow.
Well, perfect. Well, we'll let you go get ready. Good luck. We're looking forward to seeing you on the water. And right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, pass number 2 coming along very rapidly for Sadie Ferguson, who's currently skiing over in France during the summer over in Burek. Or a little bit late off number 4, but still able to slice and dice her way through that pass. A little bit rough around the edges, but Sadie Ferguson able to put on the pressure when it counted.
Yeah, she's such a strong skier, and you know, that 35 there was probably more challenging than any pass I saw her run on the river last weekend, which is a little bit surprising. You know, maybe she's missing some of that current or wind or bumps. But, you know, she's a strong skier. She's a fighter. And, you know, this is 35. She's looking to run 38.
So here we go. Sadie Ferguson getting a little bit loose in places towards the end of pass number 2, but still able to get the ski round all 6 buoys. That was at 35 off or 12 meters. So we see a few of our male skiers getting ready to go within the next few minutes, I would say. Gustava Kretzmer would be our first skier off the dock in the men's Series 2 slalom round 1. All right, Sadie Ferguson. What has she got here? Opening pass. Actually, pass number 3, I would say, 11.25 meters. Entrance round number 1. There's 2. There's number 3. She's still on top of the water on 11.25 meters. She gets round number 4 and just in time for the boat guides. That should give her at least 4 at 11.25 meters and puts her into a multiple-way tie, a 5-way tie for third place right now, which exists between Elena Bischoff-Berger, Katerina Vrabkova, Daniela Kretzmer, Anne-Marie Wroblewski, and now Sadie Ferguson all tie on 4.
What do you think here, Tony? I mean, I thought the gate wasn't too bad. Just a lot of loose line out of 1. Really struggling turning this 2-4 side. Just lots of ski out of the water, a lot of loose line, working her way down course at every single buoy, just fighting for every inch here.
Yep, certainly didn't make it easy on herself by any stretch of the imagination, but she at least gets 4 and keeps her in contention for one of those valuable spots going through to the third and last round final, which will contain 8 skiers. Now, some number crunching here will show that we have a 3-way tie for the lead between Trinidad Espinal, Ali Garcia, and Ali Nicholson, and then there is a 4-way tie for 4th place at the moment. So all to play for here.
Yeah, so I think now we're going to see a little bit of that skiing for, you know, as we get down this list, these top few girls, of course, they're going to want to go deeper and, you know, further down 39 and take that lead, secure themselves that spot. But they're also going to think a little bit about that backup score. You know, say, hey, let me at least get a solid backup score. The scores are starting to rise a little bit. And then tomorrow come out, attack, and try to, you know, put that higher score up there and get in.
All right, here we go. We've got 5 skiers remaining. 5 skiers are remaining on this list. The first of those 5 is going to be Kennedy Hansen from the United States. Now, here's a skier who's seen her stock rise significantly over the last couple of seasons, competing in 2 events last weekend in Morocco, but has seen significant improvement in this slalom event as she works her way around all 6 buoys. One would surmise on 13 meters her opening pass.
Yeah, and you mentioned she, competes in 2 events last weekend, but she's also, in a normal day as an overall skier. And, I know how much time it takes as a single eventer, so the amount of time it takes for 3 events to put that time in is just incredible. But in the meantime, we'll send it over and see what Zane has to say.
Indeed.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Allie Nicholson, 2 at 39, so tied for the lead. How do you think that's going to stack up for tomorrow?
I mean, I think I will have an okay spot for tomorrow. Honestly, I wish we were skiing again today. It felt really good out there. I thought it felt way better than my practice rides. So that is optimistic looking up for me for tomorrow. But, we have 2 rounds tomorrow. So, we'll see how it goes tomorrow. We have 1 round to kind of fill it out in the morning, and then 1 round that is the finals, that is, make it or break it.
Well, good. Well, great to see you get another big score. It's kind of a little more fun to talk to you when you got a smile on your face after you ski. So, good job there, and we'll look forward to seeing you on the water tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun to be interviewed when you're a little bit happier with your skiing. So last week was rough, but, it's looking up. So hopefully we continue this trajectory up and up this weekend.
Well, I'm expecting a big score out of you tomorrow, and hopefully we'll see you into the finals.
Perfect. Thanks, Zane.
All right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. As we look out towards the this venue here, the home site of the Monaco Waterski Federation. Here we go. This is Kennedy Hansen. This is 12 meters. Skier who normally resides in the northern Florida Panhandle, specifically in Milton, and has recently been studying at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, and a lot of representation from that school right here on this list. At least 5 skiers can claim participation on the Raging Cajun ski team, and one of them is on the water right now, Kennedy Hansen, and looking good on 13 and indeed 12 here as Nate.
Yeah, just looking at the start there a little bit, kind of a little tip high, loose line out of 1, really digging in deep there at that 2 ball. I know we sound like a broken record talking about these first couple passes being easy passes. They're not by any means, but it's also kind of a way to feel the conditions out, feel out, what's going on with the boat or the wind or any, changes in the lake out there. But, you get out those exit gates, you come back in, it's a complete reset. So, really no troubles there at that pass for her.
All right, the boat waiting for the beep from the zero off system. There is 60 seconds of wait time at each end of the course as we transition from one pass to the next. She's gone through 13 and 12. 11.25 meters presents itself next. It's the purple loop. Getting through on buoy number 1. Oh, getting a little bit loose on 2. Now she's having to back up and punt a little bit here and gets round that number 2, but I don't think she gets outside number 3. And that could present 1 or 2 problems there for Kennedy Hansen moving forwards.
Well, I think that, assuming she didn't get around
3.
That 3 ball there, it's hard to see here, but it sounds like a confirmed score of 2. So basically what that does for her on that next round tomorrow is you got to come out swinging, because I think we're going to see that 2 at 39 kind of be that spot to beat right now. However, you like the number crunching, so we're going to be getting
Crunching
into those
some numbers.
4s now, right?
Yeah, that would essentially put all the 4s at 11.25 meters into the mix. We'll double check against the rules to determine whether if in the so by that virtue, her score of 2 at 11.25 meters is effectively at this early stage of the game puts the 4s potentially in a logjam in terms of making it through to the final. Those that have the 4 are Elena Bischoff-Berger, Sadie Ferguson, Daniela Kretzmer, Katerina Vrabkova, and Anne-Marie Robleski. So you're absolutely right, Nate. I mean, tomorrow, Kennedy Hansen, I mean, she's got to have to go out there and just start laying haymakers.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to know what some of these scores are from the last few girls. But, yeah, I mean, tomorrow's the set to say, hey, I got to do it all or nothing, basically. So there's no being hesitant. There's no being scared of it. You got to come out and attack from the very first pass. But we have 4 girls left. Next one being Alice. You know, we saw what she did on the river last weekend, and you know what she did at the Swiss tournament a few weeks ago as well. So I think she's going to be right there in the mix.
All right, let's see what our skier from Milano can do. Alice Bagnoli. Boat speed accelerating up to 55k. It's a 14.25 meter start though, so taking advantage of the.
Whoa, a little shaky there at 1.
So there we go. There's 1 and 2 and number 3. A little bit rocky on that first buoy, but managing to settle things down and continue to work our way through the opening pass. That is Alice Bagnoli.
And you know, you mentioned the 14.25 start there, but that's pretty normal. That's something that she does on a daily basis from what I've seen. So having the ability to do that, not having to deal with should I take the current this way or that way like they did last weekend. You know, we're here at a perfect ski lake, so just like she does back at, you know, where she trains at Swiss, go out and do what you do every day. Have that confidence behind you. Go out and say, hey, this is my set to do my part. And if I do my part, then I'm most likely going to be in the final.
All right, so that was Alice and getting ready for 32 off. Now the wind is starting to pick up a little bit here.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's any head-tail to it or just a little bit of a crosswind. I mean, there's a little texture on the water, but the wind seems to be coming straight at our backs, and we're sitting perpendicular to the course. So,
well, when the Mistral starts making its presence here, then it could come from all directions.
Yeah, very true.
Coming to you live from the Côte d'Azur in the French Riviera. This is Alice Bagnoli skiing here at the Monégasque Waterski Federation's home site, just outside Roquebrune Saint-Jean, the host venue of the 1995 World Waterski Championships.
I was 4 years old.
You were?
At 95, 4 years old, yep. That was a nice pass by Alice. That was a much better start there. We're not so shaky there at the 1 ball. More like what you usually see from her.
All right, and as Alice Bagnoli pulls out to shorten for pass number 3, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Kenna Hansen. Thought you were looking really good out there. I know 2 at 11 is not the score you're looking for, but I thought, you know, the start of the set looked really nice.
Yeah, no, it felt great out there. Just kind of paused going into 2 and then didn't really have the rope. So going to watch the video and hopefully do better for next round.
Well, you've been skiing really good this season. Last weekend I was super impressed with how you were skiing, and your slalom's been looking really good, along with your trick. I mean, we know you're a great overall skier, but your slalom has been looking phenomenal lately.
Yeah, thank you. Apparently I ski better on the river, but hopefully next round we'll change that. And yeah, I'm excited for tricks. It will be fun.
Yeah, and so I'm excited to see you back on the water here in a little bit. Looking forward to it. I know you've been tricking really, really well, so looking forward to getting out there twice today.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much.
You know, they always send it to you, Tony, but they forget about me and Rob sitting here sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
I know, you're always here.
Yeah. Okay, so as we continue on with Alice coming into the course, 12 meters. Let's send it over to you, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, just another really great gate coming in here. Tight line off the 1 ball, you know, swinging over to 2. Still dropping that shoulder and just feels a little bit unsure out at the buoy line. I'm not sure, just getting used to the water versus being over at the river. It seems a little bit more aggressive for a 35 than I'm used to seeing Alice. I know she's such a strong skier, but it just seems like she doesn't quite have the I don't want to say the balance at the buoy, but it's like she kind of gets into the front of that ski and it bites really hard. She says, okay, well, the next one I'm going to sit back just a little bit, and doesn't quite get the turn she's looking for. So, again, it's a 35 off pass. She's got to come back, run this 38. I don't think that wind's playing a factor. It looks to pretty much laid down from, when you made that comment just a little bit ago. But watching this replay here, I mean, start seemed to be just fine. I think it was 3-ball where she got in maybe it was out the back, somewhere maybe at 4.
And I kind of see it a little bit in the opposing direction here because,
Okay.
I mean, she seems to be a lot more confident in taking those vicious loads at the end of each turn. You know, it may not look at all smooth or easy, but she continues to develop her confidence in being able to, go that little bit harder at the end of the turn if it keeps her ahead of the course.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. I think she's more confident in taking those, knowing that she can. When you have that tip out of the water and you don't get the turn you're after, that's what puts you down course. But if she can bite the backside of that buoy, take that hit, she knows she has the strength to make that work.
Didn't ski all that much last season due to an off-season training injury that she sustained at the
nice one.
But here she comes, though. Look at this, 11.25 meters. Keeping it going, Alicia Bagnoli. Oh, wow. She was just so close to making a really, really huge impact. However, with 4.5 on 11.25 meters, it keeps her in the mix.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as frustrating as that can be, because she had her eyes at the end of the course there. I mean, that was a pass that I didn't think she was going to miss. But getting that extra half buoy, I think, is going to be a big deal for moving into that next
That puts her in
round.
outright fourth.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, she had a great gate there. She was wide, had the speed on the turn in, swung over to one nice. But like you mentioned, getting in deep at these turns, she just knows she can hold on to it.
But looking good for the first 2/3 of the way down the course, especially round this number 4. She got the ski round, and I don't know what she did on number 5 here, but the ski just came round and bit off a little bit more than she was prepared to handle, and she knows more than anyone else that she was that close to running that pass and may have had the opportunity to put herself among the top spots on 10.75 meters. But as it stands right now, Alicia Bagnoli is in outright fourth with 4.5 at 11. As we continue down the bottom end of this list with Elizabeth Montavon, 13-meter start.
We've seen Elizabeth the last couple of tournaments. I mean, especially last weekend. Running that 38 in the finals, getting herself that third place. I mean, she's been so excited this whole trip. I think she met a lot of her goals that she had, and last weekend to do what she did. I think everything now is, you want to continue to compete, you want to continue to win, but she's just kind of playing with house money. It's all bonus points for her from this point on.
And really stacks up well at the tail end of a 1-3 side turn, and she skis very, very methodically, and it works for her. She's found a ski that can actually complement what she's trying to achieve out there.
Yeah, I mean, I've never ridden that ski. Yes, it's a D3, and I support the heck out of it, but I've actually never ridden the ski. But I think it's very different than something that myself rides or Charlie Ross rides. But it does work for her. She has that tendency to kind of sit towards the back a little bit, and that's just where she's comfortable, and it allows it to, move around the backside of that turn, and she's such a strong skier across course as well.
All right, and as we see Alicia Bagnoli walk her way down towards the dock, we're about to bring on Elizabeth Montavon, who comes to us from the southeast corner of the great state of Florida.
Sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah, where'd you go?
I got Chad in. I got Chad in. Classic waterski tournament, but no, fun watching.
It's called reconnaissance.
It's called reconnaissance. No, I was just chatting.
Yeah,
chatting it up. All right, we see Elizabeth. I was down there on the dock watching Liche. Man, I thought she was going to smoke that thing again. But Elizabeth looking good. I've been sort of around. We've ended up.
Oh no! And the tip of the ski making contact with the line, and that throws her into the water way earlier than we anticipated for.
Well, I was just about to say we ended up sort of practicing similar times, and I think she's been skiing well, but having a couple headaches here and there, and I think that might have been a headache kind of coming back, and you see Neely there getting caught out, not ready. This is always my nightmare.
Yeah,
this is always when you don't in the situation you don't want to be, but. Man, that's tough for Elizabeth, and coming off an awesome event last week, she's going to sort of be the horrible feeling of plummeted back down to earth.
Well, sometimes you need that, right? I mean,
sometimes. She looked good, eh?
I'm not sure. It almost like the tip caught the rope at 3.
Yeah, definitely. And is that push, you end up feeling confident riding that tail maybe a smidge too much, and then not allowing yourself to really rotate, just rocking to the tail, and
weird.
Just rocking on the line there, and not something we see very commonly for Elizabeth, especially, even though she does like to kind of sit where she wants to sit. But yeah, that's a tough start for Elizabeth. She knows she can go out there and easily put down a midway through 39. She has the power to kind of make these mistakes and grunt her way into the final. But you see here, let's really slow it down and see sort of the problem. Yeah, I mean. But you normally see a lot more like the up and really almost climbs the rope. That literally just clipped the tip, and I think if she cuts off an extra centimeter off the top of that ski, I don't think
right?
Maybe a little Vaseline on top, and that thing rolls straight over.
But as you mentioned, I mean, she's got another round tomorrow. Yep. It's not out of reach. I mean, the cut is not going to be out of reach for her. So you just kind of reset, forget about it. Go out and do your thing tomorrow. Show that you belong up there at the top.
Yeah, and this is where I can't tell if it's a good thing or a bad thing that we have round 1, round 2 on separate days, because you got to sit in it and think about it, but also you have that time to reset. So let's see Neely here, 32, 13-meter start line, coming off. I mean, she just rocks Morocco. Won tricks, tied with Jamie in the final, and ended up just losing out in a runoff in some tricky conditions, but.
Well, and that was her PB. Imagine running your PB on that river.
Nope, I can't. I can't.
Oh, nice.
It's not even there for me to fathom. So, and that's what's nuts, And they didn't really. They had probably worse conditions. They weren't skiing good. So she skied phenomenally, and you have to take confidence into that, right? And what will be interesting to see is those women that sort of skied well down there in Monaco, are they maybe used to maybe some different feelings and actually have the most experience in the most different conditions? And we saw that from Elizabeth, and let's see kind of where we start to see Neely and Jamie settle in and see if they can sort of resettle into that, hey, we're at a beautiful place now. We can kind of knock those emotions down. It's like every single emotion, every single sense in Morocco was just heightened permanently. You were always on the lookout for where's the buoy going to be, where's the roller going to be, is it going to change, what's the tide doing, what's the boat doing, is the boat going to be there for me, is it not? And now you can just go, okay, I'm going to pull to the buoy and I'm going to turn the buoy and I'm going to find the next one, and it's going to be where it should be, and it's so fun. I sucked, and it sucks to suck, but at the end of the day, I'm so glad that we have these tournaments in there, and that's why if anybody even remotely thinks that we've been negative about that event, we're not. It's just so different, and at the end of the day, the best rise to the top, that's the way that it always happens, and it just brings such a different character to the tour, especially putting it at the start. That's like a real, like, hey, wakey, wakey, no more chill Florida skiing. So,
all right. Here we go. We got Neely Ross working her way through the entrance gates into buoy number 1. A good start. This is 12 meters. She started off at 32 and ran that. And looks like it's business as usual.
I need to go to the Ross School of Offsides. That's phenomenal confidence there. And I saw her in the spring, and she was skiing well, obviously, but looked a little bit maybe delayed. Looked always a little bit behind the 8 ball. She looks really strong and confident here, and even you see with that 2 and 3, it's like 2's not perfect, but she looks a little stronger to take that hit and create the swing and move really nicely through that pass, even with a little bit of a wonky onside. But you see a beautiful drone shot here. You see where that intensity hits right there, really swinging through. And I think it's something that both of the Rosses do really well, is they commit so well sort of off that second side. And everyone can pull out the turn, but how that second side is managed is really, really important. And you're seeing there a load of space, a load of swing. And
well, that's what I was going to say. Look at the space and look where the turn is in relation to the buoy. You know, you see a lot of skiers kind of going right at that buoy, taking that turn, 5-10 feet down course beyond it, and having to work really hard to get there. And both Neely and Charlie, they're making that turn. The finish of that turn's right on the backside of the buoy.
Yeah, and I think that's again, we talked about this a little bit earlier. That's where a lot of people get confused. They then focus on, okay, the turns at the back of the buoy. That's what I need to do, And you watch someone like yourself, especially, but you watch the Rosses as well, and you see that sort of move is created from the swing, and we see Alice running down on the dock. Vince, no rest for the wicked. Hey, awesome job, get in the booth.
Here we go.
Let's see what Neely can do. Gets a good gate.
Nice extension on buoy number 1. 11.25 meters. Just whips that ski around. Has an incredible knack of being able to do that and still maintain good rotation and good resistance. And 11.25 meters. That should put her in the top 3 or 4 right now on the basis of the fact that there aren't that many skiers that have run through 11.25 minutes. We've had 3 skiers that have done just that, though.
Yeah, you see whatever Drew shouted it down at the bottom there, that worked. The intensity, not a great move through this start, but that 2-4 just lit up. And a little bit of loose line, more than fine. But you see this 2-4 here, really committed move back to the handle. Line was there for a really good swing to reset.
Well, you mentioned that rope. I mean, it's almost in the water every single turn. That's the one thing that I was going to comment on this pass. And I wonder if just some of that mentality of tricking, being balanced over the ski, know where you're at. Some people lose that line. They fall out the back or fall over, drop that shoulder. But she's got this rope almost in the water at every single buoy. See there, right there at 6-ball especially, but knows where to stand on the ski when to take that load.
Yeah, incredibly well, and I think it's one of her strong suits. Is one, being able to come to Europe and win 2 events potentially, right? I don't know if she has a Pro Tour win yet in slalom, but she has the potential now. So she's coming around these events. Her performance in Morocco took all pressure off anything for the rest of the trip or the year, essentially. But able to really kind of move through. She's had a couple second places now, so she's going to be looking for her first win this year. And Jamie went undefeated last year through Europe, so she's going to have a fight on her hands between Jamie, between Ali, between other Ali. There's a lot of competition. But 39 off, 10.75, a little bit narrow on that gate. There we see the repercussions there. Just a little slow there, Nate.
Yeah, just a little bit, but I've seen that from a few skiers on that end, and I don't know that it's wind related. I mean, I'd hate to say that it is, but it's also a perfect lake. So what is the reason for being narrow down there? Is it a visual? I know down here we kind of pull out into the shoreline and some docks a little bit, not necessarily docks, but just a crowded area, and down there you're kind of into wide open water. So is it more of a visual thing than?
Yeah, I think honestly, with the wind situation, it's perfect, right? But you see the one thing. I mean, yesterday
I think the ski got behind her a little bit through the entrance gates.
Yeah, and I think that's all part and parcel of being a little bit slow. But I see it was 20-mile-an-hour wind, right, coming straight in the cross, and we have a very similar thing at home. One sec, I'll carry on yabbing when we get back. Let's set it to Dane.
Yes.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Alice Bagnoli, 4.5 at 11. I thought you were running that 11.
Me too. The setup felt really nice. I personally was not skiing my best. I was all in the back. So I tried to figure it out pass by pass. And I think by 11 I kind of figured it out. But I was still a bit shocked. So after 1, 2, 3, good, I'm like, okay, I'm going for it. I'm running it. And then I think I overthought about it and just fell.
Yeah, I mean, you had it last weekend. You were stroking it on the river and got to 5 and kind of had a little bit of the same thing. So hopefully we see in the next round we get you all the way through it.
It's definitely a good score for round 1. It kind of puts me a little bit ahead of those 4. But, yeah, hopefully more in tomorrow.
Well, the way you've been skiing, I'm expecting a huge score out of you, Lice. It's been looking great this season.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, so we've just seen Neely Ross with half at 10.75 meters. Now we're on to our winner from last weekend, our winner for the last 2 seasons here at Monaco. This is Jamie Bull. 32 off start, or 13 meters, the green loop, and slices and dices away the way through that run there, Nate.
Yeah, Jamie's just not somebody you really see get phased by much. You know, kind of looking over our shoulder when we were doing the announcing for Morocco on the river, during that runoff, and, you know, when she found out that it was a tie, she didn't get that extra quarter buoy, I'm just kind of watching over my shoulder. I like to see what the skiers are doing, kind of see their mentality of things and how they react, and Jamie's just so calm and collected and, you know, doesn't overanalyze things in the open right there. She's not, like, worried or nervously walking around. She just kind of put her ski on the dock, stood there, arms crossed, watched what was going on. And, you know, same thing here. She's the last skier off the dock. The score is 2 at 39. She consistently runs 6 buoys more than that. So, you know, for her, I would think this is more just, hey, this is a practice ride. Let me go out and see what it feels like. And at the same time, let me take top seed. So, you know, here I'm putting pressure on her by saying that, but that's what I would expect from her.
All right.
We see Vince in the steam tent there.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so pass number 2 coming right up for Jamie Bull. She successfully went through 13 meters, the green loop. Now we go to the blue loop, 12 meters. There's number 1, just slides that ski round. That new blue Works O2 slalom ski, new to the stable of the Syndicate brand.
Look at where her position is behind the boat. Like when she hooks up into that first whitewash and wake on both sides, it is identical every single time. And that handle's in the same spot, her body's stacked the same way. She just knows what that strong position is right behind the boat.
Yeah, she gets into a pretty iron position there off the wakes into the buoy. Just allows that ski to backside the turns, which isn't the easiest of things to do when the line gets that short. You know, it's easy enough, relatively straightforward enough when you're running passes on 16 or 14 or even 13 meters. But once the line gets to within half a meter or so from being short of the buoy width, the slalom technique has to kind of change and evolve to make that pass a reality.
So see on that view there, just out the exit gates and the green buoys, those trees that are along the shoreline kind of make you have that feeling of the lake being closed off a little bit, to my comment
a tunnel
earlier.
Effect.
Yeah, kind of a tunnel effect with those trees growing on the side. And the other end of the lake is just so wide open. So I think that is more of a visual as to why we see the differences in the gates a little bit. Because I don't see any difference in the conditions from one end to the other right now.
All right, here we go. Jamie Bull, 13-12 under a belt, 11.25 meters. If she can get through this and more than halfway down 10.75 meters, then it could effectively give her a decent enough position to advance through to the last round of the competition, the 8-skier final. And 11.25 meters just makes it look immaculate.
So with your number crunching, that puts her in the finals currently.
Currently, yeah.
Yep. But that's not the easiest 38 I've seen from Jamie. Just a little bit of, loose line. I think she came through that gate, came off the handle just a little bit early. Maybe she thought she was a little bit quick. Gave her that loose line on the backside of 1 and, kind of had to check there at 2-ball just a little bit. Kind of a different view getting to watch from the bow of the boat here. You get to see where the skier is actually working and edge changing and coming off that handle. And you just see that 2-4 turn. Kind of similar characteristic of, what you see out of Will Asher just a little bit.
All right, then. So a little bit of number crunching has been done. Trinidad Espinal, Ali Garcia, and Ali Nicholson all currently tied for the lead on 2. Currently in the 4th spot right now, with half at 10.75 meters, is Neely Ross. Then we have 4.5 with Alicia Bagnoli at 11.25 meters, and then we have a multiple way tie with 4 at 11.25 meters that exists between Elena Bischoff-Berger, Sadie Ferguson, Daniela Kretzmer, Katerina Vrabkova, and Anne-Marie Wroblewski.
What do we got? What do you think?
Well, we'll see. See what she's got. 10.75 meters. There's number 1. There's number 2. A piece of 3 will give her the outright lead. Good approach into number 4. And ladies and gentlemen, she becomes our sole competitor in this section of the competition to run through 10.75 meters.
So, like I said, it's kind of a practice ride.
Kind of.
Just a little bit like, hey, let me make sure I get here. And you could see it. You could see the little hesitation at 1 and 2, get turned around that 2 ball, take that line, swing to 3. Now it's game on.
I don't think I don't think there are 8 skiers that could potentially unseat her at this stage. So it's,
hey, you never know.
You never know, but the probability is kind of out there.
So this next pass, 41, there's a fun fact that you like to always bring up.
Yeah.
What is that?
The Canadian national record.
What is it? What's the score?
2 1/4.
2 1/4. Okay.
Well, if she can get... All right, then. So, essentially, she needs to get round number 2 and get a piece of 3 to establish a new outright Canadian record. The current Canadian record stands at 2. And that's Whitney.
Is that not a tie with Jamie? I feel like Jamie's had a 2, no?
Yeah, you might be onto something there.
There might be a tie, a co-holder.
All right, then. With that information, let's continue right along. Well, this is 41 off, 10.25 meters. Let's see if she is good to go here. 10.25. Oh, look at that start of number 1. She's battling in this. Does she get round number 2 into the wake? Yes. So there we go. Potentially a tie for the Canadian national women's slalom record of 2 at 10.25 meters, pending that score of 2 at that line length. And let's see how she gets along here with the instant replay.
Yeah, just not the best one. It's hard to tell if she actually got around that 2 ball or not. It kind of looks like it from this angle.
Yep, I believe that she got in round number 2. We'll get the confirmed score in a moment. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Jamie Ball, 2 at 10.25 meters. It's been confirmed by our officials. And once we see the full extent of this performance, yes, that ski clearly gets outside of number 2, and she clearly makes her way for the wakes. And with that, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Neely Ross. Have it 10-7, so I know you wanted a little bit more, but that's a good backup score kind of based on where scores are sitting at right now.
Yeah, it's a decent backup score. I mean, you'll see a bunch of girls stacked at the same buoy count here, and I feel like that's how it goes every year. So I'm a bit bummed that I got half. I feel like 2 would have been a way better spot because at least it ties the pack. I don't know. 11 felt good. I've got a couple things I need to fix for 10-7 for tomorrow.
Well, back to drawing boards. Now you get to go to trick. I know that always kind of gets your confidence boosted, and I'm looking forward to seeing you trick here in a little bit.
Definitely. This lake's been feeling so nice to trick with, so I'm excited.
Awesome. We'll let you go get ready for that, and I look forward to seeing you slalom tomorrow.
Thank you, Zane.
All right, right now, send it back to you, Tony.
All right, so that concludes the Women's Slalom Pro event in round number 1, and we'll have the leaderboard in just a moment, just to clarify that the Canadian National Slalom record is solely held by Whitney McClintock at 2 1/4. but to get within that realm is tremendously good skiing. And with Jamie Ball in the lead with 2 1/4 at 41 off 10.25 meters, a whole pass ahead of anyone else, including Ali Nicholson, Ali Garcia, and Trinidad Espinal, all tying in second place with 2 at 10.75 meters. Neely Ross in outright fifth with half at 10.75 meters. Alice Bagnoli with 4.5 at 11.25 meters. A multiple way tie for seventh between Sadie Ferguson and Marie Robleski, Daniela Kretzmer, Katerina Vravkova, and Elena Bischoff-Berger. And rounding off the 12 that you see on that list, Beatricia Yanni with 2.5 at 11.25 meters. And any takeaways from that there, Nate?
Yeah, not as many surprises as what we saw last week, I guess. So a little bit more consistent skiing, kind of what we expected. But we're going to check in with Zane down at the dock.
Indeed.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Miss Jamie Bull. Do a 10.25, huge score. Great job. That puts you in the lead for tomorrow.
Yeah, felt really good out there. Was hoping for a little bit better of a start at 10.2, but everything else felt great, so happy with that to bring it into tomorrow.
Well, it looks like wind's going to hold off tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll cross our fingers. And if we can get conditions like this, I think it's set up perfect for you to get around 2 and take a look at 3.
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty nice. But yeah, it's perfect out there right now. So if things stay like this for the next couple of days, it's going to be a good event.
Well, the time's coming. It's getting ready to happen, Jamie. I know you've been kind of stuck at that too, but it's definitely going to happen soon.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, well, we'll let you go get dried off, and we'll see you tomorrow. Right now, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. As we look along the charming vistas along the Côte d'Azur, getting ready for the men's slalom round 1, followed on by the women's tricks preliminary round. You are watching the Monaco Waterski Cup, and we'll return to live action in just a few moments. But sit back, grab your favorite beverage, grab your favorite chair. We'll be ready to throw down with the men's slalom after this.
Please leave your message after the beep.
Yeah, trendsetter. Whoa, league of my own, it don't get better. No, read what I wrote, I'm a bestseller. Yeah, reach for my goals, hit it dead center. Hit it dead center. Bullseye, hit it the most, there's no misses. Something like fish in a barrel, it's no different. Blindfold on me, I still got the most vision. Trendsetter told them before, but they don't listen. Better, bring a better bad because I'm bigger, better. Solo, single, selling several shows at every single second. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. Kinda came and crushed the competition, hope they get the message. Look, living it fast, spinning my M in the bag. I never go slow, thinking I'll crash. End up a thing in the past, they know I won't though. Big fish catching me, they gon' need a bigger boat. Ironic how the world stops when I spin a
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
All right, there, returning back to our live pictures of this beautiful site here in the Côte d'Azur, just off the Mediterranean coastline. We're in Roquebrune-Saint-Argent, the home side to the Monegasque Waterski Federation, as our towboat makes its way up and down. Gustavo Kretsma will be our lead-off skier in the men's slalom competition in Series 2, followed by Florian Paf of Italy. Benjamin Susi from France will be our third skier off. Then we'll have Niki Attensen, followed by Matteo Luzzeri, Thibaut Dayon, Sasha Deskin, Rob Hazelwood, and Aaron Davies. And those will be our minimum starting line length is 13 meters. 9 skiers to start off with, and then after that, then we'll go into Series 1, where we'll have 10 skiers in the mix there. And then right after that conclusion of that event, then we'll go into Pro Women's Tricks Round 1. All right, the boat takes off towards the slalom course, and with that, the men's slalom Series 2 is a go. Rolls in Gustavo Kretsma, 13 meters, coming to us out of Santiago de Chile. Oh, getting in a little bit narrow there on number 3, but managing to stay with the pass, and 13 meters is done there for him. 6 buoy count. Now let's see what he's got for pass number 2. Manuel Domini, our boat driver. All right, so our first skier in the water. A minute of drop time between each pass, allowing for the water to settle down. Looking down the coast, isn't that a thing of beauty, folks? For those of you watching on the webcast, some nice views here and there. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit. The famous Mistrals that are blowing off the coast of the Mediterranean have a profound effect upon the conditions here. But right here, right now, the wind isn't that gusty quite yet. And Gustavo Kretsma getting through 12 meters on pass number 2. Let's see what he can do with the remaining portion of his effort out there. So for those of you that are just joining us from wherever you happen to be around the world, glad to have you on board. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and we're here at the Monaco Waterski Cup. I'm sure some of you have probably got one or two monitors tuned in to whatever sports action is going on elsewhere around the world. But more importantly, your viewership and participation in this one, the Monaco Waterski Cup. And glad to have you on board. Here we go. Gustavo Kretsma. Rolling the ski in. Oh, a little bit bumpy there into his edge change into number one. This is 11.25 meters and bringing the handle across his body and shifting the weight too far onto the nose of the ski, causing the tail to blow out and ascending in the water with a score of 2 1/2 at 11.25 meters to be our lead-off skier with 2.5 at 11.25 meters. It's Gustavo Kretsma. We'll get another look at this. Good extension around buoy number one. Just staying committed as long as he can, as far as he can into this pass. Bringing the outside of his, bringing his outside arm across his body just a little bit too soon, and that caused just a minor weight shifter to the tip of the ski. And he ends up scoring 2.5 on the 11.25 meters with the effort. Okay, that was Gustavo Kretsma. Our next skier to take to the water will be from Italia. It'll be Florian Paff. All right, so off to a decent start there with 2.5 at 11.25 meters. Our next skier, a skier that has run through 10.75 meters in among his past endeavors in this sport. I believe that effort there was during the European Championships about 2 seasons back. And the skier concerned is Florian Paff. Selecting Alpha 1. The boat speed is the same for everyone, 36 miles an hour or 58 k. All right, here he is. He's in the water right now. Here we go, Florian Paff. Entrance on 30 meters and round number 1, and just working his way from one side to the next. So Florian Paff, who's had some mixed results of late, but looking to try and put himself on an upward trajectory going forwards. Florian Paff from Italia, getting through the opening stanza of his effort out there. Some of the skiers that we got coming up relatively soon, we've got the likes of Benjamin Susi, who's on deck and ready to go next. Niki Atansam will be after him, followed by Matteo Luzzeri, Thibaut Dayon, Sasha Deska, Rob Hazelwood, and Aaron Davies. And then we'll go on to the big hitters, starting off with Dane Meckler and following on with Stephen Ireland, Camille Bamra. Then Cole McCormick, Vincenzo Marino, Jonathan Travers, Thomas de Gasperi, Will Asher, Charlie Ross, and Freddie Winter. Those the skiers that getting ready to rock your socks off. There's our current Pro Tour lead. Freddie Winter on 169 points. Let's see what occurs here with Florian Paff. There's number 1. This is 12 meters. Just trying to massage his way through this effort, not put too much beef into the turns, and therefore destabilize himself. So, Florian Paff, 2 passes to the good, 13 and 12. And we will see what he can do on 11.25 meters. The current leader after one competitor is Gustavo Kretzmer with 2.5 at 11.25 meters. So glad to have you tuned in. We certainly don't take for granted your participation and viewership, and to reward you with that, you're in with a chance to win yourself a ski of your choice. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play. And we certainly appreciate all of our sponsors and those that have made the commitment towards supporting this sport at this level. So here we go, folks. 11.25 meters. Needs the good start and gets it. Oh, a little bit down course off number 2, but miraculously he was still early enough for number 3 to make a play. He's good to go round all 6 buoys at 11.25 meters, and a great looking run there for Florian Paff. So look good there through 11.25 meters. So as Nicky Attensam gets ready to rock his way out towards the slalom course in just a few moments, preceded by Benjamin Susi on the water and coming in on 10.75 meters. He already has the lead with a 6 buoy count at 11.25 meters and continuing to ski. This is Florian Paff. There's number 1. There's number 2, allowing for the ski to fully get underneath. Oh, my word! And getting into all kinds of problems around number 3 and reaching for the handle a little bit too soon in that turn and leaving the ski behind him. I'm not even too sure if the ski actually made contact with the rope, and it's not the first time that we've seen that in this slalom competition. A good turn off number 1, getting a good hook up here, and number 2, and getting some good cross-course angle here. He was good and early for number 3, and being brought over the tip of his ski. The ski was clearly away from the rope, and he scored a 2.5, 2 1/2 there for Florian Parth. That gives him a six buoy advantage on top of anyone else that has skied up to this point. And he was in good shape off number 2, but brought the handle in and brought it up high, and unfortunately by doing that it leaves the ski behind you, and he swims into shore and he gets a 2.5 buoy score at 10.75 meters. So he's got plenty of work to do from here on out. So Benjamin Susi is a scratch. Nikki Antonsen is on the water now on 13 meters. Nikki Antonsen, the Austrian hammer. And hammers his way through all 6 buoys on the opening pass. A 6 buoy count. So he's done with that opening pass and getting ready for pass number 2. Shouldn't have any problems, didn't have any problems with that opener. All right, looking down the shore side to see we've got Matteo Luzzeri from Italia. He will be our fourth skier off the dock.
Yep, let me know. I'll be like so. It's the clown's gonna finish, then it's like tricks. I'm not gonna do anything.
All right, as Matteo Luzzeri gets ready to go, we've got Nikki Antonsen looking down from up high with this beautiful drone shot view. It's Nikki Antonsen comes to us originally from Vienna in Austria. Skis over at the IWWC, International Wiener Wasserski Club, and getting through the second pass. And with that, let's send it over to Zane.
Hey guys, I'm here with Florian Parth. Man, you were looking good, and then just kind of getting pulled over the front there. Kind of what happened at 10.7.
Yeah, I liked the start. I did not feel uncomfortable or anything. I was a little nervous, and that got me there a little bit. Yeah, I hope I can, for the second round, I can calm down a little bit, think about my keys. Yeah, that's about it. I didn't try the water before, but it felt awesome. Thanks to the organizers and everyone, to you guys, TWBC. Yeah, thank you.
Well, you know, the best thing is you can go back and watch your set and kind of maybe take some notes away from it. But you've been looking good, dude. I think you've been skiing great. I'm looking forward for a big score for you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All right, right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Nikki Antonsen. He's on pass number 3 now. He's gone through 13 and 12. This is now 11. Looking to see if there's potentially a joker in the pack between now and the end of this series that could make for some nervous times for Series 1. 11.25 meters. Strokes that one. There we go. That's Nikki Attensam from Austria, and doing a fine job there with that pass at 11.25 meters. Just slicing and dicing his way from one buoy to the next, pulling a little bit long there into number 6, but much of the pass he'd already gone under his belt there. So fantastic effort there for Nikki Attensam as we look over and see Manuel Domini about to mash that throttle down at the end of the 60-second drop time. Here he comes, Nikki Attensam. Pulling out very stoutly for his entrance gate. Good, solid entrance start there. There's 1. There's number 2. Good to go for little flat-footed in number 3, but he makes that work for him. There's number 4, Nikki Attensam, continuing to roll ahead. There you go. It's a 6-buoy count at 10.75 meters. He is your new leader, and that is Nikki Attensam.
He said Attensam. Well done, Tony.
So, Nikki Attensam doing a good, grand job there with 10.75 meters and getting ready for 10.25 meters now. Could he be the joker in the pack, we wonder? Could he be the person that shakes out the wheat from the chaff? Nikki Attensam looking very good with this instant replay. Incredibly strong athlete. It's he has suffered from injury in at least the last couple of seasons, which has prevented him from doing what he's accustomed to doing out there, and that is running through 10.75 meters or 39.5 off. Now he's gotten past that point. It's 10.25 meters. The Austrian national record is 2.5 on this run. Let's see what he's got. There's 1. Oh, a little bit down course. There's tries to make a play on number 2. Does he get it to go? Even if he did, unfortunately, wouldn't have gotten the full buoy. But there you go, Nikki Attensam. Good skiing there from him. He got a slow roll off number 1, which put him way down course ahead of number 2. But a good, solid skiing effort there for Nikki Attensam, with 1.5 at 10.25 meters being his final score. 1.5 at 10.25 meters. Which puts him about a buoy or so behind his own national slalom record. Gets a piece of that number 2, but not the whole pie. He's swimming into shore. He'll be very pleased with that effort. Looking at this once again. Extends well. But let's have a look, and the tail end of this effort, managing to get the ski around number 2, but nothing beyond that point. And with that, let's send it over to Zane.
All right. Hey, guys, I'm here waiting on Nikki Attensam to get out of the water. We just saw him through 10.7, 1.5 at 10.2, so, nice skiing out there. I thought you were, maybe going to make a play on 2. thought you might get that turn there, but a little down course.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like the gate was not too bad. I was not sure of the tailwind. And then I don't know, I just let up a little early. So I went straight into 1 and then was looking for the line, didn't get it. And I was like, okay, I'm going to try to go for 2. But it's getting really tight. So tried to get the S turn and messed it up. But pretty good first round, especially after practice. That wasn't too good. So I'm happy.
Yeah, well, I thought you looked really good out there. That was a nice 10-7. So, great skiing, and I'm looking forward to getting you on the water tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm excited. 10-7 was a bit tough, but got through it, and let's see how we do it tomorrow.
Well, awesome, dude. Well, we'll let you go get dried off and changed, and right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. As we move right ahead from Austria to Italia. Skier up next at 32 off, 30-meter start. It is going to be Matteo Luzzeri. Joining me back here in the announcing point is Nate Smith.
Yeah, thanks. I had to take just a few-minute break to walk around and not get bed sores sitting here on this stool all day. But we got Matteo, 32 off. Nice, easy pass.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the coaches at Jolly Ski, which is just down the road from here in San Gervasio Bresciano. And that used to be a single lake site, and it is now a 2-lake site.
So we can ski twice as fast, side by side?
No. No, you can just have twice as many skiers over the course of an hour or so.
I think I saw they were running some trick and stuff over there. They may still keep and this is me just speaking, but keeping the normal side of it for slalom and some extracurricular stuff on the other side.
Yes, indeed. It's a really, really, really nice venue.
There's Luca.
Yep.
Okay. You're on TV, buddy.
Luca.
Hey, Luca. Say hi, Nate.
Hi, Luca.
Hi.
All right, so Matteo Luzzeri getting ready for 12 meters. The multiple beeps sounding off in that towboat, instructing Manuel Domini to mash the throttle and head back towards the slalom course here at the Monaco Waterski Cup. The 5th stop on the Waterski Pro Tour. And here we go, Matteo Luzzeri.
Pretty easy 35 pass. Nothing too crazy here. You know, Matteo's always kind of been one of those smooth skiers, always in rhythm with the boat, keeping a nice tight line out at the buoy as well.
Yeah, a really, really smooth slalomer out there, and he has been able to do that for many, many years through thick and thin. He certainly hasn't had the easiest of existences within the sport of tournament water skiing.
Well, I think he just came back from injury this past year, if I remember correctly. Achilles?
Or the year before.
Was it the year before? Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, those things take a while to heal.
We've all dealt with injuries of some sort, it seems like. Nobody's been safe.
All right, so Matteo Luzzeri just waiting for the time to expire before he heads back out onto the course. On what I believe to be a Syndicate Works 01. As we see Thibaut Dayan on the starting dock getting ready for war. Entrance around number 1, 11.25 meters. Certainly not the easiest of passes to run. This is the first instance where the line comes up short of the turn buoys and makes that look just as easy as 12 meters.
Yeah, not really too much of a change there. You know what I noticed with Matteo is in this replay, watching that ski come around the buoy, how well, the tip engages and the tail kind of slides around the backside of the buoy, points across course, and off he goes. And there's no reset. It just kind of comes around, gets set, and moves. And you don't, you see that with some skier, the tip either comes up or the tail kind of skips around a little bit, but his just kind of smears right around the backside of that.
Yeah, good smooth effort there on 11.25 meters. Just drives the tip of the ski towards the wake and just goes straight across. Good angular approach for the majority of those turns, and good skiing there for Matteo Lizzeri with 11.25 meters under his belt. So a few people were trying to get a little bit of FaceTime on the box. So Matteo Lizzeri getting ready to go.
A little bit of a head breeze coming back here from the far
end. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit. Not as much wind as we've been typically accustomed to seeing here over the last few days, with the Mistrals coming in and making their presence felt. But let's see what Matteo Lizzeri can do by way of an effort here on 10.75 meters. He's good to go for number 1. He's looking at him go round number 2. He's round number 3. He's still there. Little ways back on number 4 and number 5, but that little bit extra off number 5 to get round number 6. That is Matteo Lizzeri. That was a 10.75.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, the passes all seem to be kind of running together for him. You see a little bit of hesitation on that 2-4 side here now at this 39 pass. Really making things up here on the off side of the 1-3. But, you start getting down this list, you see some of these guys having a better offside turn than an onside.
So already in this competition, the two 39.5 off passes, 2 10.75 meter runs completed, and we're not even halfway down the list with the Series 2 competitors. We've still got Thibaut Dayon to ski, followed by Sacha Descon, but both of those competitors from France, followed by Rob Hazelwood and Aaron Davies, both from Great Britain. So some handle checking going on just to make sure everything is on the level. And in the meantime, we have Matteo Lizzeri. Matteo Lizzeri coming in on 10.25 meters. There's number 1. There is 2 to the wake. Gets a solid 2. He'll be chuffed about that. They takes the lead with 2 buoys at 10.25 meters. That score belonging to Matteo Lizzeri.
You can't tell if he was frustrated with the 2 or, that was a happy frustration all at the same time. I think he knows that's kind of a bubble spot to be. You really need a piece of that 3 ball, but at the same time, to come here first round and, have a pretty good set. It's a good score to have under your belt.
Indeed, look at him is approaching to number 1. Looked good for much of that approaching to number 1, and then he got a little hesitant there and just couldn't really get all of that number 2. A right foot forward skier. But looking at this again, pushing in, handle up a little bit higher, causing a delay with that ski to gain its angle off that turnaround buoy number 1, and just ended up needing to stretch just to get that ski outside number 2, which he did, but not much more beyond that. So with that 2 buoy count at 10.25 meters, let's send it on over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Cole McCormick. I'm looking forward to getting you out on the water. I've really enjoyed watching you skiing. You've been skiing really well. And, how are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, I'm excited to get out there. Got here a little early, got a couple practice sets in, and, Yeah, looking forward to it. It's much nicer than it was either practice set, less wind today, so hopefully it stays that way and we can run a lot of buoys today.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited to get you out there. You've been looking really good on your ski. I've been loving the offside turn for everybody at home. That's something to check out. That La Pointe ski you got right now is really coming around on your offside.
Yeah, the offside's really been awesome for me this year. Something, I've always had a decent offside, but this year my offside's been really good, so that's been really cool to have this year.
Yeah, no, I agree. And for all you lefties at home, go watch videos of this guy. He's crushing it. Looks really good. So looking forward to getting you out there, Cole.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thanks, Zane.
All right. Right now we'll send it back to you, Tony. Thanks, Dave.
Yep.
Thank you very much. So as we continue right along, I'm Tony Leifert. He is Nate Smith, and we have two nation pairs about to take to the water. From France, it will be Thibaut Dayon next, followed by Sacha Desquin, followed by Great Britain's Rob Hazelwood and Aaron Davies. So let's see what Thibaut can do. He's certainly been up amongst the high echelon of slalom skiers in the last few seasons. Has kind of stepped back a little bit from regular tournament appearances due to his work as a realtor in Central Florida. But when the call comes, he's out there and he's slicing and dicing on the opening pass of 13 meters and is looking cool, calm, and collected with the opening pass there, Nate.
Yeah, not really too much to talk about. I remember seeing him at Swiss, had a little bit of a back injury in practice the day before, ended up pulling out of the tournament. Not really sure what happened there, but I do believe he got back at it and, had a great tournament for the LCQ. But in the meantime, we'll go over, check in with Zane.
Indeed, we will.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Greg. You've just been helping us set up the tournament. You help a lot here, so thanks for everything, and I'm glad to see you here at the lake.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for the show. Everything looks fantastic out there so far. Let's hope for the best until tomorrow.
Yeah, and how often is it that we see just as many girls as the guys? Isn't that pretty cool for this event?
Yeah, that was crazy. When I saw the entry list coming, I was like, that's going to be a good one. I'm super glad we have that many women here with this level of skiing out there. It's really good.
Yeah, I mean, this lake is perfect, set up for great scores. And I think, you're going to see more draw from skiers just as they see that going on and on. So, great job to the organization of the tournament.
Thank you, guys.
All right, and right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Gregoire Desfond, one of our main organizational individuals for this competition, the Monaco Waterski Cup. Thibaut Dayon. This is 12 meters. Looking strong out there. Skis very, very similar in technique to one Jonathan Travers, who we'll see a little bit later on in this competition, and got good power behind the boat, and he's got the balance that really helps him out.
And I think they ski together a little bit, so that definitely helps. They can probably hand each other a little bit of information. But going back to Greg there with that interview with Zane, Greg, I think, was very instrumental in getting this tournament going. He's had a lot of help, a lot of support from the ski club and everyone around here. But, he kind of had a dream to bring a tournament here and started asking some of us skiers if we'd be interested, and we would do it. And, a handful of us showed up the first year, and pretty much everybody's come back ever since. And, I'm hoping that this continues and, at least allow me to come back and ski here, since I'm not going to be able to this year.
Right, you are, as we see another glorious view of as we see a glorious view of the Côte d'Azur, and if you train your sight over into the far background behind that yacht or ship out there in the middle of the Mediterranean, you see the world famous commune of Saint-Tropez.
We spent the day over there 2 days ago. me and Allie.
Lifestyles of the rich and famous.
Right.
Here we go. Going back to the days of Robin Leach. Here we go. Thibaut Dayan. 11.25 meters.
Kind of taking up a little bit of that loose line at that 135 side, getting shoulders in there at 2 and 4, but it's 38 off pass. Thibaut is very accustomed to running this pass and the next one, so nothing really too much to worry about.
Indeed, indeed, and 11.25 meters just strokes that pass and gets ready for 10.75 meters. We've already seen a couple of efforts that go beyond 10.75 meters. The 1.5 at 10.25 meters from Nikki Atkinson, followed on by that score that we saw recently from Matteo Lazzeri of 2 on that same line length. And just looking really in his element out there, where Thibaut Dayan from France. So the previous winners, Charlie Ross, your defending champion, Will Asher, the champion before, and Freddie Winter, the champion before that. And there we see Will Asher on taking in the atmosphere here, currently a 3rd on the Pro Tour. All right, let's see what we've got now. We have got on the water Thibaut Dayan, entrance round buoy number 1 at 10.75 meters. And certainly making a bit of a meal out of that pass. That was 10.75 meters, and our 3rd skier to get through that line length.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of know that this is a must-run pass as we start getting down this list. We look at the skiers coming up. Not only is it a must-run, but what's it going to take at this next pass of 41 off? That's going to be the question, I think.
So it'll be a tailwind attempt at 41 off, 10.25 meters coming up, which isn't...
Yeah, I mean, there's
always the ideal circumstances to have, but it is what it is, and we'll see what Thibaut Dayan can do on that incredibly short line length for 10.25 meters.
I'm not sure if there's enough wind to really change anybody's mind of what to do. I think it's so variable that I'm not sure it's that big of a deal, but we do see a few guys towards the end go off at 35. That's what happened at the end of the tournament last year. So, yeah, that's what happened last weekend.
So looking down the shoreline, I'm seeing the European Union flag, the Monegasque flag, and the French flag indicating that it is a tailwind approach here at 10.25 meters. The lead is 2. There's 1. Gets the start. There's number 2. Can he make a break on 3? Yes, he can. Can he ski for the wakes to get the full count? Yes, he can. So there you go. Great skiing there from Thibaut Dayan.
Yeah, 3. I mean, Tony, I think that's kind of going to be that mark that everybody's going to shoot for. Start stacking up at that 3, and the first one to make that commitment to turn, get over to that 4 is going to be, pushing yourself. Trying to get safe. It
becomes
into that
less
final.
of an automatic virtually at this point.
Yeah. Man, you see the ski there at that 2-ball? You could see the whole fin almost right at the surface of the water.
And I think he got a little bit aerial off buoy number 1, as a matter of fact. We're going to take a look at this as he celebrates towards the end of that run. Now let's have a look here. Gate shot looking very, very decent. There. A little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump off number 1, and to try and get that ski moving and get it angled enough. And then into number 3. Just barely gets the ski outside. S-turns to the wake before the next set of boat guides. Superb.
I think it's about everything he would want to ask for this round. Of course, getting beyond that 3-ball, but it's a really good score first round to kind of tuck away for tomorrow.
All right, good skiing there from Thibaut Dayon. He'll ski towards the dock. So French competitor in the lead. We've got 3 more competitors to go as some a little bit of
fin adjustment going on.
Yeah, I think so. Though he did tell me yesterday that he hasn't moved that fin too much since he started the season, so even on the river last week over in the Bourigeg River in Rabat.
Might be locked in there after all the salt water.
Quite possibly. All right, then, moving swiftly ahead. Our next competitor to go, also a skier from France. It is none other than Sacha Descamps. All right, then, boat moving towards the course now. Sacha Descamps. Settling in for 58 kilometers an hour.
Sacha's always been one of those very powerful skiers to get in positions behind the boat, coming out of some turns that you wouldn't think would be possible. But he's just got that strength and that lean behind the boat to get himself across course and get himself out of situations that I think myself would never imagine coming out of.
Yeah, looking in very, very good shape there with the opening pass as we look down towards the starting dock area and see a Rob Hazelwood getting ready.
Is he washing his hands or taking a bath?
I don't know. I think it's a combination of the two. But he has been known to do that on many, many occasions. His good friend Bob Marley highlighted that once upon a long ago.
So what's the reason for washing hands for anybody that might not know?
To get the oil off your hands, because the last thing you need is oil around your fingers.
Yeah.
You want grip, no slip.
That can make it challenging. And you see some people wash their handles too.
And if you want the ultimate grip, Pro Gear is your ticket. SkiProGear.com.
Well, didn't we line that one up perfectly?
Yeah. And one of the newest products on the Pro Gear range is a brand new plate, which allows you to micro adjust your boot in relation to the ski. You can find out more by going to SkiProGear.com. Here we go. Entrance round buoy number 1 for Sacha Descamps. 12 meters, working with A2. Now A2 is a setting that's getting quite common among our competitors at this elite level. And for good reason, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, it's a letter that I settled on many, many years ago. It was just A back when Zero First came out. Then they added the letters, and I was A3 for the longest time. Somebody accidentally pulled me A2, and I thought that I liked it. So I just kind of settled with that. It seems like the majority of the field pretty much went with that for about the last decade or so. It seems like it seems to be pretty level across all the boats. However, you've seen a little bit of change with the new Nautique that's come out. Some people jump into letters a little bit, and then behind a Mastercraft, you see people change a little bit. So, maybe something that I'll even have to reevaluate when I get back. I made a change. I'm not sure if it's for the better or not. I just, again, stuck with what worked one time. But we did see that graphic up there, kind of how the letters make a difference to the pull and the reaction, how that boat reacts to what you do to it. Some people think that the boat reacts quicker off the backside of the buoy, but it's actually how the boat's kind of a dummy in the course, right? It only reacts when you put a load on it. So once you put a load on the boat, how does it react? As you're driving down the course, it doesn't know that, hey, I need to gas here or I need to let up here. It only does a reaction to what you do to it.
Mm-hmm. Right you are, as we see our current skier on the water, Sasha Deska. 3 passes to the good. Now this is pass
38.
Yep, this is 38, 11.25 meters. He's gone through 32 and 35. This is 38 off now. And 38 off is 11.25 meters. And
yeah, I've only been here
much better than that,
for a couple of skiers, but that's the easiest 38 that I've seen the whole time I've been sitting here.
And here we are at the Monaco Waterski Cup, flying away from our site here in the middle of the Côte d'Azur.
Not a whole lot of excuses skiing on a lake like that from that view right there.
Grand start there off buoy number 1 as he goes into full attack mode.
Yeah, I mean, he's just so strong behind the boat, but not dropping the shoulders, just using enough strength to get there, not really going shoulder heavy, spiking the boat, keeping a nice tight line on the backside of the buoy. That's something Sasha seems to do a really, really good job of. I know we may see a little bit looser line as we shorten up a little bit, but, I've skied against Sasha a long time. We're similar ages. We were always at, the under 21 championships together, and, we've kind of always been neck and neck there as we were younger.
And certainly not immune to the to injury concerns over the last few seasons. Has kind of had to limit the amount of tournaments that he is available to ski in due to injury. And much of those injuries have involved his lower back, which is a key element to the success of his Sasha Deska. This is 10.75 meters.
Get a little down course there at that 3, but
getting down course, but not eliminating himself. There you go. That is Sasha Deska. And how many times have we seen 10.75 meters run consecutively? Well, it's 4.
Well, I mean, looking at this list here in front of me, I expect that to continue probably through the end of this this whole series here, and then obviously all the Series 1. I don't see anybody missing that 39.
So now it essentially becomes a little bit of a crapshoot here between himself and the competitors that have already gone through at an attempt at 10.25 meters, which is going to be the next run.
Yeah, but he has a little experience at that 41. He's run it. He was one of the youngest to do so. And he has scores beyond that 3 ball. So, he has the experience and ability to definitely do it. And, whether today's that day, we'll find out. But, it sure would be nice to get that out of the way this first round.
All right, let's see what he's got. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. Thibaut Dayon in the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters. That is the ultimate target for him to shoot for. Let's have a look and see. Sasha Deska rolls the ski over.
Nice gate 1.
Good turn off number 1. He's still there for number 2. He's battling away for number 3. And he gets to number 3 and to the wakes, and that puts him into a 2-way tie for the lead score. And looking good, looking especially good, having jumped back onto a Conley ski.
Yeah, I know he's been having a little trouble with skis the last couple of years. He kind of had some experiments trying different brands, and it looks like he's settled back into a Connolly and, looking quite good on it. Really, I thought that gate in 1 was a start to get further, even a swing into 2, just a little delayed loose line out of 2, and maybe could have tried to turn that 3 ball if it really mattered a lot more, but you want to kind of be safe and make sure you get that score of a full 3 today.
Yeah, but it's still by no means an automatic getting this far down the course at 10.25 meters. There are so many great skiers to come after this this series, which will be concluding in about 2 skiers' time. He gets round number 3, S-turns. And with that, let's send it on over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Matteo Lazzari. 2 at 10.25, so not quite enough for the lead, but you know, that's still a good score. I thought your 39 to 10.7 looked really, really nice.
Oh, thank you, Zane. Yeah, I was telling you, it's the first time I ski anywhere else in months. You know, like I just been skiing at home. First round of the year, I'm pretty happy. The 39 felt solid. 41, I just didn't get let the ski go through at 1, and then I saw myself pointing at 2, and I had a split-second decision to try and turn it, but it didn't materialize.
Well, I mean, you know, that's still a solid score. Even if it comes down to backups, we never know. We'll have to see how it plays out. But, you know, still good first round, getting away from home and doing everything else. So great job. I'm looking forward to see you ski tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I came to the inaugural edition here 3 years ago. A 3 and a 2 put me in. So I'm putting some hopes for tomorrow that might be sufficient.
Well, perfect. Well, I'm hoping for you too, and we'll let you get to it. And right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So... he believes that he'll be able to do 3 in the next round then.
That, and also that a 3 and a 2 will do it. So I think we're going to see some bigger scores come up here towards the end. I mean, it's too nice a conditions, too perfect of a setup.
I think it can be a runoff. Maybe.
Yeah.
Or at least a
I think you're going to need to be
tie-break situation.
I think you're going to need to be looking at 4-ball.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I'll be inclined to agree with you on that as we go down to our second nation pairing. Great Britain fields our next 2 competitors. We'll see Aaron Davis in a few moments, but before him, it's going to be Rob Hazelwood.
I guess we'll give him a break to go ski from announcing.
Yeah, he deserves it. Barely. All right, there. Here we go. Rob Hazelwood, 13 meters. Seems to make that back arm going above his head work for him, and he's been doing that for donkey's years now. And we'll discuss that at length in just a moment, but let's check in with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Thibaut Dayan. Dude, nice score, 3 at 10.25, so opening up pretty strong here.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the score. Just last time I skied, I was in Florida, so different condition, but I'm happy. Yeah, good score, good backup.
Yeah, and I mean, people that might at home probably saw your ski, that red Works 1 that's coming out. I know HO's still kind of working on it, but it looks like it's working pretty good.
Yeah, still working on it. I strongly believe it's going to be a great ski that probably is going to be released the end of the year, if I'm not mistaken. But so far, so good. Works with me. Works with different skiers that we had on. And yeah.
Well, I'm excited for it to come out. I definitely want to give it a try, but it looked really good, and I'm looking forward to seeing you ski tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Zane.
All right, right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. As we see at dockside, our next skier to go, it's going to be Aaron Davies before we round off the Series 2 slalom list of skiers, of which there is a total of 8. The same amount of skiers whom we would send through to the final, which will take place towards the end of this competition. Here we go. This now is Robert Hazelwood.
You know, you mentioned that kind of that arm going up in the air for I believe you said donkey's years now, but you know, that's just kind of a symbol. Like, that's just how he skis. That's kind of his technique a little bit. But for someone like myself and some others, usually when that arm gets raised up, that's a sign of me being narrow. Like, I'm barely reaching above, out to the buoy, trying to barely stretch around it and keep my balance at the same time. But, I think that's just his way of opening up, like knowing that his shoulders aren't closed off at the backside of the buoy. It kind of allows his arm to go up, go back, and then come back to that handle.
Yeah, it's an interesting take, certainly. as we get set up for Rob Hazelwood to come back in on 11.25 meters. Big shout out to the rest of his family who are watching, probably on a big screen over at Hazelwood Ski World, just outside Thorpe on the Hill, Lincoln in England. Brilliant sight. I mean, it's a tremendous place to ski. I mean, I started skiing there at Hazelwood Ski World long before it was developed into the elite ski site that it would become.
See Manuel driving there. We've had him in a handful of high stakes events, such as Worlds and mini pro events, and I certainly trust him behind that wheel.
Yep, here we go. Rob Hazelwood, 11.25 meters. Getting a good, solid start here, halfway through the pass. He's already ahead of the game on number 4 and 5 and 6. Gets it to go. It is a 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters, but the task is by no means complete. He's got 10.75 meters to come, and then he's got to try and get as far down 10.25 meters to make sure that his the possibility of him making it through to the next round is not too much in doubt.
Well, and Rob's one of those guys that has a little bit of that experience turning that 3-ball as well. We've seen a handful of scores at 3 and beyond. But this 38 off pass, I mean, gosh, it doesn't get a whole lot easier. And I think when he came out the gates here, I don't know if he's giving a salute to the drone, maybe? A little bit of a wave somewhere you're spotting.
Maybe.
Right, yeah.
Hamming it up there towards the end of that run.
I never see a drone in the sky. I mean, sometimes we see it at the end of the lake, but I've never really seen it. In the course, when I'm somebody that notices everything, I could tell you who was standing where on the shoreline during my whole ski ride.
Probably heard it before he saw it. No way.
Yeah.
No two ways. It's not exactly what I would call inconspicuous.
Nope.
All right, there. So here we go. Manuel Domini at the helm of that towboat. Rob Hazelwood, 10.75 meters behind it, and here we go. Rob Hazelwood. There's number 1, getting a good turn off number
Big
2. Off 3, off 4, and 4. The 5th skier in a row, 10.75 meters under his belt. Fantastic skiing, and I'm sure that the lively Monegasque crowd here at their national training site are going to be absolutely chuffed to see this many skiers in a row run through that difficult 10.75 meters.
Yeah, and kind of watching the start here, the second half of this pass was actually a lot better than the start here in the first. He's a little bit narrow there at 1. Ski really kind of grabbed on him, kicked him over the front a little bit. Really had to stretch for 2, get him that really, really deep, big 2-ball. But after 3, it's like he kind of just relaxed a little bit. So, okay, let me back off a little bit. Let me just do my work here. Second half of that was fantastic. He's been skiing, as you mentioned, back home. I've never been to that site, but I've seen a lot of pictures. It looks nice. It's certainly somewhere I would like to go ski and visit one day. And, I think him skiing there, skiing in the cooler water, we call it up north, me being from Indiana, it's always just a little bit more challenging than skiing down in Florida. And I think that plays a big role in his skiing and him doing better the last couple of years, spending that time, in that water. So I always, every chance I get, I try to ski in the northern water as much as I can.
All right, with that in mind, let's have a look and see what Rob Hazelwood can do at 10.25 meters. The current lead is held 2 ways at 3 at 10.25 meters. There's number 1.
Good
There's
one.
number 2. Keeping the ski flowing. He's round number 3. And once again, another score of 3 at 10.25 meters. This is...
He's happy, but he knows he left it on the table there. I mean, that was the start. I think he just came into 2 trying to figure out, what do I do? But that's one of the best starts we've seen here at this one ball. Right on the back side of it. Just a little heavy at the finish of the turn, but I thought for sure when he swung to 3, he was going to commit to it. Yeah, maybe a little down course, a little narrow, but...
yeah, just couldn't really get that that ski to roll over all at once at the same time into buoy number 3. But it's a tremendous effort, especially given the start that he had into buoy number 1. Boom! Keeping the ski flowing, letting the ski to right up underneath the line. It's just like a minor thing that happened around buoy number 2, which precluded him from getting as much of that number 3 as he truly wanted. But 3 it is at 10.25 meters, and that is the final score for Rob Hazelwood.
He'll be happy with it.
Yeah.
I think so. I think that'll be a good set to sleep on there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too disappointed with that myself. So, 3 buoys, 10.25 minutes, and we still got 1 skier to go before we round off this series, Series 2 Slalom. And that skier coming to us from Great Britain, it's going to be Aaron Davies.
You know, Rob mentioned it earlier with them. You know, they're in a van traveling around Europe and kind of taking their time to go to each tournament and enjoying and taking in, you know, what I think is the most special and fun part of it is the journey. You know, of course, podiums are nice and wins are great and all that, but they're enjoying 6 weeks of living out of a van, traveling around Europe and Africa, that is, and just kind of enjoying the events as they go.
Yeah, bright you are. Here's Rob Hazelwood.
Thank you, guys.
And apparently his ski seems to magically appear whenever you put it in water.
I saw that.
We really had to make sure I went on the boys as well. So
Yeah.
Every 2 forwards, a little bit of extra extension. Really
Yeah.
cool.
You can hear him talking a little bit about...
We don't need Zane at this point. All we
yeah.
need to do is just to hold that camera next to Rob Hazelwood, and he'll give us a few pearls of wisdom.
Well, and that might answer, though, the 2-ball. So we saw that 2-ball. He just mentioned, as we heard on the camera, needs that extra little bit of extension at that 2-4. Well, that's because last weekend at 38, came up short, went inside of, I think it was 2 or 4 ball at 38 off, and, was done, didn't even make the final. So that's what was in his mind a little bit at that 2-ball at 41, which caused him just to sit back just enough to not get that turn he was looking for.
All right, skier on the water coming to us from the city of Bolton in Lancashire. This is Aaron Davies.
Man, Aaron's somebody that really, we mentioned it last week, just really turned it up in the last year or so, just really skiing a lot more consistent, running that 39 a lot more, and starting to, chip his way into that 41 off pass.
Whenever, wherever. Thank you.
Yeah, we just need to stay here for Rob, don't we?
Just listen in on everybody give their own interview there.
Yeah, it's probably just one of those rare situations where we get like a genuine, authentic sense of what the skiers are actually thinking and feeling at that moment.
Well, we see it in every sport, right? There's cameras and audio from everywhere. You hear the athletes at every moment on any type of field. So, it's kind of similar. You never know where you might have a microphone picking you up.
All right, as we continue to roll along, I'm Tony Lightfoot, he's Nate Smith. As we see a glimpse there of Sasha Deska. I don't know what he's looking for, but I think he's probably found it.
Yeah, you never know. One more buoy.
All right, here we go. We got Aaron Davies. Don't forget, we got women's tricking to come after the conclusion of the men's slalom in Series 1, which is our next series to come after the conclusion of Series 2, which Aaron Davies is the final skier of. So 13 and 12 meters run successfully back to back. And the effort was certainly there, and the execution certainly. Let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Rob Hazelwood. 3 at 41, 10.25, nice skiing.
That was exactly what the doctor ordered, pretty much. I mean, as I was saying on the mic earlier about Ali, I would have needed to come out of 2 mighty good to think about turning it. You know, we change a lot when you come to this Europe. We go home, we ski in England a little bit, you come, you change boats, and really important to get some confidence, you know, and with Morocco being first, I think even Freddie could say that he probably lost confidence skiing there, so it's like it's really tough to build that confidence back, and a better skier would have probably had a little bit more intention going into that 41, but my gates were a bit tough all set. We've had a lot of different sets this week with drivers' boats and things and changes, and that felt phenomenal. Really nice combo there. Manuel feels incredible, and yeah, there's plenty of boys out there, and if a couple of them go 35, then some 41s are going to go down, because it feels absolutely dreamy out there. It's just, I needed this set for confidence. We've got 4 more tournaments. I don't need to go run 41 this round. I need to run it in, well, the next 2, and definitely hopefully the 3rd. So no, I'm having fun. That was enjoyable, and just happy to go around all the boys and put some extra ones down. So
Cool. Well, you're looking good on that new works too, and great skiing. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
All right, back to you, Tony.
All right then. So battling against the 3 scores, which are currently in the lead, because they all tie on 3. Rob Hazelwood, Sasha Deska, and Thibaut Dayon. Skier on the water. Aaron Davies trying to pursue that and successfully through 11.25 meters.
You know, listening to Rob, it just goes to show you how much more is going on out there than what we see. I mean, to you and I, we thought, hey, that was a pretty good set. That was a good 3, a solid 3, a little hiccup there at 2-ball, but
it's very cerebral.
Overall, pretty good. And you listen to his interview, he's like, man, the gates weren't good. I didn't feel great here. The 2-ball was that. And we've had all these changes. And, you know, from an outsider, it looks pretty darn good.
But it also plays into the natural English deal of being very skeptical and very, no.
Is that the excuse?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I know.
We do tend to be a little bit cynical, probably more than most other places around the world.
Well, either way, I think the pat on the back for Rob there on that set, and hopefully he comes up here and maybe announces with us the last few skiers. But we see Dane and Luca there on the dock. You think he's going to be a tricker, jumper, slalom, all 3?
I don't know, but
tiny little guy.
Yeah. He's probably still trying to figure out a lot of other things beside the sport.
I don't know. I've seen him on skis a couple of times already.
All right, then. Here we go. This is Aaron Davies, 10.75 meters. Getting a good, healthy start on number 1 and number 2. A little bit twisted off number 4 and number 5. Oh, and he's inside buoy number 6, which basically means that he's going to have to come out swinging in the second round in order to stand any chance of making it through to the final in round 3.
You know, I didn't say it, but I had the thought at 3 that this might have been the best 39 pass that I think we've seen so far. I don't know where it went sideways here at about the 4-ball.
About here, I would say.
2-ball? I thought 2 was okay.
Well, 2 was better than number 4, but let's have a look. He gets around number 3. Now it's about here.
Yeah, I had to reach that extra little bit to get around it. Just never got settled on the back side. Yeah, the ski just bit on him really hard.
And there you go on the inside of buoy number 6 there. So, as you mentioned before with another skier, he has got to come out with all guns blazing in round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, now this backup score essentially means nothing. So next round tomorrow, you got to outright beat the other guys. And unfortunately, he's going to do it from a spot not knowing where the other scores fall.
Just had to kind of double pull a little bit there and then brake hard to get that ski going, but his body was not in a position where he could take advantage of that. So now we're moving on from Series 2 to Series 1, and the first skier off the dock in Series 1 is Dane Meckler.
I see 12 meters, 35 off start there at the top of the screen, which is something that's pretty common from Dane. I mean, he usually makes his mind up days in advance of something like this. And I would probably assume you're going to see a 35 off start for him throughout.
All right, and there is the running order. Dane Meckler, our leadoff skier in this series, followed by Stephen Island, then Camille Bamra from Morocco. Then we got Cole McCormick from Canada, Vincenzo Marino, Italy, Jonathan Travers, the United States, Thomas de Gasperi from Italy, Will Asher from Great Britain, Charlie Ross of Canada, the defending champion, and the current leader on the Waterski Pro Tour is Freddie Winter, and he'll be last off the dock. So let's crunch some numbers, shall we? We've got 10 skiers to go, 8 go through to the next round. Currently, we have a 3-way tie for the lead between Thibaut Dayon, Sasha Deska, and Rob Hazelwood, all on 3. Matteo Lazzeri in 4th on 2 buoys. So, by no means academic quite yet.
Well, I mean, look at those scores that you have, and then also the names that are to follow. I mean, that's what's pretty crazy about looking at all this, is you have such big names following these scores. But we have Dane coming back in 38 off. You know, he did come by here about a week or so ago. He flew in, had a layover in Nice of all places, so I know he got to take a practice ride. You know, as we see this view out wide, you can see the ocean kind of in the background, how we're kind of laid in the middle of this little valley here with these trees. It's quite the view.
Yes, indeed, and so is that. Look at that, the blue sea that is the Mediterranean. That's why they call it the Côte d'Azur.
I mean, I pretty much held a chair to the sand for about 7 hours straight yesterday out there. So the water is unbelievably clear and has such a blue color to it. I mean, it's some of the cleanest, nicest water I've seen in the ocean.
I'm sure that the tourism board would appreciate that sentiment.
It's a little chilly though. If they could warm it up, that would be ideal.
That would be nice. Yeah.
Just a couple degrees.
Yeah. Can't all be perfect, I guess. All right, there. So taking a little bit of an orbital view of our facility here, as Dane Meckler gets ready for 10.75 meters, switching directions on us a little bit.
Different direction. He's chosen. You know, I don't know if the wind really has a big factor in what he's doing. I just think that, you know, at a perfect ski lake like this, do these top guys really need 5 passes? You know, can we start at 35, shorten the set, shorten the time on the water to have more energy there, you know, for your 39-41 off pass? I think that might be the mentality more so than this little light breeze.
All right, with that in mind, let's have a look and see what Dane Meckler can do. Bleeding off some speed into the gate shot. 10.75 meters, good extension round buoy number 2 and number 3. And he just has the knack of being in the right position at the right time, and he does so immaculately.
So just getting a little bit of clarification, it sounds like it's a 35 start for the second round as well as the finals for the men. So, you know, like I said, Dane does make the decisions pretty early, but maybe that had a little bit of effect on him as well, knowing that, hey, my second round's going to be from this direction. Let me just take, assuming I make the finals, let me take all 3 rounds from the same end. So I think you're going to see a few other guys do this as well.
and decision making an integral part of Dane Meckler's makeup, both here in the professional sense and his normal work environment, where he works in mergers and acquisitions. So quick thinking and stout decision making.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's got a little bit of time this week, I think, or this weekend. He's over for a wedding, and
that's been and gone.
Yeah, that's done and gone. But he's had a little more freedom right now. But a lot of times he's in meetings all the way up to a tournament and right after it. So here we go, 41 off.
Here we go. Let's have a look and see what Dane Meckler can do. 10.25 meters.
A little bit of wind.
There's one. Gets the start that he needs. There's number 2. A little bit down course here. He's good to go for number 3. Does he get outside number 4? He's not making any rush
so.
to get back to the wakes to score for, but we'll wait a moment before the officials release the score. I believe at the very least it's 3, which will put him into a multiple way tie for first right now. It is 3 from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive to even, getting over to 3 is his thing, and then getting to 4, having that onside at that 3 ball, just dropping that shoulder and a little bit of delay, putting him down course, coming here to 3. But yeah, I don't know how close he really got to 4. Yeah, he kind of bumped it. I saw a little bit of spray kind of pop up, so a lot closer than I would have thought. But
I think he kind of turned inside it, didn't he? The apex of the turn.
I mean, he had the speed on the gate. The turn-in was nice. Dane has one of the best, I think for a lefty, one of the best gates out there, that he's up wide on the boat, standing tall, gets himself turned in, and then takes that load from the boat. Doesn't go heavy and hard, just utilizes the boat versus working against it. I think really, he was betting on that 3-ball turn, that onside turn to get himself back in it to try to squeak to 4 and just didn't quite get it.
All right, 3 it is. 3 buoys, 12 meters, 10.25 meters, and with a 12-meter start. As we look out of our crow's nest up top there for our tower cam. Stephen Island, our next competitor, 30 meters. A little less active with his turns, and he seems to make that work for him. That's Stephen Island, originally out of the Lone Star State of Texas, but resides in southeastern Florida.
Yeah, I know he wasn't going to be able to make it for the whole trip, but was able to pull it off, and I think he's staying here for the whole stint of the European Tour.
All right, then, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Dane Meckler, 3:41, so nice score. Looked pretty good out there.
Yeah, no, it felt great. I took 41 coming back. I liked that end a little bit better in practice, and with the wind, I think it's gonna be this direction the whole weekend. So I think I just commit to going 12, and yeah, a little bummed I didn't get further down, but in this round it's just about kind of getting enough to stay in it, and I didn't have the start that I wanted, so I just wanted to make sure I got 3, and then yeah, I didn't quite get to 4.
Yeah, and I think they said that tomorrow is a 35 start in the second round, so kind of getting the same look that you'll have tomorrow.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, no, it felt really good out there. I think the scores will be high. It feels really good, especially after this first round. So we get one more round here, and the boat feels good. Everything feels really good, so it's going to be a high cut. So I don't think 3 will be enough, but I think I have a lot more in me.
Yeah, but that's a good backup score, and you made a play on 4, first one to actually kind of turn it and get a look at it. So I think you're looking at getting a bigger score tomorrow.
Thanks, Zane. Excited for tomorrow.
All right, perfect. We'll let you get dried off and send it back to you, Tony.
All right, so with that, let's rejoin the action on the water. We have a Stephen Island. He's gone through a 13, now it's 12.
Yeah, I mean, just talking or hearing Dane's interview there, I mean, he believes that 3 is not enough. So, he just came off the water, felt the conditions. Dane is very well seasoned in these events. He knows typically where that cut line is going to be, what the water feels like, and what the other guys are going to do. So, kind of like we mentioned earlier, I think you're going to have to take a look, and by look, I mean get around 4 ball.
All right, just looking at the list of skiers we've got to come. There is 10 skiers on this list, starting off with Dane Mecklin all the way down to Freddie Winter. 8 would go through to the next round. So, yeah, Dane might be onto something there.
Yeah. He's usually one of the first to make that decision of switching the 32 to 35 off start. But kind of like we were talking about earlier, we don't really need that 32 pass at sites like these. I mean, the scores have been, when we were barely running 39s, getting a couple at 41, but now everybody's running 39 and getting deep, if not running 41. And I just don't know if that 32 pass is necessary at a site like this. It's such a perfect site with great conditions. And I understand on a river when it's, all bumpy and current, but I think Dane's just taking that mentality that 35 is the way to go.
All right, let's see what Stephen Ireland has in store for us. This now is 11.25 meters. Keeping his rhythm going, not trying to put too much pressure on the line at too soon off the turn, and managing to allow that ski to do what it does best.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of hear me say a little bit, just being patient, doing the work in the right spots, and I think it was a great example of, what he just did there. But, Stevie, he's coming off a little bit of an injury this winter. I know he took some time off. He's changed equipment. He's, riding the D3 now, and he's also had, a little bit of change in his back boot. So he's trying to figure out which one's better. He claims that this is the way to go. He's skied better with it. But this is where it ultimately, the test happens. I know Rob mentioned earlier about coming into a tournament with a new ski or change of equipment. You never really prove yourself until you do it in a tournament. And that's always the challenge with off seasons, is like that first event, you want to do well, but can I trust my equipment? Is that really the right call? And then when you go out and you have a good set, you're like, okay, this is fine. But you kind of have to have that first, check off the box that was the correct move to make.
All right, I'm Tony Lightfoot alongside Nate Smith here with commentary for the Monaco Waterski Cup, and you see a good smattering of sponsors that have stepped up and have contributed to this competition. A big thanks to all of those folks. Stephen Ireland, this now is 10.75 meters, a pass that he knows he's got to get to stay in contention here.
And he's very well capable of doing.
There's one. There's number two. He's still on top of the water here. There's 3. Good to and round number 4, and he got a little bit waylaid off number 3 and arrived later to number 4, and that was about the only thing he could do to stay on task with that pass. So we'll have a look at this one more time, Nate.
Yeah, I didn't hate the start. I thought the gate and the turn in for 1 was pretty good, swinging over to 2. Maybe just a little bit, got pulled to the inside, got deep there at 2, but had great position coming out of it. A little bit of stretch there for 3 loose line. He is down course at this point, so he's trying to get make it up here at 4, but the same thing happened at 4 ball that happened at 2. Came off that handle, inside shoulder goes down and forward, and ski just gets, stuck behind him. You can kind of tell just by his reaction. He's a little unsure, a little confused as to why he's sitting in the water right there.
Yeah, didn't get the best of starts, and that was just compounded by the turn that he had on number 2, and it just brought him in narrow, and there wasn't much that he could do at that point other than try and stay for as long as he can for the ride. And that is going to be 3 1/2, 3.5 at 10.75 meters, and we still got a 3-way tie for the lead between Dayon, Deska, and Rob Hazelwood. Would those 3 be into the next round of the competition if this was just the sole qualification round? Well, we'll know within about the next few minutes, because our next competitor on the water coming to us out of Morocco. This is Camille Bamra.
Yeah, I got to ride for Camille in the boat in practice 2 days ago, and he's got his lucky wetsuit on, he says. He says that's what makes him ski better, and when he doesn't have it on, he doesn't ski as well. So it looks like he's using it this first round. Let's see how that actually plays out for him. But, Camille, one thing I noticed on the water is he is so tall. I mean, even just standing next to him, he towers over me.
Oh.
And just on the water, it's kind of crazy to see somebody that big over the ski like that. Kind of reminds you of, like, Chris Parrish a little bit. I think Chris is, 6'5", 6'6", somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
So
are you superstitious by nature?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure we all do things that, we all wear the same pair of shorts, things like that. But I don't have any issue changing it up. But you definitely see skiers that are superstitious and do the same things, and it's even more evident sitting here and watching all that happen, especially as we sat over the start dock.
I've
last
noticed
week.
that it's more of a trait with our female competitors, especially where it comes down to what they wear to ski with.
It could be. I think the guys are equally as bad as, wearing the same shorts or doing the same routine, dunking their ski a certain way, eating something right before they ski.
Use the same pair of gloves.
Yeah, you see it all, and it's even more evident as someone who's not skiing and just kind of watching right now this weekend. But, hey, you got to do whatever works, right?
Absolutely. All right there, Camille Bamra, who was an integral part of the organization for the Raw Nautica Pro tournament, which took place last weekend. And a fantastic event. You were a part of the festivities for that. And actually, for those folks that want to get a little bit of a behind-the-scenes assessment of that event, then you can go to the TWBC podcast. The TWBC podcast, you can listen to it on Spotify, on YouTube, and anywhere else that you choose to listen to your favorite podcast, the TWBC podcast. Recorded that episode yesterday, and he certainly had a lot to say, and he previews a little bit of what could potentially happen going down the road with the next Raw Nautique Pro in Morocco.
Yeah, I had a pretty good chat with him the other day as well. The day I got to ride in the boat for him practicing. He's just always got a smile. He's always so happy and friendly to everybody and always excited about the event that's going on, and especially his own. People tend to forget that he and his family put so much effort and time and work into making an event happen, and then he went out and skied really well. So that's the hardest thing to do, is go work an event all the time and then go out and ski. And, I'm pretty excited for what they might have put together for next year. I got to enjoy the side of it this time, the shore side, sitting by the pool and the snacks and the parties at night and things like that. But I want to enjoy the skiing side next year.
And I'm sure that he'll be getting behind the Atlas Lions as they take on Brazil in the FIFA World Cup coming up on Sunday. Yep. But putting that to one side, let's have a look and see what our Atlas Lion on the water can do.
That's a good one.
Here we go.
38 off.
Or a little bit rearing up on the tail of the ski, but he's tall enough to be able to fix that effectively. 11.25 meters, a little bit flat-footed round number 5 and indeed number 6, but managing to make a good inroads here.
Yeah, I think you just have that extra, length and that reach that you can have at the buoy. When you don't have the best turn, you can just reach a little bit more, kind of like Rob mentioned earlier with Stephen DeVue. It's just, you have that extra stretch to get you there, which sometimes can help quite a bit. But looking at Camille, everything stays really still across course. Like, sometimes the turn's not so great. He sucks up the line there, but then he's back in a great position across course. So we'll see when we come back here at, this next pass, see if he can get a gate figured out and get a good start and get down it, because it's a must-run pass for him.
All right, so Camille Bamra now has an opportunity to attempt 10.75 meters coming up. All right, I hear the boat roaring towards the course. And here comes Camille Bamra. Not too sure what his personal best is, but I believe it is somewhere on the next pass.
Nice one.
Keeping it going. Keeping it flowing here. There's four. There's and dragging the handle around buoy number 5. Yeah, he's a little infuriated by that, but it's going to be a 4.5 buoy total at 10.75 meters for Camille Bamra.
Man, I like that start. You see that one ball? Even the gate, he had a lot of width, good speed at the top of the turn-in, swing to 1, came right around the backside, nice tight line. Trying to see where things might have gone wrong. I think it was about that 3 ball. 2 is still fine. Just got broke over. Ski came up there at 3. Starting to push him down course. You can see him sitting out the back of it, not getting the turn that he needed at that 4 ball. And just down course, really having to reach for it. Kind of the same similar fall that we saw with Aaron Davies there at that 5 ball. Just down course a little bit, thought you're going to be okay, try to turn it, and right in the water.
All right, then. So crunching the numbers here, we have a multiple-way tie for the lead between Thibaut Dayan and Sacha Desquin and Rob Hazelwood, a 3-way tie for actually a 4-way tie for the lead, because we saw that score from Dane Meckler being produced with 3 at 10.25 meters. Now with 7 skiers to go and 8 making it through to the next round, it's going to get tricky. Skier on the water right now, former Masters men's slalom champion. This is Cole McCormick.
13:32 off start. I'm a little surprised actually, but you know, he might want some time on the water, get some passes under his belt. I think pretty much everybody had practice rides this week, but maybe there's something he likes from one end versus the other right now. Or, as you mentioned, superstitious, and that's just what you do every day, and that's where I need to start at.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd go along with that. And Cole McCormick, just one of those generational talents that comes through every so often. And when I say generational, I'm talking in relation to his parents, you know, Ricky McCormick and Susie McCormick.
Yep, he has some good genes that have been passed down his way. And maybe you start at 32 just to give them something more to watch.
Maybe.
Right? Let them watch the webcast a little bit longer.
Yeah, and we kind of joked last week that every time that the Cole runs a pass, you can hear that shrill from Jessica.
Yeah, she's doing it every pass. You know it.
Yeah. Here we go. Time now is almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon here in Central European summertime. Not looking at all bad here with 12 meters.
He just gets across course so quick and gets that ski out on edge early in front of each buoy. It's just so impressive, and right on the backside of the buoys in just a perfect position behind the boat.
All right, getting pulled out, and for the next run, having run through 13 and 12 in successive runs, that is Cole McCormick. And a big shout out to any and all of you that are currently watching this this webcast, whether you're watching us on the Eastern Seaboard, in which it's nearly 7 a.m., whether you're watching us in London, in which it's an hour back from us. It's Santiago de Chile, where it's the same time as New York right now, and. I know that there are people that are hardy souls that watch us in places such as Perth, Australia, or Kuala Lumpur. in which case the time there right now is almost at 7 o'clock in the evening.
People stay up all hours of the night to listen to you, Tony.
Well, not to listen to me, but to watch this.
Yeah, I know.
Here we go. This is Cole McCormick. He's now coming into the course at 11.25 meters. He could have invoked the opportunity to go into an opt-up if he really wanted to stay on pace with some of the other competitors that have gone in on 12 meters. But he's a pretty good with this plan so far. He's gotten through 11.25 meters, and 10.75 meters comes up next. Now this 10.75 meters pass coming up. I think this is a stroke of genius here because the wind is starting to get up a little bit, and it's blowing straight in his face at 10.75 meters.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, whether that was a factor for him or not, the wind, or just that's what he wanted to do, there is definitely some wind coming right down the lake. There's a little bit of quartering crosswind to it, but towards the end of the course where he's going to be coming in, there's definitely some chop at the gate and one ball. Not so much on the 2-4 side of the course, but on this 1-3-5, you're starting to see just a little bit. But it's all doable wind. It's nothing too crazy, but there's definitely you're going to feel a little bit of breeze in your face for him. It's going to be more body wind than I think it is on the water.
All right. Looking at Cole McCormick. Behind that Nautica towboat, doing a fine job, and also doing an incredible good job out there is Manuel Domini at the helm of that towboat.
He's a good one to have around.
Here we go, folks. 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. They're all getting all kinds of twisted off buoy number 1. But gets back in it, though. He's round number 2 and number 3. Looking good. And I tell you what, from an atrocious start on buoy number 1, he is able to fight back and do it well. There you go. That is Cole McCormick.
Sometimes you need a little bit of a heart stopper there at one ball to make the second half of that pass better. I mean, like you mentioned, after 2 ball, gosh, that was about as good as it gets.
After that number 1, he darn well needed a defibrillator.
Yeah, well, we'll see on this replay if it comes up just what might have happened. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Yeah, we mentioned the wind, but it's not.
Let's have a look at this. Look at his gate shot.
Maybe a little slow at the top of the gate, but nothing too crazy. Maybe he's just fast. Maybe overplayed the wind a little bit.
Yeah, kind of rolled that left shoulder a little bit too far forward off the wake in towards buoy number 2, anticipating that he may have needed to have pulled just a skosh longer just to stay at buoy's width there. But he gets around that number 5, and all of the effort that he made to fight his way back into the pass just went to full fulfillment through the number 6 through the exit gate, and that is Cole McCormick. All right, but the task is by no means complete there, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, here's 41. He's got to get at least 3 here. I mean, if not, try and make a play going over to that 4 ball. We'll kind of see a little bit of this tailwind pulling out for the gate. Really good wide turn-in for the gate here. Pretty good on the backside of 1, swinging over to 2.
Oh, look at this. Oh, my word, he goes tip heavy out there. Off a number 2, but he's okay. He's a wave into the boat. He got totally ejected.
Yeah, ski's quite a ways behind him.
Ouch.
That
was a little soggy.
That'll hurt you. He seems to be okay. Sometimes you don't really know if you are hurt until
well, you know that he
gather all the pieces.
You know that he took a big enough impact when the bib is halfway up your chin.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for him, please. Cole McCormick.
Man.
Now the second thing is to find the ski before you run over it.
Back over at 2 ball. Yeah.
And that's where the release mechanism comes into play.
It just, I mean, he was in it to run that thing. I mean, a little deep at the back of 1, nothing out of the ordinary. You know, I think he got such a good turn here at 2, it just pulled him right over the front. You know, he never...
Oh, ouch.
Jeez. Yeah, he's lucky he was on his back for, you know, some of that. He wasn't really...
I tell you what, some great skiing, and he got taken to lunch because he got launched.
Oh, he sucked the tip off the second wig.
That's not pleasant.
No. And he's just talking about it. Like, oh yeah, that's kind of what happened. Look at him.
All right, so what does that do to Cole McCormick? Well, that puts him in 5th. We still have 4 skiers above him, though, and they're all tied on 3 at 10.25 meters. So essentially, still not out of the woods quite yet, but a 2 at 10.25 meters is still a pretty decent backup score, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a terrible score by any means, but, I mean, you saw it. Cole was not stopping there at 2-ball. That was not in his mind at all. I mean, he was in it to try and run that pass or get, you know, far beyond 3-ball, and, you know, he'll be back. He doesn't seem hurt. He might be a little bit sore tomorrow, so keep an eye on that, but Vincenzo coming in here. You know, we see him towards the top of the running order a little bit just from his performance last weekend. You know, he had a surprising performance, maybe not surprising to himself, but it caught a little, you know, few of us off guard. So maybe in these good conditions, we might see him contest up there towards the top.
A skier who originates from Sicily in Italy, and with that in mind, let's check in with Nate.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Cole McCormick. He's kind of talking about what happened with guys on the dock here. So Cole, what happened there with you at 41?
I sucked a tip. Scorpion, the 3-ball, that was fun.
But everything's okay, you know. I mean, I know you're probably a little sore. You'll be a little sore later, but you know, that was kind of what we were worried about. The boat came back to you, checked on you, but you look like you're doing all right.
Yeah, I'll probably be sore tomorrow, but I'm fine. I mean, that was just surprising because I had a really good start, and then I just kind of lost it through the wakes to 3. Oh well.
Yeah, I was sitting watching on my phone, and I thought the same thing. I thought you had a really good 1, kind of froze a little bit into 2, but I wasn't expecting that going to 3-ball. So, you know, glad you're okay and ready to see you ski tomorrow.
Yeah, it was weird. The whole set I was struggling with my 1-balls, and that was actually the first good 1 I had the whole set, and I think I just didn't know what to do with it at 2, and I just kind of froze there. But yeah, I mean, I guess I got to run some more buoys tomorrow. That's not going to be good enough. A lot of 3s on the board so far, and there's still 6 guys to come, so.
Well, I think you'll get you a big score tomorrow, Cole, and look forward to seeing you out there.
Yeah, I hope so. Thanks, Dane.
All right, right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then, moving on from pass 1 to pass number 2, skier on the water is Vincenzo Marino. 12-meter pass. Looking in very, very good shape here. Oh, a little bit short on number 4, but managing to coax his way around number 4, 5, and indeed number 6. So that's Vincenzo Marino getting ready for pass number 3, and a lot to like about this young Italian superstar.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all you need is 1 tournament, you know, to kind of put yourself on the map a little bit, and that's what he did last weekend, and I think he's hoping to do a little bit of the same here. You know, he sees a little bit of a door open. You know, it's 2 rounds, so it makes it a little challenging to see your path to the finals. But you know, he's going to go out and try his best. But you know, he's kind of moving seats to get out of the sun. Missed part of Cole's interview, but I think I heard something you don't normally hear at 41. Is I was coming out of 2-ball, and you know, I just sucked a tip going to 3. You know, I think that's just not something you normally hear too often.
Nope, certainly not. So some big time 10.25 meter action there, courtesy of Cole McCormick, as we get ready for Vincenzo Marino to come back into the course on pass number 3. It is going to be 11.25 meters now. I think that that wind, the way that it's blowing right now, is basically simplified or decomplicated the issue in regards to starting this rope length. It's probably going to be 30 meters from here on out, but you never know. There might be a surprise in two coming up. Looking good, 11.25 meters.
Man, it's such big angle off that offside turn.
On both sides,
yeah,
actually.
both of them, really.
Yeah.
You know, you go back, you say you think it'll be a 13 start. I mean, I can see why it is for Vincenzo, just simply because, you know, he's kind of just starting to get into these events a little bit. But I think once you get towards the top, and especially knowing the second round is going to be 35 off, and for the finals, I just think you're going to see a couple of guys go. I mean, we know JT, he's the opt-up kind of guy, right? You know, he'll go out 32 and then opt up, but you see that so many times. I think you're going to be right about Tigas. He's someone that does not change much. I think he's going to go 32. You may see it with Will, unsure, but I don't know. I see Charlie and Freddie going 35, or at least Charlie anyways. I mean, why not, right? It's
but no opt-ups then.
I don't see opt-ups. I don't see that too often unless things change while you're out there. Like maybe you'd went out and go, holy smokes, this is way worse than you know, what I was expecting. Let me make a change real quick. So I don't really see it too much.
So right you are. We've got a number of skiers to come. We got Travers, De Gasperi, Asher, Ross, and Winter. Skier on the water now is our native of the Italian island of Sicily. This is Vincenzo Marino.
39.
There's number one. Oh, I know, my word. And he's another skier that's going to have to go all out in round number two because,
I did not see that coming at all.
Neither did he.
Well, yeah, clearly. And I wonder if it's just a little bit of that wind over there, just kind of coming across from that far side of the lake, just making the skiers feel a little bit narrow. We'll see on this replay here. I mean, one couldn't have got much better. I think he just bit off a little bit more than he could handle at the two ball. Really pretty good one. Rode the line out okay. Yeah, might have just clipped the buoy just a little bit, but man, he sure came off that ski pretty quick out of the boot.
Yeah.
I mean,
so a couple of them back to back here. I mean, slalom isn't supposed to be this entertaining.
Hey.
I said this entertaining rather than not in the general sense.
Maybe the ski clipped the buoy a little bit and then bit off the backside, and then he just ejected right off the ski.
Well, I reckon that's going to make the TWBC opening trailer for the season of 2027.
Coles will for sure.
Yeah.
So 35 off for JT. So choosing to start there versus doing an opt-up, which I've been seeing more of him doing when he makes those decisions. He used to opt up a lot. Maybe more so at his home lake back in Florida, but these tournaments seems like it's a 35 off start if he's trying to make a change.
All right, and I'm sure that Chris and Lalani and Jack and the whole kit and caboodle over there at Sunset Lakes are watching and seeing if JT can prevail here on round number one. Going to be a little bit early in the morning for them to do so, but they're a dedicated lot over there as the time works its way past 7 a.m. across there.
It's pretty amazing what you'll see family do to watch us ski around the world, all the way from Australia or here in Europe. You know, getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning or staying up late at night just to watch us all compete.
Yep, they're a dedicated bunch across the world as we see our first look of Thomas De Gasperi, our fourth from last skier to go. As we see Vincenzo Moreno taking that rather long walk back to the dock. We'll look over and see what Jonathan Travers can do with the next pass to come, which I believe is going to be 11.25 meters.
So how many threes do we have, Tony?
4 of them.
4 of them. And we've got 5 skiers remaining, including John. So we may be closer to that 3 here, depending what John does.
All right, let's see what he's got. Jonathan Travers, 11.25 meters.
Really a pretty good start. I mean, the gate in 1, swinging over to 2. We've kind of seen a much improved offside turn out of John the last couple of tournaments. You know,
Don't see too much wrong with that run.
Not at all, and that was a 38 off pass. You know, we kind of forget that he did start at 35, so be coming back in. A little bit of a tailwind, 39, but, you know, to me it's a nice texture on the water. I think it's a perfect little wind out there, hides any bumps that might be in the water where there's not really any to deal with. But, you know, seems check a little bit of speed at the gate glide there. Nice strong turn in for 1. You know, as I mentioned, just this 2-4 side, just much improved from what we've seen in the past. The ski just coming around nicely around the backside of the buoy there.
We're seeing a few messages come through, a little bit late in responding to some of them, but I'll try and get through as many as we can. They've got a tournament going on over at Hazelwoods this weekend, so a shout out to those guys. They're actually asking if you're competing this weekend. We can definitely categorically say no, because you're still suffering from some ruptured vertebrae. Is that correct?
Yep, unfortunately not on the water this week, and I can go ahead and tell you I won't be in it next week at Fungless as Weather in Domartin. So it's unfortunate. Had the time off of work, but sometimes that's just how it goes. So here we go, 39 off, John Travers.
All right, here we go. Jonathan Travers, 39.5 off, 10.75 meters on Alpha 3, which means the boat is going to give him maximum intensity. Look at him go. Oh, a little bit late down course, but still able to rock its way through and sands the little rodeo whip across the exit gates, which you told me he wasn't the creator of, but your good friend Cale Burdick was.
He was the I mean, as far as I know, maybe somebody else did it, but Cale is the one that I learned from, and obviously a couple of guys have seen it from me as well. But you know, going back to this 39 off pass from John, I know you saw the little hiccup there at 5, but in my mind that was more of just, okay, I've done the work, this has been a fantastic pass, let's not screw it up now. So that's all that I saw at 5 ball. I didn't see, you know, any real hiccup. I mean, I thought this was a fantastic pass coming out of 4 just fine. Just a little bit as, what would Wade say? A little safety check there at 5. We seem to hear all the time. So,
Yep, he looked in complete control of that pass, certainly.
Yeah.
All right there, so where are we at? 10.25 meters now.
Yep, nice little head breeze right in your face from that far end. Perfect conditions, and you got a lefty that needs to try to get a piece of 4 ball. And I think this year, John's best tournament score is a 3, so I know he'll be looking to improve on that, so we'll see as he comes back in here on this
Here he comes. This now is 10.25 meters. He gets round buoy number 1. Look at him go round number 2. Can he make a play on number 3? Yes, he can. Can he make a play on 4? And inside buoy number 4. Wow. And I don't know whether he was halfway pleased or frustrated.
I think he knew he had it, and he didn't all at the last second there. We'll have to come back and see. Just didn't quite get the 1 and 2 he was looking for. I thought he had an all right 2 ball. But, you know, those lefties, turning that 3 ball sure does help. Kind of a similar thing to what Dane did, honestly.
All right, let's have a look at this once again. Entrance gates, a longish pull into buoy number 1, but managing to just drop that ski hard and go cross course. And he looked early, but a little bit of a flat-footed tailspin there on buoy number 2, managing to get to number 3, and he still had enough time to do it, but unfortunately, time running out on him, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of watching him there a little bit. I mean, that's frustration. It's not like angry. It's just knowing, hey, I had that. I should have been able to get there. Just that loose line out at 1, put him down course just for the whole pass there. Really, just out the back there a little bit at 2. I thought, though, when he turned 3, I thought there was going to be enough here to swing over to 4. I really, really did. Electing not to throw the ski and go cartwheels at all, but that's a good confidence builder, though. I think I think that's a good score to have right there. It's what he needed to do. He didn't need anything less than that, but anything more than that would have set him apart from the pack.
All right there, so our next skier on the water electing to go in on 13 meters. We've had a whole slew of skiers that have gone in on 12 and on 13. It's interesting to see the differences in the starting approach, but the skier on the water is certainly one of the better ones. This is Thomas de Gasperi.
Yeah, and kind of like I mentioned, not everybody's predictable, but Thomas is someone that does a lot of the same things every time. So we kind of thought that he would come in at that 32 off pass, just simply just to get a feel of the water. But we'll go ahead and go over, check in with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here dockside. I got JT coming over here. We just saw him get off the water. 3 at 10.25. You looked really good out there. How are things? How was your ski set?
Yeah, it was good. Kind of nerve-wracking starting at 35. It is what it is. But I got that over with and had a really sweet 39, and then I just didn't have the greatest gate at 41. But I'm just happy to get to where I am. It's kind of stacked up with everyone else, so it's a good start.
Yeah, and I mean, in putting yourself with a good backup score for tomorrow. I know there's quite a few guys there at 3, but that's still kind of meeting that mark.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good out there. If the wind can stay like it is, there's going to be really big scores. So hopefully 3's enough for round 1, and we'll go for round 2 tomorrow.
Well, you looked like you got a round 3, and I mean, you made a play on 4. Kind of with not a good start, so that should kind of build your confidence for tomorrow.
For sure, it feels really good out there, and I just can't wait to get back out there and try it again.
Perfect. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, and right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then, just a quick reminder up on your screen, win a ski of your choice. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play as we continue right along. This is Thomas de Gasperi with that kind of modified one-handed gate shot. He was one of the very few that still utilizes some form of the one-handed gate shot, and he makes it work for him. It is 12 meters, and it's a successful run there.
I know he played around with a two-handed gate this past winter. He does come over and ski a fair bit with me just since we live 5 minutes apart. But ultimately he settled back on this whole one-handed thing. But he did give it a pretty honest attempt on the two-handed gate for quite some time.
Oh, Nate. Hello. Nate's making us look really short here, Tony.
Trying to stand.
I was going to say, what have we got? That doesn't even help me that much. I'm done chatting, done skiing. Ooh, I've been plugged in. Tigas looking good there. I think he's not probably had the start to the season that he wanted, really, in terms of I think he did okay at Moomba, and then he's tripped up at the last couple of events and was pretty annoyed with himself at his performance down in Morocco, I think. So I think this is sort of this is an important round.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Morocco thing you kind of have to throw out the window. There's a lot of moving parts and changes going on there.
It's not easy to do it, though, is it? It's easy to...
You can't really judge. Like you mentioned, you come over here with confidence. The first tournament is Morocco, where you could very easily miss 38 off, as you know. And but the point is, it can take your confidence away very quickly, right? So coming back here... This is his time to shine. This is where he can rebuild that confidence a little bit.
Yeah, and I think last year that's where the difference was we did this before Morocco, so you had confidence at least from this to then take. But let's see how he can get through this 38. Ooh, looking a little tippy there at 1, but good swing through the pass, and it's Tigas. We know that he's fine, and not looking the most connected we've ever seen him ski, but really settling into the end of this pass, and yeah, It's a pretty good finish after not a shaky start, but not maybe the skiing we're used to seeing Tikas do.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when he's over here in Europe, he doesn't have the most pristine conditions to ski in or practice in. I think you've been to his place in Italy. I've been there a few times now, and it's probably one of the most special places I've ever walked down the stairs and seen a slalom course, and it is just amazing to kind of hang out there. But it can be very challenging to ski in, but also might be why he's been as tough as he has for all these years. He's gotten to train and practice in those conditions, similar to kind of what Andy Mapple did back in the day.
Yeah.
So,
no, and it is one of the most beautiful places on the planet, and he is the, I don't know how you would say, the consummate host, right? He makes every single person's experience, whether pro or Joe. It is one place I would definitely recommend stopping into. If you ever manage to get somewhat close to Italy, bring your ski and take a set at all the Italian ski sites. You know, Jolly Ski Riscedo, and Ski Nautique Trento. Butchered the name. It's the most English way you can say that name, but no, beautiful place to ski. But yeah, he's locked into these conditions, and he's done this longer than the rest of us, so he knows the corrections he's going to need to make. Got a breezy little headwind into this 39, which is gonna add to the confidence, right?
You were out there. Can you feel the wind?
Yes.
Okay, so you can feel it.
It's definitely there, and it's a lot. I think because it's straight, there's a lot on the gates.
Yep.
Gates were really tricky to time, and I think now when it's this straight, it's actually a lot easier. But I got really slow on this 39 gate, and he seems to manage that quite well. Get some good swing into one. Nice, calm start. Good move out of the 2 and really connect into this pass a little bit more. He's going to need a big 4 as he gets out of this. He gets it.
He needs this.
Oh, he's a little out of position. He's going to
a little bit loose
all
off
the way to
5
6.
round buoy number 6. Oh, that's going to hurt.
Talking about headwinds. Used every inch of that into 5. That's not confidence building there for Thomas, unfortunately.
No, it's not. Just kind of watching, it just seems like he's going hard and then coming off the handle, like edge changing off that second wake so abruptly, which we're kind of used to seeing him doing. Like that's a pretty common thing of Thomas, but it just seems like he hasn't been getting the width, and that's not just here, but that was at Swiss, that was at Morocco last week, Mumba. It's just something you've kind of seen from him lately.
He's more inside. I mean, you can read into this maybe a little better, but he's inside there.
Yeah.
Normally he's forwards, but he's also, and actually that was probably the best move of the lot. But getting that right shoulder kind of forwards and then peeled inside here, we see it big time at this angle. And you see he's really having to clamber for that width because he's not able to carry on that climb. And like you say, it's a very Tiga style. He knows exactly how to ski it, but just looking like he's losing that connection to that swing, which we normally see even though he's forwards.
And let's not forget he's riding a ski that's of his own design to complement what he does out there on the water naturally. So Thomas de Gasperi on that T-gas from Good. Now, where is he in relation to everyone else? That he is currently in 8th spot.
He has one mission right now, Tony, and that is at least a 3, if not a 4.
I mean, he's the machine that does 3 more than anybody I know.
Little tail breeze, but pretty calm through this gate. So let's see if he gets his gate timing right. Can catch you out, but looking good there. Good swing through the gate. Little forwards into one, but
look
he's
at
plenty
that.
safe.
Boom,
look at that. Come on, he's in a position. Turn it.
Oh, you got it.
And he's tied with Rob Hazelwood in about half the field.
Half the field. Half of Series 2's down there tied with him. That was the best swing of the lot. And gets kicked forwards again into 1. And he managed to stay calm and ride it probably with the best line that he's had. And I think a very similar situation to a lot of us confidence-wise. If he has some confidence coming into that 3 there, he turns it and gets out of that.
I think you hit it on the head right there. The confidence. I mean, this 2 was big enough, but the 3, I think you turn that. I don't know. Maybe he's narrow, but I think, in a final situation, I think that's something you try to turn.
No, 100%. And I think that's where, and we know that, right? And he knows that. He's done this more than any of us, and he's won with more 3s than anyone probably. So there's a lot of value in that 3 for him, I think, in terms of building confidence. I think he struggled in his practice yesterday, he was saying, and didn't necessarily feel comfortable, as a lot of us didn't. And I think this round is like, okay, we know how to ski again. We know the feelings, we know the vibes that we're going to get, and just trying to stay calm and realize that the boys are still there.
All right, then. So as we continue on, I feel like at some stage we need to create a jingle that says "Number Cruncher."
That's the jingle right there. Someone clip it. There, you got it.
All right, there. So Thibaut Dayon, Thomas de Gasperi, Sasha Deska, Rob Hazelwood, Dane Meckler, Jonathan Travers all tied for the lead. It's a 6-way tie.
Yeah, if my maths are correct, it should end up roughly 3s down to 9, depending on what the last couple of skiers do, and that puts the 3s in a joyous situation where not everyone's in, right? And we don't. Obviously, Charlie's skiing incredibly right now. Will has been skiing strong, coming off a 3rd in
It almost
Monaco,
effectively means that, you might as well just start off with just one round and just.
Yeah, not if you don't have a 3.
Yeah.
Then it sucks. But it takes a lot of the pressure off, and I think a lot of us ski differently in that aspect, and probably better. You know, when we have a lot of travel, when we have a lot of movements, this 2-round format's kind of perfect, and we're used to it being in the same day, which definitely makes it a little bit of a different scenario, and it'll be interesting to see how the wind plays tomorrow. But at the minute, I think 3's there's definitely worse places to be than with a 3, and I think the next couple of skiers are going to know that. I mean, I've had the pleasure of watching Will this week and Charlie, and I think we're going to see something big go down between one of the two of them, and I'm excited to watch this. So 12 start from Will, and I'm going to go take some photos of this 12 start, so I'll leave you be for the moment.
All right,
Sounds
then.
good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, another 35 start, Tony. I think that's going to be the play the rest of the way, I believe.
Despite the fact that it's a tailwind opener.
I think it's more the fact that that's what you have to do second round, and that's what you have to do in the finals. So why not do it now?
Yep, that I can see a lot of logic in that as we see Will Asher come into the course on 12 meters and smooth in, smooth out. Wipe on, wipe off.
Yeah, that's
2 seasons ago, he was your champion here at Monaco. And with that, let's go over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Thomas DeGasperi. Just saw you get 3 at 10.25, so kind of joining that group of guys, but that's still a big score here for the first round.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the prettiest set of my life, definitely. Actually, my 39 was very scrappy. I was struggling a little bit to get my speed in the gate. I thought I had a pretty good speed, but then I was losing it very quickly. So, yeah, I guess something to adjust later.
Yeah, and you're not the only one that said that they've been struggling with their gates. I don't know if it's coming off the river or what's going on, but yeah, I've heard from quite a few skiers that they're still struggling with their gates after even a few practice sets.
Yeah, I practiced yesterday, but I drove for like 6-7 hours, so that doesn't count. And yeah, my 39 was pretty ugly, but again, I didn't have enough turn in that I wanted.
Well, you're still Mr. Consistent. Got you at least 3 at 41, 3 at 10.25. So great skiing. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, we'll send it back to you, Tony. Yeah, dude. Nice skiing.
All right, then continuing right along. I've got Nate Smith here on the announcing point alongside myself, Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have you, the pleasure of your company right here on the Côte d'Azur. Not too far away from Monaco and the city of Monte Carlo itself. Here we go. This is Will Asher. Not needing to bleed off an awful lot of speed going into his gate shot as he typically does. Let's see what's going on here. There's 4, there's 5, and 6 in the mix there, and there's very little to pick apart on that run.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say, honestly. That was about as good as it gets. But we kind of rewind to a couple of years ago. Will is very familiar with getting through that 41 off pass here. I believe it was a score of 5.5 at 41 that he ran the year that he did win this tournament. So he is one of those skiers that has been able to, make that turn at 3, get down the course a little bit, and it was in this same exact direction he's taken 41, or he will be taking 41 from in this course or this pass.
Okay, and just receiving word from our official and our chief judge, Virgin Sortie, that there'll be a 15-minute intermission between the end of this round of slalom and the beginning of the women's trick competition. As we take our first look at Charlie Ross getting ready to go, and we also see not too far away Freddie Winter. But on the water is Will Asher.
You know the downside of tricks?
What is the downside?
I have to leave you. I can't call tricks.
Oh, I can teach you. All right, there. Here we go. This is Will Asher, 10.75 meters. Ooh, leaving the ski behind him a little bit on number 2. Not as far behind him as Cole McCormick, mind you, but he's still able to get through that pass at 10.75 meters without too much worries.
Yeah, just kind of dug it in a little bit there at 1, and I think he thought he was going to just get a big 2 and get right back into it. Didn't quite get either one of those that he was looking for. We'll see on this replay just a little bit. Yeah, just over the front, but that's, in Will fashion, you see that a fair bit.
Knows exactly the position he needs to ski to, and then just drives off that edge and across the back of the boat.
Yeah, and sometimes we're not out there for style points, right? So Will has done this so many times, probably more than just about anybody out there, that he knows what it takes to get through that pass. He knows what he can get away with. He knows what he can and cannot do, and sometimes you just have to kind of sit back and let a couple of mistakes happen and still just trust your confidence to get through the pass. Because at the end of the day, 6 is 6. We can sit up here and critique it all you want, but it doesn't matter how it looks.
It only matters if you do.
Yeah.
All right there. So the boat accelerates up from the far end of this facility, the sea end of this lake. Here we go. 10.25 meters. Round buoy number 1. Good hook up on 1. Excellent hook up on 2. He's got 3. Can he make a play on 4? Yes, he can. Even better still, he tries to make a play on 5. But he is your outright leader right now, I believe.
Yep, and that surpasses his season best as well. And he was in that pass to try and run it. You could tell that he wanted to come in, run that pass. But I think that safely, that's a 4, right? He didn't get outside a 5 ball anyway. So we're looking at a 4, which I want to say that's safe, but you just never know.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious question is, are there 8 skiers out there that could potentially unseat him?
I don't know. I can't give you that answer because you just never know, Tony. I mean, things change so quickly. You'd like to think that that's probably not going to happen, but we kind of thought Cole was safe last week with a 4.5 on that river, right?
Yeah.
So you really never know. But man, this start from Will, fantastic start.
It was like the same as he had on the river last week.
Yeah. Just a little down course there at 2. I mean, he usually gets those big turns at 2 and kind of had to reach and fell out the back a little bit there at 3. But
he just kept the ski moving. That was the thing.
Yeah, but what I saw at that 3 ball was I'm turning. He came in committed to turn. He didn't come in and say, well, I don't know if I want to end up with 2.5. So that's a little bit different than what you normally see from Will. Sometimes you see him sit back at 3 and wait, but he was after it.
Right. Going out at 12 here, I think you're going to see this sort of commitment from him this year, and it was good to see Will make that choice. And again, we talked about it quite a bit earlier about the decisions and the way that people ski showed the decision and what's going on in the head. That showed the decision and the intention of Will, and I mean, I think that shows experience, but more importantly, experience can tell you a lot unless you listen to it. He listened to it and was like, I know the scenario. And it was interesting to listen to John. It was like, he was like, I didn't want to go out at 35 and I was nervous to, and I knew it. And someone was like, oh, well, you weren't forced to. And I'm like, well, but he knew in his mind the scenario that there is, he basically was in his head.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think it's cool to see these guys sort of building in, and it's why I've been part of the top seeds maybe helps, and obviously conditions have maybe built throughout the day a little bit. But it forces that decision and that scenario. But let's head to Zane and see who we got.
Indeed.
All right, hey guys, I got Will Asher. Just got out of the water, 4 at 41. Puts you in the lead right now. And that's a big score for going in for tomorrow.
Yeah, I got some prime Ross coaching on the dock. It was very much don't stop at 3. So I took that in. It felt great out there. I mean, we were here all week and got Manuel. You know, I have a lot of experience with him now, so that's great to have confidence in the driver and the site and all the guys, what they're doing here at Monaco Ski Club. Pretty happy, yeah.
Yeah, and we could see on the replay that when you went into 3, it was turn it mentality, and you're definitely making a play on 4 there. So, great skiing, and look forward to getting you out there tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's a big log jam at 3, and that's, if you have the option to get out there, you got to try. So I had an option.
Well, you normally do it, man, and great skiing, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And the skier out in the water from Canada, I believe he ran a 41 off for the very, very first time in his career, this time last year.
First pro, I believe.
First pro.
Yeah, no, he ran it a little bit before that, but he took his first pro win here, I believe, and ran the 41 here, and that was incredible. I mean, it was a lot of wind, and it really sort of showed signs of what was to come, and this year and we talked about this last week, there was a lot of expectation on his shoulders, and he's gone away, he's worked all winter non-stop, which doesn't always help, as I learned a couple of years in a row, and he just came back better and stronger, and it's fun to watch.
And just looking at his style and his technique, what he's doing out there on the water on the turns should not be possible. I mean, come on. I mean, he's backside in this pass. I mean, that's just nuts.
I mean, it's the turns of the show, right? The what he's doing to get himself there is the money, and that's the part that is the most impressive in my eyes. The way that he's able to move through second wake and create the swing and all the boring stuff, and he does a very good job of doing all that in his own little way, and he's starting to almost reel that in. Would you say, Nate? It's a little bit less of, not that it was ever an extreme style, but he's starting to get a lot more confident around his hips and legs. And
yeah, I would say so. I mean, that's what some of the inconsistencies I think have been for him over the last year to 2 years, and that's just something that comes with age and time in the sport, and having the confidence to go do it. Like, you're going to see the ups and downs. Absolutely, you're still going to see that with Charlie, but the ups are the ones that shine.
Yeah, most definitely. And I believe that 11 is incorrect at the top. I think this is 39 off. And look at the confidence there through that offside and onside. But yeah, phenomenal swing. Really nice movements and staying super connected behind that boat and lined himself up for a very good shot at this 41. And if I've seen anything this week, I'm excited to see what's about to go down.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way that he ran it last year here. Mm-hmm. A little bit less wind, but it is more of a consistent headwind.
Yeah, substantially less. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, last year was nuts, and excited to sort of see if he can put it out again.
Well,
all right then. So as we continue to crunch the numbers here, we got on the water Charlie Rossi's 6 buoys to the good on 10.75 meters. That puts him within striking distance of a number of skiers. Will Asher on 4 at 10.25 meters. And 3 buoys at 10.25 meters. Tied with Thibaut Dayon, Thomas de Gasperi, Sasha Deska, Robert Hazelwood, Dane Meckler, Jonathan Travers.
Well, and you heard what Will said, that he was not planning to stop at 3 ball. So you got to kind of have that mentality here the last few off the dock that you're going to go beyond that 3 ball, not getting that log jam, as Will mentioned. And I think that's Charlie's mentality here. You ask why? Well, he's got another round to safety his way into a 3 or 4 at 41. It's kind of nice when you have that in the tool chest.
So let's see what he does here at 41 off, 10.25 meters. Ran this pass this time last year at this venue. Oh no! And oh my word. Tried to get the ski going round buoy number 2, and unfortunately came up short in that regard, which means he's going to be one of those skiers on the outside looking in and needing to basically empty the tank.
Yeah, I mean,
in the next.
We've seen that a few times now. I mean, obviously it was here. We saw it in Morocco. We saw it at Masters. We saw it at Swiss. We're seeing this happen a lot, specifically on that onside turn at whether it's 2 or 4 ball, which is very uncharacteristic of a right foot forward skier. I mean, I seem to have my issues on the 1-3-5 side trying to get too much, but just right out the back of the ski there.
Just basically jam that back foot in and the ski tip just rose up way too much, and he just got caught out.
So I don't have the scores in front of me. I haven't been number crunching and all that, Tony, like you do. But does this slide in
No.
threes at all, or we got one more before that would happen?
Well, we'll know for certain within about the next ski or so,
Okay.
because that next ski.
Well, there's only one more.
There's only one more. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so currently, it looks like all of the threes are in, because
that's what I thought.
That's a tie for 6 ways. Thomas de Gasperi, Sasha Deska, Rob Hazelwood, Dane Meckler, Jonathan Travers. They're all, as it stands right now, through to the next round of the competition alongside Will Asher. And it's a 12-meter start for Freddie Winter, our final skier to take to water. He is the current leader on the Waterski Pro Tour, and won last week at the Royal Nautique Pro in Rabat in Morocco. And he's also won at the U.S. Masters as well earlier on in the season. And he's been on an absolute tear in the competitions that he's been present at this season so far.
So a 35 off start, he's probably the one towards the end that I wasn't confident or sure in what he would actually start at, because you do see Freddie do that 32 off start quite often, whether that's just to stay in a rhythm of what he's used to doing or the conditions that he sees out there. But I think, everybody in front of him pretty much went this 35 start, and again, he knows that's what's going to be tomorrow. And, why not? Why not take that 41 from the end that they've run it from and the end that they're going to have it tomorrow and both of those rounds?
Yep, audition the pass, as it were.
Yeah.
And for those of you that are new to this channel, you can subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel to get indications, live notifications as to when we are live next, and also be a part of the live chat. There is your leaderboard, Will Asher, with in the lead with 4 at 10.25 meters.
He's looking in good stead right now. Sorry, I keep jumping away and jumping back, but
hey, part-time over here.
I am part-time. I'm a disappointing host. That's why Tony's the best. Never miss a day, Tony. Never miss a moment.
Doesn't leave the stool.
All right, Freddie.
Here we go. This is Freddie Winter coming to us from the London Borough of Wandsworth. Round 1 and 2 and number 3.
Making this 38 look aggressive, and I think he's always been an aggressive skier in a very smooth way. I don't really know how you say that without saying the wrong thing, but he's looking, I would say, more towards the aggressive side this year. I don't know whether it's he had a little shoulder injury and skiing less, or he looks more intentional this year.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying with the aggressive part, but I think what it looks like is he does double the work of what Charlie just did to get to the same spot, right? So like, how's that translating all that work to do what Charlie did by making it look like no work whatsoever?
Yeah.
The shoulder injury, again, I'm not sure on that either, but I thought Freddie had been a little bit more relaxed in the last 2 years. I remember. I mean, I don't know why this flashes back to me. I guess because I sat there and watched him beat me at the Masters last year. I was standing there as the last guy to go, and he had to run the 39, get to 2 at 41, and I watched him turn a 2-ball and do nothing. Where normally you see him bury 2, shoulder heavy, drive it, everything he's got, and then potentially explode. And last year I just watched him turn and
just ride the line.
And that's what I'm seeing more of this year, which I think is benefiting him a lot more.
No, interesting.
And this on top of the fact that that Freddie Winter doesn't tinker as much with his equipment as a lot of other skiers do to try and get the most out of him.
Tony, have you seen his back boot?
Yeah, right.
Have you seen his back boot?
It looks just like mine with a cuff.
Put it on.
Yeah.
He does a lot more than he used to. But let's see, 39 off tailwind. Not an easy pass here. Charlie made it look easy. That wind is pushing and variable. Gets a good start here. Really resets that swing out of 3. Yeah, swinging well, moving well out of there, and aggressive, but like you say, riding that line very well side to side, and that's a 39 you can build some confidence on, that's for sure.
Yeah, I thought that looked pretty good, but like I was just mentioning a minute ago, even with that loose line, a little bit down course, not being right where he wanted to be, he wasn't doing anything extra into the first week.
No, I agree, and like you say, your words probably, they are the correct way of saying he's riding the line. He's moving incredibly efficiently, and it looks he's been dangerous this year. He's been putting out big scores when he needs to, and I think honestly, you say he's not a tinkerer, Tony. He does the right amount. Honestly, I think
he doesn't overdo it.
Yeah, and I think it's a very hard thing because also you don't want to underdo it. You don't just want to ski on something that you're not happy with and not look into it, right? So I think he's dialed his stuff into it to where he wants it to be. And there's if you reference your tinkering off Will Asher, then everyone under tinkers, right? if you reference your off me or Freddie or someone who maybe does it, dabbles in off season and does this sort of thing and tries to find the right thing and the thing that they want and the thing that they dream of, and then goes, okay, we're not going to start adjusting set to set. And I would say that's sort of Fred. And we've seen him in the past get in a little deep and do a little much of this. And
Thank you for digging me out of that hole.
Which hole? You're in no hole, Tony. You're never in a hole. But here we go, 41. Let's see what he can put up. It looked incredible last weekend on a river. We're now on a perfect man-made lake. He's off a 5:41. He's going to want to get that 5 to stand ahead of everyone. Let's see what he can do. First of all, has to get this gate in one ride, and he gets it. What a
Look at
swing.
That. Boom,
well
look at that.
Through 2. Stands up proud into 3. A little bit out the tail, but he's going to be okay in this.
Come on.
It's a big 4. Doesn't get it, but does get the 5.
He gets round 5 and to the wake, and he will be our...
A very
lead skier.
A very settled scenario. Like you say there, Nate, I think that looked less aggressive out of 2 than it did on his 38.
That's what I'm saying. I just think using the power in the right spots is what has, I think, made him be more consistent this year. Not coming out of that 2 ball and saying, well, man, I got to go, dropping that shoulder. I mean, this start really, what more do you want at a 41, right? And I think even out of the 2, swinging over to 3, maybe a little loose at 3 because, well, gosh, if I go down, then I'm behind everybody.
Yeah, it really, and I think this is possibly the hardest scenario to be in, and why he's kind of so good at it is because, again, you go down and you sort of do what Charlie did. I mean, we know what he's capable of and the power that he can put down, but you put yourself in a 2.5 or less, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm miles away. I'm not even close. I go get a 3 tomorrow, I'm out. You know, that backup means nothing. So it is a tricky scenario, and I think that can't be understated.
No, you're right for Charlie. I mean, thinking about that, you think he's going to be down towards the bottom, but Charlie needs a 41 tomorrow.
At least, a minimum. And I think that's a good intention. And again, I'm not a betting man, but I know which way I'd bet on it.
100%, but still.
I'm not going to put it on way. I'm not going to count myself as in tied 8th right now.
Yeah.
But I think it's so impressive of Freddie and Will to come into that 3. And I mean, Freddie came into that 3 incredibly well. But to be able to come into that, stay calm, stay settled, use the headwind in the right way, and move well.
An expression of frustration towards the end, would you say?
No,
not at all.
Relief.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that. I mean, if you're frustrated, everyone wants to run 41.
You can't win it today,
no.
Right? You got to be one step better on days like today, and leave it for the finals to get frustrated and all that. But
most definitely lose it.
If you want to call it a win, he won today, right? So.
All right, there. So let's send it over to Zane with our men's slalom leaderboard.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Freddie Winter for it. 41, 10.25. Or sorry, 5. My bad. 5 at 10.25. You are the leader here. So great score here, round 1.
Very happy. I kind of was in it, and I got to 4, and I started to little flashbacks where I'm happy. I mean, 5's a good score. Should have put me in the final. That's what I wanted to do today. So great, happy, very happy.
Yeah, and I mean, I to be honest, to start there at 41, I thought you were going to run it. I mean, you had a really good 1 and 2, and I was kind of surprised that all you got was 5 out of it. I thought it was a great start.
I mean, a little bit of trauma there, Like I came into 4 and started thinking, and that's the first time I turned 4 since then. So it's good. 5 is great with me. It's fine. I'll try and work on my mental strength for the final. So we're good.
Cool. Well, you should be good. Should put you into the final. We'll see how tomorrow shakes out, but I'm betting, man, you'll be there tomorrow. So look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and we'll let you go get dried off. Enjoy your afternoon. Right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much, and that concludes the men's slalom event for this stage of the competition here at the Monaco Waterski Cup. And anything you guys want to add as we close out the slalom for today?
No, we've got some exciting tricks to come, and conditions. I'm glad they held up, ready for tomorrow. Yeah, and hopefully I'll see you two guys in the booth cheering us all on yet again.
No worries. And what about you, Nate?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of played out similar to, what I was thinking, maybe a little bit lower. I didn't think a 3 was actually going to be safe. I thought you were going to need that little bit of piece of 4 today. But, with a couple of unexpected early falls there from Cole and from Charlie, I think that set things up a little bit differently. But, again, we're going to come back tomorrow to a perfectly good man-made lake. Scores are going to be exactly the same as they were today, if not better tomorrow, because everybody has that first round under their belt and that confidence builder. So.
One thing that is going to be quite exciting, if you're just debating whether you're going to watch it tomorrow, is all of those 3s. There's going to be another 3. Between the people that don't have it, there's going to be those 3s are not going to be in, and it's destined to be quite down the lake tomorrow. So we're going to start getting people deciding, hey, 35 start, do I risk the miss of the 39? One of those 39s goes down. All of a sudden, you have there's a lot of scenarios that could potentially be at play tomorrow, and with the conditions, it's definitely going to be very nice, but with that tailwind 39, if you want to take it to get that chance of getting out of the 3, there's going to be some thoughts.
It is a 35 start second round tomorrow, if you don't know that already.
Second round?
Yeah.
Well, that answered that question, so here we go. I'm going to sleep well tonight.
Yeah.
It's 35 start second round, first of the morning.
We had bad information earlier, so we've had that corrected.
Zingy. I like it.
All right, then. With that, we'll transition and we'll get ready for the women's tricks elimination round. A big thanks to all of the sponsors that have contributed to the successful running of this event. This event being the Monaco Waterski Cup, and in less than 15 minutes, we will have the women's tricks elimination round. So stick around. Make sure you grab your favorite beverage and your favorite seat, because we are going to throw down with the women's tricks event. All that to come right after this.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Masterline, made in the USA.
Ain't nobody smooth like me. I don't flash C notes, that's too high key. Keep it all down low, that's who I be. Levitating on the stage when I move my feet. Alright, look, good guy, didn't know that he can move, huh? Been in my shell, popped out like Cooper. And she look good, body rocking like Medusa. Calm like a Buddha, still popping off like bazooka. Smooth like butter in a pan. Love her when she dance. Got me all stuck inside a trance. Hoping she don't have some other plans. Said you got a man?
Yeah.
Damn. Smooth like ice and that's a fact. Michael Jackson, nice with it. I'm moonwalking. She got hoops with the ice and that's a bad chick. The matching jacket with it, you on 10. Yeah. So smooth when you walked in. Slow-mo hair flip. Caught my eye from the jump. Thigh-high socks and them legs don't quit. Good God, girl, go ahead and find what you got. I know that you gotta leave, but I got just what you need. So please tell me what you want, what you want. Said that she was tired of the rap, so I came back. New style, hit on with the funk, with the
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at ShuswapSNB.com.
Then, folks, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the Monaco Waterski Cup. My name is Tony Lyford, and glad to have the pleasure of your company as we round off the slalom events that took place just a few minutes ago. Starting off with the women's slalom leaderboard, Jamie Bull, your leader, with 2 at 10.25 meters ahead of Ali Nicholson, Ali Garcia, both of them scoring 2 at 10.75 meters alongside Trinidad Espinal, three-way tie for second. Fifth place is currently Neely Ross with half at 10.75 meters. Sixth place is Alicia Bagnoli with 4.5 on 11. Sadie Ferguson and Anne-Marie Robleski and Daniela Kretzmer are all tying at 7th. And you can see the IWWF scoring page for more details. On your screen is the men's slalom leaderboard. Freddie Winter in the outright lead with 5 at 10.25 meters. Will Asher on 4. And then we have a multiple weight tie for third place between Thomas de Gasperi, Jonathan Travers, Dane Meckler, Rob Hazelwood, Sasha Deska, and Thibaut Dayon, all tying at position number 3, and occupying the remaining 6 places out of the 8 that I just told you about. And those are the results in the pro divisions so far as slalom is concerned. All right, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and to my right and on the left-hand side of your screen is Matteo Luzzeri. So, how are you doing today, Matteo?
Tony, I'm good. It's nice to be here back in Monaco. I was lucky enough to take part of the inaugural event in 23. And then due to injury, didn't get to compete in the second and third edition. But here we are. We had a first round of preliminary in slalom, and now we're about to watch some pro women tricks.
All right, and our first skier in the pro women's tricks, and we'll get the running order up on the screen in just a moment. That list starts off with Enith Anguano from France, followed by Janina Meckler of Germany, Hannah Stopnicki of Canada, Kennedy Hansen of the United States, and Neely Ross of Canada. So, got some tricking to come. So we got Matteo Luzzeri here, who was slaloming a little bit earlier. Your assessment of what happened out there with you?
Tony, I haven't skied any single lake other than home for the last 4 months. So I was excited to go somewhere else, take a set behind someone else in a different lake. I got a 2 at 41 early on in the second series. I knew for a fact it wasn't going to be enough. Training into this event, I think anyone with a bit of knowledge would have guessed that it's going to be a 3 and 3 minimum to get in this time around. So tomorrow, with the 2, I have to try to get a piece of 4 if I want to make it.
You basically got to empty the tank.
basically. But no, everything felt great. I did struggle a little bit in practice yesterday with gates and a boat that I hadn't skinned behind in a while. But talked to Claudio back home, made a couple of adjustments on the zero-off setting and on the ski, and today felt really, really nice.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so we have Ines coming in for the first pass. Looks like she's going to go for a toe run, I would say.
Yep.
Didn't see the foot in the kicker, and there we are.
There it is. Getting set up for the first move, which I believe is going to be a... not too sure what it's going to be, because she's still got the foot in toe, and it looks like it's going to be a toe 7.
Yep.
Either a toe 7 or a toe wake 5 back.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of toe wake 5 backs in recent years, but
not
here,
this time.
Not this time. We have a 7, little out of balance, but goes into a toe 5 back. 1 toe wake back to back. Look how calm she is, like taking this pass in the tailwind, which obviously is the choice of many skiers for toes, toe line back, size light, and
nicely done.
Stand up run to start off this pro women trick event.
Stands up, at whether it'll be in 20 seconds or not is yet to be determined, and that is Enith Anguano. And you can win yourself a ski of your choice by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play, and make sure you enter to be eligible for the audience prize, as we see this pass again, starting off with the toe 7 front and toe 5 back. I think a little bit of a hesitation there with the toe 5 back, which may result in that trick not being credited. But we'll try and get the point scores out to you as quickly as possible. And,
very centered on the ski, Tony. I think it's 2 rounds, and then they take what, top 4 for the final? Is that what it is, or everyone goes through?
Everyone advances.
Okay, so then even more so, it's just a way to feel your legs. Normally tricks is the first event of the day in most tournaments. Now trickers have had to wait around and see, watch some slalom and then get ready for a early afternoon trick set. I think Ines really dealt with this first pass very well, and we'll see her coming back in hand.
All right, we'll see about that.
One of 2 European skiers in this event, together with Janina. And then we have Canada, US, and Canada.
Yep, and there have been quite a few skiers that have been prepared to take a bigger European trip this time around, especially the likes of Hanna Stopnicki and Neely Ross.
Yeah, there's Tony, you remember not too long ago there were no events in Europe, and now people have to plan a trip to Europe and having to make decisions on what to ski and what not to ski.
And now we've added an event in Africa now. Need to start adding an event or 2 in Asia.
Oh, you know that. We need to. And there's good spots. There's good spots in Asia where we could have a solid event.
Like Thailand and the United Arab Emirates, a couple of which come to mind.
Right. Okay, Ines coming back for her hand run. Jumping the wakes a little bit to feel the wakes, the speed.
Here we go. This looks like it's going to be a ski line back. Now to the front. Wake back to backs. Wake 5 front. Wake 5 back. A little bit of a slip there on the second 5 back. Looking to go with flips from either side. 500 points apiece. Positional there to the flip to the front, flip to the back. And I think she kind of ran out of steam a little bit, but she stands up 2 runs, and that's as much as she would expect.
Yeah, interesting combination, because from what I could see, like a very long rope and a very high speed. Almost 31K. You don't see women going over 30K an hour very often. But, she made it to where the flips were very wide. And in fact, as you saw in the first one, wide and high, she had to stop for a bit to get the rhythm back. You'll notice it here.
Decent elevation in case in the second wake, and that goes to your point where the wakes are a little wider than what you would typically go for.
Yeah, there has been, I'm sure you've noticed it, Tony, there has been a recent trend in the last few years, obviously, to go faster as a skier. And a lot of skiers to do this so have been opting for slower boat speeds and shorter rope lengths, just because ski sinks a little bit, the line is tight earlier, so you feel you can go to the next trick earlier. There are some exceptions on the tour. Clearly, Ines being one of those.
All right, so we're moving on from Ines Anguano to our next skier coming to us out of Germany. It'll be Janina Meckler.
Not surprised seeing Janina also deciding to start with toes. It is quite a straight wind down the lake, a little cross, but definitely a tailwind off the dock. So that tends to be the decision that a lot of skiers take when they have a tailwind off the dock. Go toes, less effort on that toe leg.
Looks like we're waiting for a score to come through in just a moment. It should flash up on my screen. We don't. We'll try and get that up as soon as possible, and that's why we've got a little bit of a delay right now between the end of Ines Anguano's second pass, in which she stood up all the way through until the start of Janina's effort.
Confused, Tony. Like looking at the webcast, it looks like she has a headwind, but it's clearly a tailwind.
Yeah, it's the mysterious Mistral.
Right.
Yep, a meteorological feature that seems to be quite unique to this area, this Côte d'Azur.
getting a little weight out of the boat. Janina, one of the skiers who has done more than 10,000 points in her career many times.
Personal best, I believe, is a 10,004, 10,140, I believe, somewhere around about that point, because she's done it so many times before.
Sounds about right, yes. I know she might have tricked them in 10,000s, but she has passed 10,000s multiple times. Obviously, to do that, she needs a good, fast, clean run. She's a very fast toe tricker. We'll see how she gets along, starting with toe 7.
Toe 7 front to start off with, toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, and it's reverse. Surface toe turns, toe 5 front. Good spin, good energy here. Toe wake O, toe wake line O, stomps the landing, toe wake line back, back and front. Toe wake line back to back, and a beautifully executed run, like she knows what she's doing.
That's a lot of tricks for 20 seconds, Tony. Especially adding those to front to back after toe line back, adds those nice 200 points. And then always the question is that toe wake front after toe line back to back in time? The judges will determine that. In the meantime, what I love about Janina's toe tricking is her arms. You'll see, like in the surface tricks, very compact, very close to the body. That gives her, you know, a very stable balance on the ski. Look at that, close. And speed, really. See her here, toe wake O. Toe wake line O.
Toe wake line O, toe wake.
And back
and front. And there we go, toe wake line back to back, and already starting to celebrate at that point there. So that's Janina Meckler, and with that, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm with our first tricker, Ines Aguino. 2 stand-up runs, so great start to your campaign here at the trick event.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. Good skiing, so yeah.
Well, you look nice and strong out there. Saw maybe a little bit of a bobble in the flip sequence, but you seem to, you know, gather yourself and finish out the hand run nice and strong.
Yeah, I'm too slow on my flip, but that's okay.
Well, we'll see you out here tomorrow. Look forward to getting you back on the water, and good luck. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, just heard there from Ina Fanguino alongside Zane Nicholson, and getting ready for pass number 2, which will consist of flips and hand tricks, is Janina Meckler. All right, setting up the boat speed. Should be a little quicker. Should be towards 30K, I would imagine. And Janina Meckler certainly has the build necessary to be a highly skilled trick skier of this level.
No, 28.6, not too much faster than her toe run.
It's a shorter line though.
Watch her flip sequence, Tony. Like, she does mobs not as the first tricks. Always very cool to watch.
Front flip.
Oh, starting with front flip.
Bulked out of that one. Flip twist to the back.
Reverse, back, mob. And reverse mob. And yes, she does it.
Dug herself out of that hole.
Yeah, a little bit of a mess in this hand run, a little unconventional for her. As we see, Ines scored the first score of the day, 6,480. We can expect Janina's score to be higher than that, but missing that second front flip, which probably was smart. I mean, she was out of balance after that first one, might not get her to the 10K. But probably like low 9,000 or high 8,000. Pretty regular start here with the ski lines. Let's see what happened here. Seemed to me like a solid front flip as usual, but a little
just getting
tight.
A little bit bounce there.
Yeah, a little tight line at the end of landing of the first one. So wisely she opted not to go for the second, and then got back into rhythm here. Classic Janina move, mobs at the end. And I want to watch the landing of the second one again. Ooh,
oh, hello.
Tony, that looks like one of the moves the kids at ski school do in warming up before the set, you know?
Yeah, exactly. She's probably as tall as some of those kids anyway, so, I mean, she has that kind of flexibility there.
There's some tall kids, man, at ski school. No, that was good. Good job, Janina. Looking forward to see her tomorrow again in the second round as we see Anna Stopnicki getting ready to go for her first round.
No, just toes. Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect. 16.8, 8.2, 0.
Okay, so we've got that initial point total for Enith Anguano, 64.80, 64.80. A decent score for her. And I would imagine that in agreeing with Matteo that score from Janina Meckler is going to be a skosh higher. That effort of 64.80 comprising of 32.50 on pass number 1 and 32.30 on pass number 2. So some pretty equal points on both the toes and the hands.
Yeah, and that's what you see when you have, you know, a 4-flip run and a solid toe run like Ines. The two passes then tend to be quite equal until you have, like, you know, 3 big tricks and 5 flips or 6 flips like we saw Janina do. Then the hands really take over.
All right, on the water right now, this is Hannah Stopnicki, coming to us out of Canada, currently studying at Rollins College in the United States.
Not surprisingly, choosing to start with toes too, taking advantage of the tailwind that we have today. A few back-to-backs to warm up.
Looks like she's going to go with a toe 7 front to get things up and running. Toe 7 front, nails that one. Toe 5 back, toe 8 back-to-back. Here's the reverse, nails that one too. Toe surface turns toe 5 front, toe out, getting a little bit on the back of the ski, losing the balance that way. Toe wake line-o, toe wake line back, front and back, toe wake line back-to-back. And almost a carbon copy of the run that Janina Meckler put out there with toes.
Actually, the exact same run. Interesting to see how, you know, two different styles of trickery, particularly in the surface tricks in the middle. You can see Anna wanted to go for that fast toe 5 front without pull, which actually brought her slightly out of balance and then had to recover. They spent a bit of time to recover balance. But, you know, how do you say you can skin a cat in different ways?
Yeah, so different way to skin a cat.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, Anna, see, like she got there a little tight, and so she had to use a little bit of time to regain balance and continue her run. This is always a big conversation in tricks, especially in this part of toes. Like, do we do wrap-ins with pulling or without pulling? What is faster? You know, to each their own opinion, but ultimately the stopwatch is the one that dictates what's best. And it might not be the same for different skiers.
All right, and while Hannah Stopnicki prepares for pass number 2, getting ready on the dock is Kennedy Hansen. We'll see her out there in just a few moments and giving us an early indication of what her intentions are in regards to starting with toes or hands.
Kennedy, who I believe also has been, you know, one of maybe the last entry in the 10,000 points trick club. I believe she broke 10,000 early this year. And she has been knocking, Tony, like high 9,000s for quite some time now. So very happy for her.
Indeed. All right there, so Hannah about to make her way back into the course. You see the boat motioning towards the opposite end of the tricking course, making its return pass. Looks like we're going to get a point score for Janina Meckler very, very soon.
Anna starting with a ski line back in, wake 5 front, it's reverse wrapping in, wake 5 back out. And here we hear the beeps of the boat going up in speed for a flip sequence, 2 back flips. Comes with a back landing, probably it's reverse, and a back to front.
All right, not a bad looking effort there. Standing up both runs. There we go. That's Hanna Stopnicki. And the point score from Janina Meckler up on your screen right now. It's 95-20, so she takes the lead away from Ina Fangono.
So that, you know, Tony, she missed a full front flip, so that would have brought her to 10.320. I haven't looked at the trick sheets, but, you know, Janina was in for a big score.
Of course, and we'll probably see her trick a little bit later on in this tournament. But let's have a look at this effort here from Hanna Stopnicki. Beautifully executed flip twist to the back, and here comes the reverse, I believe. Yes, it is. And doing well to recover on that one.
Yeah, I wonder if she was going to go for mob and decided to go back to front just because of the landing after the second back landing. Good run. I mean, 3 5s a ski line and 5 flips. That's, you know, that's a really solid run. I know Hanna has been working on developing her hands run. I know there are more flips in the tank to add. So be curious to see what she does tomorrow in second round.
All right, so we're looking to see if we can get the point score for Hanna Stopnicki out before Kennedy Hansen gets out onto the water for the first of 2 20-second passes. It's going to be toes. All right, here we go now. This is Kennedy Hansen coming to us out of the northern Florida Panhandle, the city of Milton, which I think is in Santa Rosa County. Let's have a look and see what we've got in store here. Got point scores for Janina Meckler and Ina Fangono. We'll remind you of what those are in just a moment, but here we go. This is going to be the toe 7 front. A little bit quicker with some of these moves as she moves into the toe surface turns. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Left-footed skier, which means she operates off the other wake for a run that's very, very similar to Janina Meckler and Hanna Stopnicki. And not a bad little effort there of working efficiently from one trick to the next, and a little bit of a quicker pace here, Matteo.
Absolutely. Like, that's, you know, it was the same exact run that we saw from the last 2 skiers, but Kennedy also threw a side slide after toe wake front, probably because she knows that oftentimes in training the stopwatch says that could be on time. I just saw the sheets from Janina. Toe wake front was out of time, and I believe probably by like just a handful of frames. So it'd be interesting to see if Kennedy got her toe wake front and even the toe slide in. She skied all the way until toe wake line off faster than the 2 previous skiers by far. You know, and don't get fooled. This transition was very quick too, and then side slide at the end.
And while we wait for a point score on pass number 1, and indeed the point score from our previous skier, let's check in with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Hanna Stopnicki. A little different run than what we've been seeing out of you last weekend. I'll let you tell everybody kind of at home, you know, kind of what you changed.
Yeah, I just did ski line back at the start. I've been working on that for a little bit, and it's finally getting decent. And actually, you were in the boat the other day. You were like, why don't you put that in your run? Because that was really good. It was kind of in my head, in the back of my mind, and then I was like, okay, I'll try it. So I landed it, which was good. I was happy about that.
Well, you were doing them in practice the other day. I thought they looked super duper nice. I couldn't see it all the way from down here from the end of the dock, but I thought it was about time you threw it in your run, and we'll have to see, how time shakes out. But, great job. You look good here in this first round.
Thanks. Yeah, we'll see what the timing goes to, but hopefully it was all in time because that would be pretty cool. New run.
Well, cool. We'll wait and see, and we'll let you get dried off, but we'll see you tomorrow in the trick finals.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
And the news that Hannah Stopnicki has been waiting on is a 75.10, 7,510 now, comparing with what she did last weekend with at least 8,100 points. I don't know. Maybe that trick substitution may have resulted in that deficit in points between what she did now and last weekend.
Yeah, like back to front backflip was out of time. Also, her toe incline back to back was out of time. So that makes it to over 1,000 points out of time. If she speeds up a little bit tomorrow, she's in for a big score, a much bigger score than any 100. But let's see. Kennedy starting with mobs. One backflip, back landing, it's reverse, back to front, ski line back, wake 5 back, wake 5 front, wake 5 back, and ski line back to back.
Oh,
didn't get through the line.
Ouch. And that would be scored as a regular wake back-to-back, but I think she'd already done that trick, so nothing for that last trick for Kennedy Hansen.
Interesting. Like, probably that could be scored as a wake back-to-back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she'll get a little bit of points for that. I was surprised not to see her put a front flip in. I know that she's been doing front flips, but maybe she went for speed today, Tony. I mean, she did 6 flips and 4 tricks. 10 tricks is a fast run. So interesting decisions here, but I mean, 2 stand-up runs. Certainly, I would say above the 9,000 mark. We'll see what the sum is, but very, very solid skiing for Kennedy.
And there we see the tail end of her run. This would have been it's the wake 5 front and then the wake 5 back, both 310 points apiece. And that's where she got trapped.
Yeah. So that could be.
But it is a wake back-to-back in front of a ski line back-to-back, which I don't know whether you know the actual point differential between the two.
It's 300. It's 300 points less.
300 points less.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that'd be interesting. I think she's going to be somewhere around Janina's score with this run. I can't avoid thinking that she really used this first run to feel things out. No front flip, but good score nevertheless. I mean, I think, especially in a trick tournament like this where you do have 2 rounds before the final, you can play, I don't want to say strategy, but you can approach it in different ways, yeah? You can say, okay, I'll do the first one, save. The second one, I'll throw everything I have and see what sticks. And then I take all this knowledge for the final, right? That could be one strategy. And it's new for these trick skiers. I mean, with the exception of a few pro events, normally you have prelim and final. So as you well know from Worlds, from other tournaments, you stay safe in the prelim, you make sure you're in the final, and then in the final you risk a little more. Here you can risk in the prelim if you want and see.
Absolutely.
See what happens. And I wonder, Tony, if that's the reason why in pro tournaments, trick pro tournaments in recent years, we have seen huge scores in the final, right? Like the winning scores have been massive on both ends, both men and women. 13K last weekend in Morocco. Swiss Pro Tricks has never been won with less than 12,000 points.
Yeah, exactly.
So it might be the nature, this new nature of the sport for these skiers, where they get 2 preliminary rounds, they get to try a few things, and then they learn more for the final than they would with a preliminary round.
Mm-hmm. All right, as we continue on, we've got our last skier to take to the water. It's going to be Neely Ross. Now, she's had a world record certified by the tournament council of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. That news came through just before the Moroccan Pro Tournament, which we had last weekend. She's setting herself up for 27.7, Alpha 2, 70. Oh, it did show 75% ballast initially, but it looks like it's 0 now.
Okay, she decided to go for 7. Not a given that I know she's done a few tournaments with toe wake 5 back. Little slip of the rope there, but she's in rhythm. Toe wake line O, toe wake line back, front back, toe wake line back to back, toe wake front, side slide.
And toe wake line 5 back, boom.
And toe wake line 5 back. Now
that's the major difference between her and everyone else.
Right. So we saw Janina and Hannah having the same run. Basically, Kennedy adding a side slide at the end. And now here we added a toe wake line 5 back at the end.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts, isn't it?
Well, it goes to show that, the name of the game in toes is speed. We've learned it with, Anna, Erica, and Neely. We've learned it with Pato. We've learned it with Jake. And, of course, Matti being the prime example of it. If you can be fast in toes, you can always add some tricks at the end that then pan out to be really good points, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know. I'm not a human stopwatch, but I feel this was probably fast enough for toe wake line 5 back to be in time. But in the meantime, we'll send it over to Zane.
Indeed, we will. Toe wake line 5 back, and let's check in with Zane.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Kenna Hansen. We just saw you get off the water, 2 stand-up runs. It looked like at the end of the hand run, kind of not making it over the rope on that ski line, but you looked pretty good out there.
Yeah, thank you. It felt good. I was just a little upset at the end. Was going fast in the wind, so I think it would have been a big score. Just missed the rope on the last ski line back-to-back. But overall, I'm happy with the skiing.
Well, good. And we saw you ski in the slalom event. You got 4-11, so kind of one of the better skiers in that event. And then out here putting up we're waiting to hear the score, but it should be a pretty big score for the women's trick. So we'll see you tomorrow in both events.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited. Thank you, guys.
Well, we're excited to see you ski tomorrow. Right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. As we continue on, our last skier is out in the water. She's halfway done with her effort, and looks like we're pushing out a score. It's 96.10. 96.10, and that sounds very, very similar to what she produced over in Morocco. I think her point score, her final points tally in Morocco was 96.90.
Look, I told you this was going to be close to Janina's score. Is only 90 points away. Let's not forget that Janina, missed a full front flip, and Kennedy didn't miss her ski line back-to-back. So this is going to be a tight competition. But let's focus on Neely. First mob, second, first front flip, second front flip, back landing, and back to front. Ski line back, wake 5 back, wake 5 front, wake 5 back, back-to-backs. And
there you go. There you go. Tidy looking effort there from Neely Ross, and we just got the point score for Kennedy Hansen of 96.10, composed of 42.20 and 53.90. So some tidy efforts, and I don't know if you can recall, but I don't think any of our skiers fell.
That's right. They all had stand-up runs,
including that front flip effort there from Neely Ross. Has 2 front flips, a tremendous effort with 800 points apiece for each of those front flips. And there you go, ski line back, and towards the end, wake 5 front, wake 5 back, and surface back-to-backs, just some lanyap tricks at the end, and some great skiing all the way around for each of our competitors in this women's trick preliminary round.
Talking about different strategies for the preliminary rounds, that was, if I had to guess, the easy run, hands run for Neely. I know she can do half jack. I know she can throw, a ski line back-to-back. But stand up, most likely in time. Got a chance to refill this boat after skiing behind another boat last weekend. So we'll look forward to see the score.
All right, then, and with that in mind, let's send it over to dockside.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Miss Neely Ross. I heard you say when you came in the dock, it felt a little slow, but how did it feel out there?
It felt nice. Just the wind maybe caught me by surprise a little bit. I felt like I just could, everything felt good, but I couldn't find that rhythm that I want. So I'm assuming toe line 5's out of time. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and hear the score. I haven't heard anything yet, so we'll let you know as soon as we do. But I thought you looked good. I always rant and rave. I love watching you doing your front flips. They're massive. They look so clean. So we got those on display here today too.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been tons of fun. It feels awesome out there. I feel like I just need to find that rhythm that I'm looking for tomorrow and go for it a bit more. But it feels great out there.
Cool. Well, I'm excited to watch you tomorrow in the trick and the slalom event. So everybody tune in tomorrow and check her out. But great skiing today, and look forward to seeing you ski tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you, Zane.
All right. Right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right. We're patiently waiting that final score from Neely Ross, and we've had some really good trick skiing. Wouldn't you agree there, Matteo?
Absolutely. A lot of what excited me about this preliminary round is a lot of similarities in the toes, like very different styles, but roughly the same run, and then and speed differences in speed. So obviously we'll see if toe wake line 5 back is in time for Neely. And no, overall, as you said, nobody fell. Like everyone had stand-up runs from the start to the end. So despite the windy conditions, as I said, like little afternoon trick set, everyone stood up. So learning lesson for tomorrow.
Okay, and as we look out towards the Mediterranean Sea and that beautifully blue sea there, the Côte d'Azur, we're just waiting on one final point score before we wrap things up here at the headquarters of the Monegasque Waterski Federation, just outside of Roquebrune-Saint-Argent, which in itself isn't too far away from Monaco or Fréjus. Just waiting on that point score. They do take their time a little bit here just to make sure that everything is correct, everything is accurate. I'm not too sure what we're seeing on the screen there. I think out in the background there is Saint-Tropez.
Do you think that if Vincent had 4 arms, he could use them all? Like he was surrounded by 6 screens, 3 tables, and still with only 2 arms.
We call him the octopus.
The octopus, yeah. The 2-arm octopus.
All right, and as we continue to find out the point score, a big shout out to all of the sponsors that you see below me here, and the commentary position. They really help to put this tournament on. And as the wind blows through the microphone here, you have an idea of how windy conditions can get here with the Mistral. As we look a little bit further down the shoreline, heading east towards Monaco. I think Monaco is just over that hill there in the background. Right, just waiting on that point total for Neely Ross. We have every point score that we've from our previous skiers so far. Point scores such as 96.10 for Kennedy Hansen, Janina Meckler with 95.20. Hannah Stopnicki with 75.10 and Enith Anguano with a 64.80. And yes, none of our female trickers fell on any of their passes, which is quite unheard of. And don't forget, we'll We'll start bright and early tomorrow with our pro skiers in the women's and the men's slalom competition, and also with the tricking as well. I believe is on the schedule tomorrow. It's very, very tight to the top, especially in the men's slalom competition. Many of the male slalomers are getting halfway down 10.25 meters and needing a score of that magnitude just to stay in contention.
Yeah, slalom was a heavy field today, but we knew this before the tournament even started, Tony, didn't we?
Yeah, absolutely. With the field of slalomers that came before us, I mean, like skiers such as Cole McCormick and Jonathan Travers and Thomas de Gasperi and yourself, Matteo, in amongst that list, Dane Meckler and Charlie Ross and Freddie Winter, along with Will Asher. You know, I mean, when you've got that kind of talent, you know that scores are going to be high. Looks like, oh, it's 10,150 points. 10,150 points. I'm going to get the manifest on this one. 10,150 points. And that should do the trick. There is the women's trick leaderboard. 10,150 for Neely Ross. In second spot, currently, Kennedy Hansen, 96.10. Just marginally behind is Janina Meckler with 95.20, Hannah Stopnicki with 75.10, and Ina Thangwano with 64.80. All right then, so that concludes the pro action for today. Be sure to rejoin us tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Central European Summertime. But on behalf of Matteo Luzzeri, Rob Hazelwood, and Nate Smith, and the entire crew here at TWBC, my name is Tony Lightfoot, and until tomorrow morning, it's ciao for now.
Ciao.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen, and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today, I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world-famous water ski hotspots.